did have a great conversation with us, I think, last time. We've had technical glitch after technical glitch, and I think we just did about a half hour of the loading screen. I forget. That's I get us launched over there. I said it. I forget to push very relevant buttons. But welcome, guys, over there on YouTube. You'll have to be on TikTok for the time being to request up, but if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable
What does that mean? Wobbles my cynicism.
I have a very low-flying helicopter at the moment.
They're looking for you, man. They're looking for you. Like shakes up. Excuse me.
All you gotta do is request on and we can find out, and we might even do, let's do this. If I can remember where the button is. That one right there.
Nice. Buttons everywhere.
Hello, Christopher. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Please, sorry, guys. Hey, guys, do you hear me?
Yeah, you're pretty loud there.
How are you, guys? I want to see you guys. What do you believe on this? This sounds kind of crazy.
I had to mute you for a second there, Christopher, because before you go into whatever diatribe you're about to go into, I had asked you for your age. You'll have to unmute to give me that.
Hello?
Hey, there you go. You figured out how to unmute. Can you tell me your age?
34. How old are you?
43. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in God and Jesus, man. God and Jesus. He's the source of everything. He's the source. He's the reason why our eyes
Slow down,
up.
Christopher.
He's the reason why we got.
Slow down.
He's the reason why we
Stop.
got energy.
Stop.
Yes. You gotta thank God
Stop.
for everything.
Stop.
Yes.
Stop.
Yes. All right. Sorry.
You told me you believe in God and Jesus. Have you read your Bible from beginning
No, not in a
to
while.
end?
No, not in a while.
Not in a while.
I just believe if maybe Satan bowed down to God and thanked him for giving him energy, to have energy, because he's the source. God's the source of everything. And
nope, I'm not being preached at. I don't think this is going to happen, Christopher. You don't seem to understand. I didn't ask you if God was the source of energy or about bowing down and praying. I'm not here to be preached at. This is not your pulpit. If you want to do that, you can make your own video or run a live. But I'm here to ask if you can question your beliefs. So if you can question your beliefs, Christopher, then I'd like to ask you some questions. Can you handle that?
the whole reason we got energy, all of our creation has energy because of God. We gotta thank him.
Yeah. I didn't think he was listening. Turns out he wasn't.
Oh, man.
Do you think he does that like everywhere he goes?
Honestly, I felt more like,
Can you imagine he like checks out at the grocery store that way?
a lot of ups, a lot of downs, a lot of what have you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I do often wonder how people, like, do people talk like this at the water cooler at work? You know, like you gotta have a grounding for your what are you doing? Yeah.
Is it a Mateo potato loading in?
Yeah.
He's loading. Show's loaded on one side, but
Oh,
on the
oh,
other.
there he is.
No, I moved him, but he's still loading. Sometimes he pocket requests, but the bottom box, I don't know. Yeah, there he goes. I thought I was about to question Mateo again.
I would be curious in that.
Have you never been around for questioning Mateo? I've
I
done it
don't
at
think
least
so.
3 times. He's got a unique take.
He's what? What'd you say?
He's got a unique take.
I'm sure.
He says it's boring. Well, it's boring to you because it's yours.
Also, I've never heard it, so
Fundamentally questioning God as a basis of belief is kind of, I guess, boring to question. If it's all questioning. But we have no requests. There's nearly 8 of us in the room. If we all keep tapping the screen, we could probably break that 50K mark here. I mean, I don't know, within 20 minutes, I bet. Or less. I bet we could do it much faster if we all tap. I always
tap,
say
tap,
this.
taparoo.
If we all tap, but I don't know if I'm supposed to tap. Here, I'll tap. But if you do believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, request on it. The Irish Zionist says that if you're a Buddhist and God is within, is questioning God's existence, questioning your own. A kind of Buddhism, I think. I don't think very many of them have God as a basis. What was that?
I was reading it, and I was reading it out loud.
That might be Buddhism. You're right, Deftone dude.
Yeah. Or Jew-Buddhish. Or Jubu. So I don't think Buddhism inherently has a god, right? right? I mean, I think there's probably some strains of more Hindu Buddhism and more strains of like Shinto Buddhism sort of thing, but I don't think that Buddhism inherently has a god.
No, I don't think it does. I think there are traditions that recognize
Right.
ascended beings, characters that are godlike in some aspect.
Little Bodhi action.
But yeah, I don't think there are necessarily any gods, creator beings. Hello, Nikki V. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have all of it, but I don't know if it's necessarily true.
When you say you have
Also,
all of it, what do you mean?
I've died. My heart has flatlined.
Period. Did you experience something that you consider to be afterlife?
Yes and no. Because I experienced something before my heart even did that told me yes and no.
Yes and no. What do you mean yes and no?
Salvia.
Chemicals.
It's the only chemicals I ever took because I never took acid and I never took.
Please don't list a bunch of chemicals.
Okay.
For
I'll take it back.
TikTok terms.
Not me.
Right, so you didn't use any other things, and you used this one, and then that was before you had a flatline.
Yes.
Did you have a medical intervention?
Yes.
Were you in a hospital when this occurred?
Not during the previous thing, but yes. I was fucking dead.
Were
Dude.
these, again, for TikTok and peripheries? So your heart stopped for how long?
I couldn't say. I wasn't there.
Sorry.
You see, you don't know how long your heart was stopped.
I have family members that do, though.
Okay. And so if they told you how long your heart was stopped,
Are
how
you
long
on
they
the
think?
mission
Am I on
of
a mission?
knowledge?
Nikki, I'm asking questions to see if you can question your beliefs.
So
You say
sorry.
you
I
believe
asked
that
the
there
question.
is. Are you drunk, Nikki?
Well, yeah. I just.
Thank you, Heather's Descent, Ms. Bear, 96, and Everlasting Godstopper. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Oh, Cat wants back. She wanted up, she wants down.
Hey, no, I didn't want down. It just booted me down. The weather is bad today. You know what that does to my bandwidth.
Oh, yeah. Well, welcome.
Also, I really wanted to know why the was relevant, and also why she would choose the arguably worst of the experience. Yeah, the worst things. Like that's the worst one.
I turned into a book, and I turned into pages that kept turning and turning and turning.
It's such a Rav thing to happen. Like that is so on brand.
Yeah, it was horrible. Truly, truly horrible.
That's well, and I don't think it's necessarily the worst, but it's the worst of the like common, easily accessible, for sure. Oh, are we getting an everlasting right now?
We might be.
Yeah, let's go.
Hello, everlasting. How you doing?
It's so exciting.
Earlier, but I took a nap and I'm better now.
Amazing.
Can I just say I am on panel with like my 3 favorite like people on TikTok right now, and that's so much fun.
Let's go.
Well,
I have questions.
maybe our new guest will be your 4th favorite. If they
We'll
load
see.
in. I don't know if they're loading in. He might not be loading in.
He doesn't exist.
He might not. Okay. Well,
It's okay. Existence is optional.
Dipster might not, he might not have meant to request. I don't know.
well, then we'll just set him back down and he can request back up if he meant to.
Schrodinger's guest.
Schrodinger's guess. I did click on another one that also didn't load in.
And Mateo.
Yeah, Mateo also popped up for a second and dropped again.
You were saying about those who have a belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that?
Something like that, anything like that. If they can question their beliefs, there's boxes for you.
And we are blessed with like the best questioners. I'm not talking about myself. I mean, I'm okay, but like these 3 ask fantastic questions. So you should request up because these 3 are, and I'm okay too, are great.
You are great.
Except Cookies says a guest is still meaningful if he doesn't exist. I don't know.
Oh my, he's been listening though. They've been listening. I don't know if you're here. They've been listening to the questions that I asked. That's what that showed. That's so flattering. Thank you. And they are still meaningful, even if they don't exist.
That's evidence that your questions are meaningful.
I know that's a good Christmas present right there. Merry Christmas. It's not Christmas Eve for me yet, but it is for all of you.
Is it? No, it's not for me. I got
No, it's not for you yet. Actually, yeah, I forgot what time zone you were in. It's not for you yet.
I'm in the future.
How is it? Bleak.
It's frosty where I am.
It's unseasonably warm here.
It's rainy, which means it's chilly here.
I feel like with all that rain you got, Thrayle, you could use a little unseasonably warm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was bad. And it was cold. But now I'm nice and cozy.
Cozy's good.
Mm-hmm. I like cozy.
What's everybody's favorite Chinese food dish for Christmas Day?
Are we?
Is that just me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might
Okay.
be.
No, I'm with you there too. I usually get the number 7. I can't pronounce it.
Chinese
Yeah,
food restaurant, like whatever it
exactly.
is, it's just number 7.
It's my favorite number.
I like the Mongolian beef.
I'm partial to egg foo young, but I have been eating a lot of Chengdu and Sichuan lately. There's some really good places near me.
We have a lot more like Thai food than Chinese food, so I eat a lot of like pad see ew.
Mm,
And a
love the
lot of
wide
spring
flat
rolls.
noodles.
Yeah, I do too. And the spring rolls. Spring rolls are arguably my favorite food on the planet.
Are they the fresh spring rolls or the fried ones?
No, the fried ones, for sure, the fried ones. Obviously, the fried ones.
You earned a donut.
Thank you!
But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you can question your beliefs, that is what the fuck we're talking about. So go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue or prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question what it is you believe. And if you can, then what is it that
It says, does anyone else believe in spring rolls? Request up.
Hmm.
Spring rolls and Winnie the Pooh are my gods.
I love Winnie the Pooh.
I also love Winnie the Pooh.
When
I
I
love
lived in
Winnie the
Austin, there's a tradition there where they celebrate Eeyore's birthday in one of the parks in downtown Austin.
Yeah, they
I
just
think
put a
it's still
stick in the river.
it's it's just it's like one of these things that like everybody feels sorry for Eeyore. Nobody loves me, and so
Yeah.
it's this like it's a bunch of hippies in a park basically for a
Oh,
Saturday
because it's
afternoon.
Austin. Yeah.
Yeah.
What day is it yours birthday?
I feel like it was in May. I would imagine this is still a tradition that goes on.
Oh bother.
that's Pooh Bear.
Oh yeah.
It's the last Saturday of April,
Tut tut. Looks like rain.
which is different every year. So that's a problem, but
Well, it can't be the right day. It's got to be what's convenient for everybody else.
Hello, Astro Project. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in like higher power, like consciousness and things like that, spiritual concepts.
What higher power consciousness?
I guess if that was the label I was going to use, like in my belief system, like I don't follow like the character of God, if that makes sense, like the personification. To me, it's just like the primordial forces that created the universe. And when I talk about like consciousness, I see it as the mechanism through which like it's able to view itself. So I believe it's like we are a fractal, like a fragment of that awareness having an experience. it's hard for me. Sorry, it's hard for me to
We're a
articulate.
fractal of a fragment of a consciousness having an experience.
Yeah, so like the overall, I guess what you would call like God would be the entirety of everything. And we are a
Hmm.
part of that awareness that's experiencing itself in a sense. So like we're
Why are
like
you assuming that there is an awareness to the entirety of everything?
the entire, I mean, because it like as above, so below, it just makes more sense to see.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. As above, so below. Is it like
So like
Here's a Who?
the patterns of life, it's like a hermetic term, like the different patterns of life, like kind of how like our veins in different body structures, they reflect things in nature, like the microcosm and the macrocosm, or how
Where
our
did you?
cells.
Sorry, slow down just a moment. Go ahead, Kat.
This is something I've been looking at like my whole life, and when I learned like hermeticism and like looked at the Kabbalah and through like my own experiences, it's just the belief system that I adopted.
It's a belief system that you adopted from where, though?
From for hermeticism, like I think it's the Kabbalah is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh,
the
okay, I see.
Kabbalah is a Jewish mysticism
Yes,
practice.
like
So what it,
occultism.
uh,
Mm.
um, like, but what does that have to do with you?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
What does that have to do with me? Like, are you asking like why
So
did I
Yeah.
if it's a Jewish mysticism, what does it have to do? Are you Jewish?
no?
Okay.
I think it's a wisdom for everybody. Like, I don't see why I have to have a label to follow like a certain ideology.
Well, okay. So what does Kabbalah even mean? Like, what does the word mean?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I do not remember.
All right. So if you follow a practice
Hmm.
and find it to be irrelevant in your life, and apparently you're involved in it, like what? How do you not know what the word means?
I guess I don't
Like
remember.
what
I
is
haven't.
Kabbalah? What is Kabbalah then? What is Kabbalah?
Well, like all is mind, polarity, like different principles of like how the systems of the universe function. But I haven't, to be honest, like I haven't studied it in a while, so I'm sorry, like, I can't give you like exact definitions.
Well, so that's kind of the point. Like we're asking you what you believe, and to hear, and I think that's what Kat was kind of, I don't mean to speak for Kat, but like I think what Kat was picking up on, and I was also, is like these feel like sort of ideas that maybe you heard of, or that like you might be interested in, or that you've read a little bit about, or maybe watched a
Um,
few videos on. But I'm wondering, like, where's
he's
your
not even
belief in all
using.
of this?
So, to clarify something, are you saying Kabbalah or are you saying uh, Kybalion?
I'm saying Kabbalah. Oh,
Kabbalah.
Kabbalion? I think that's another one, isn't it?
I tried to
I'm
give one
not.
out.
I'm not an expert. I'm sorry. I'm not.
But
But
why are you saying you
I'm
believe
saying
in these things if you don't know what they are? How are those your beliefs? How do you even consider those to how do you consider those to be your beliefs if you don't know what they are,
it's
or
not that
don't
I
know what
don't
you
know
know?
what they are. I just don't remember the exact terms. Is all.
So how could that
I'm
possibly be
saying
your
I
belief
believe in
then?
a higher power and
I'm
something beyond myself.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when you start using terms like Kabbalah, like if you say you believe in Kabbalah, like I guess I would expect to hear something about the Sphirot. I would expect to hear something about, that the universe is an expression of shattered jars of light, and that it's our obligation to collect these jars of light and repair the brokenness that permeates the universe. Like that's what I would expect to hear.
That's a
But
very good point.
But when you're talking about the seven Hermetic principles, that's not Kabbalah, is it?
I thought it was. I thought it was on like the Hermeticism, like when I was learning this stuff and learning like ritual magic. Those are just some things I learned.
By the way, this is one of the reasons that
So,
Kat asked those questions. Like when you take on the mantle of multiple traditions from multiple groups of people,
Hmm.
you run the risk of just kind of flattening all these different things.
I mean, it's kind
right.
of
So
a
that is
blended belief.
that is kind of why I was asking this, right? So like I asked this because and say like things that are almost exactly like verbatim exactly the same, right?
Hmm.
But there is no real like just belief system there, or it's just a bunch of things that somebody said to you once, or
Like a
maybe you
word
read somewhere
salad.
once, or that you decided. Right, it is. Yeah, a lot of the time.
Yeah,
And so
that's
that's why I
totally
asked
fair.
like where it came from, because do you like what it comes down to is like, do you like this idea? Did you hear this and it made sense to you, or do you actually believe these things? Because I think those are two different things.
That is a great question. I think that, well, for me personally, like I like this is why like I don't really like to label myself as like a spiritualist or anything because I'm open to like multiple ideas of like I think as humans they have their own interpretations and these different beliefs like the seven principles. Like I think they're good ideas. I don't think they can necessarily capture the entirety. I don't think I can personally know like exactly what everything is, but I think something like that's a good starting point, a good like reference saying like God is consciousness, for example, or awareness of everything. But it's hard for me to
So then I would ask, what is consciousness?
I define it as awareness.
You think that the universe is aware,
Not the universe itself,
but
no.
you said that there's a consciousness that permeates the universe.
I think it's a mechanism through which like we can exist. I don't think everything
What?
necessarily has like a human aware, like a human level of awareness. But like for example, like trees have a consciousness and awareness in a way. Other animals have, you could say,
Yeah,
have a. That is fair, and I will get better at articulating my beliefs. This is good. I appreciate it.
because you originally started by saying like there's this force that kind of compels things uh, into existence, and I was curious what you meant by that. But then you said that it's all this transcendent mind that
I don't. Did I say? I don't think I said that there was a force that compels things into existence.
what was it that you said then?
What did I say? I don't know. I kind of rambled a summary of my beliefs of things that I've heard. I think Kat kind of nailed it on the head. Like I'm kind of just repeating what I've heard. And so, like I said, what did I say? So, like you have.
Can I just what do you believe?
What does that mean?
Like I believe we have like a HDA, like a, for example, we have multiple bodies, multiple levels of consciousness that exist in different
Multiple.
dimensions. Like we have a light body, which is like a plasma body. You have your
Where are you getting this?
well through my experiences with astral projection, and we know like we've been able
What is
to
astral
measure.
projection?
It's where your awareness goes from the perspective of being inside your body to leaving your body, kind of like remote viewing or having an out of body experience.
And how have you verified this isn't just your imagination?
Have I verified it? No, not me personally. but
So could it
lots of
just
people
be
have.
people using their imaginations?
No, well, I mean, imagination is a part of it, like you're imagining, you're visualizing, but
I'm sorry, but how have you verified that people aren't just using their imaginations or exaggerating?
what do you mean by using their imagination? It's like it's all just in their head, like it's just in their mind.
Yes, like they don't actually leave their bodies, but that their awareness is
Well,
imagining
okay,
another perception.
well, yeah, to answer that, they've done experiments, for example, where you have something in another room, somebody project that, for example, or people have shared their experiences of visiting a friend's
Can you
house.
tell me? Can you tell me where
So,
you said there
so
were experiments? Are there
Like, yeah, Thomas
studies?
Campbell and the
So
Monroe Institute, for
the
example.
Monroe Institute, of course.
Hmm.
Thrayle, Dan has actually ran these experiments in the lab, um, and shown it, and it's been proven false.
Been
We should have
proven
him talk about that
false.
sometime.
His experiments have
Yeah,
been
well,
proven false.
he's ran experiments in the lab, and there has never been any evidence to show that remote viewing is a thing. Um, and there's plenty of things that can prime you, or plenty of biases that you might have that might lead you to believe you're having a remote viewing experience when really you just have priors that help you make a very accurate guess. Also,
You,
I want to just point out that I've not had a single person who, Thrayle, or somebody who have an echo. I never has a single person been able to, like, okay, so who has the echo?
try again.
Say that, yeah, I'm just saying things that I've heard after I said that, and so I do commend you for that. I really appreciate that.
Of course, thank you. Like, I'm a very open-minded person. I'm not trying to like force my like. I'm here to learn. Like that's why I join these things is to learn, get different perspectives, and try to increase my own perspective.
It was just an incredibly honest thing to say, and I wanted to just say good job.
Thank you.
Astro, you leave room for the possibility that you could be wrong. Do you, what is the belief in astral projection providing you? What is it doing for you?
I think it's a useful tool that you can use to explore your psychology the same way you could use dreams. For example, you can sort of explore your subconscious. For example, you can look at what you're afraid of and you can access different information from a field. I just think it can be a useful tool that people can use to gain a better understanding of themselves and different ideas.
Such a thing like that work?
How do you do it? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, yeah, a couple of things, I guess. One is like, yeah, um, I mean, look, I'm not trying to, I guess I'm biased because,
No, you're fine. I
you
understand.
know, I can't possibly understand how something like this makes
Yeah, no,
sense.
that's totally fine. So essentially, from my understanding, you are slowing your brain waves down into a certain state that allows you to can experience things that you normally can't in what we call our waking reality. So kind of like how yogis will put themselves into, I believe it's theta state, and it kind of calms your nervous system and different things like that.
I think
It's
you know,
different. So like you're putting yourself into REM sleep. So like a different technique is wake back to sleep. So your body is asleep, you're numb, but your mind stays awake, and that allows you to kind of, because your awareness is lighter than your body, I guess would be a way to explain it. You can sort of float outside of your body, is what
So
it feels like.
Wow.
if you trick body into a state where it is close to like what it is when you're sleeping, could you maybe this is like a dream-like experience almost, right? Right. So your brain might be doing the same things that it's doing when you're dreaming, which can be so that your brain can create anything when you're dreaming.
Right, but isn't it fair to say that your mind is creating what you see when you're awake? Like how we
I
see
mean, maybe.
light and interpret it's like pain, for example. Like you're not feeling your pain, your mind is creating that sensation of pain, right? In order to alert you that something is hurting you. So it's like electrical signals that go to your body, and then your brain interprets that electrical data into sensations. So, and I try to look into how there could be a physical, like scientific basis, and the way I try to look at it is like your brain is like an antenna that can receive electrical signals. It's taking in electromagnetic data, different signals, and it's giving you perception. It's giving
does
you sensations.
does using scientific type language or coded language make the sort of the claim more credible or
I think it helps ground it more in reality instead of I try not to use like new agey like woo woo terms, for example. Like I try to
but ultimately it still is sort of that new age woo woo, right?
I mean, nowadays I feel like it is, but it's something that's been talked about for a long time throughout many cultures, like Egypt, for example. Like when you see the hieroglyphs of a bird head, or shamans, or medicine men from Indians, it's people going into this other world and bringing back knowledge and information.
Right, but
Are
how
you
do they go
saying
into that other
because
world?
They put their mind in an altered state. So some people use like ayahuasca or
Right, that
maybe different
Don't
herbs.
list chemicals.
into a state that is very similar to a dream, actually.
Hmm.
Like the chemistry there is the brain chemistry there, the neurotransmitters that are being used during that are very similar to like a dreamlike state, or what your brain would be doing if you were dreaming, just in a very like amplified. So they are doing that to their brains to visit these other worlds and bring back things. So really, what those experiences are just as a product of the altered brain chemistry, right? Um,
Do you
Yeah.
think that it is more profound or more like or aren't amazing, but ultimately they are internal experiences, are they not?
No, because in my belief system, there is their consciousness exists outside.
Um, yeah, what makes it an external experience? How do you know that it's external and not an internal process as a result of neurological receptors?
Well, that's hard to say because you can't I can't like put
It explains how this happens through certain neurons and certain receptors in the brain, like chemical receptors in the brain. And the other set of data says, you know, trust me. I can't explain it, but you just have to trust me that one seems more plausible.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. That's what sucks about trying to, I guess, prove it is you can't. Like the most you could do is measure your brain, like give a brain scan and measure waves on a graph, but that doesn't
Right.
prove anything. That doesn't prove
You
the experience that you're having.
right, but you know what? Okay, here's the thing. Um, I have dedicated many years of my life to exploring and understanding these particular experiences and things. Um, and the conclusion I have come to in those many years of dedication is that it is all happening inside my brain, and that's really cool, and that is actions. But I in these many years of my life I've dedicated to this. I have like I really don't do anything halfway, right? I make my own medicine. I do these things. I learned all the chemistry between experience and then just like the actual science and what I know of it. Like it is far more compelling that it is all happening inside your brain. Um, and that's okay. It doesn't make it any less meaningful. It's
All
still
right, that's
just
what I
as
was
meaningful.
But I
No,
feel like,
it's more meaningful actually to me.
quote, if it's in your mind, because it has to be, because that's how we're able to perceive it, because it's using our mind, the information from our mind, to give you that experiences. That's why you see people you remember in your dreams and things like that. But I don't see why that takes away from the, like, people will say that makes it not real or that it takes away from the experience, and I just don't agree with that.
Well, does it, okay, you may be experiencing something, but are you actually physically leaving your body?
Physically leaving your body? No, it's more like an illusion. Just like
Right.
like it's like an illusion
Beautiful.
that you're a body.
Beautiful.
You might
What are
lose
you?
me in a
Yeah.
second.
Now, is that what you were saying 3 minutes ago, or like is that sort of an acknowledgement?
Yeah, like I agree with you. Like it's a like I'm not trying to say like your ghost is leaving your body. I think out of body and projection is how do I like that's just how it feels to us, and that's the best way we can explain it. I don't think
You're,
that's
you're
actually
saying
what's
it's a
happening.
feeling.
Yes, it's the sensation of leaving your body. I don't think you're physically like a
Hmm.
ghost rising out of your body
So,
necessarily.
so not a piece of you leaving. Nothing's
No,
actually separating.
I believe there is like they believe there's like
Do you?
in a in a sense. I mean, I've only had one experience where I've seen what they call the silver cord, for example, but I can't say for sure because like I've never like left my body and like saw my physical body. I always wake up in some like other world or so.
Could you have been imagining this silver cord?
I mean, maybe
Did
it's
you have an
possible.
expectation to see a silver cord?
No, it was just there. I didn't realize what it was until later. I was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. It was like a plasma, like white cord.
Hmm. Could you be inserting that into the memory of a dream or experience?
It's possible.
Does it matter to you if um, if you're actually leaving your body or not?
No, I don't think it makes a difference. Because in my opinion, whether or not I'm actually leaving my body or going to another dimension, or if it's just a dream, something that my mind is making up, I think the, like I said, the experience, the knowledge that I can get, I think that is what's more important rather than what the mechanism is.
The knowledge. Do you, by knowledge, do you just mean experience and feelings?
You know, like knowledge, like things like I can learn about myself, like what I'm afraid of, what my subconscious is
Okay,
thinking.
I understand. The insights, your own
Yeah, my own inner world.
character. Do you, is that so for you, just to clarify, it doesn't matter if there's anything supernatural to it because you gain insight into your personality and character, and this is how you benefit from this belief.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I just think personally it's more fun to put the supernatural concepts in it. I just think it makes it more interesting.
Does it matter if those are, I guess it doesn't. It doesn't matter if those are true. For you, it's just more interesting, more. Um, does the whimsy make it more appealing?
Yeah, kind of like the magic of it all, if you will.
I see. I don't really have any more questions for you, Astro. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else on the panel did.
I have one more actually. First of all, I want to apologize if I came off as burgling or trying to steer your beliefs in any way, shape, or form. So I'm sorry for that.
No, not at
And
all. It's fine.
I also wanted to say, ask, I guess, how have you perceived this conversation and what have you kind of gleaned from it?
Hmm. I think it's been very eye-opening in how, like, I need to work on the way I present these ideas and these concepts so they don't come across as me just rambling like woo woo like word salads, because it gets, I feel like the community gets so inflated with these concepts and what people, like the idea people have and the misconceptions people have about this experience. And I think it's a very useful experience for people to have. But me trying to define what I believe and things like that, I need to have a more concrete like definitions, for example. So I think it's
Hmm.
gone very well.
Does it seem like some of the terms you use might be um, better left to their original practices?
That's totally fair. Like again, it's hard to explain it without using this, because that's really like all we have to
Hmm.
explain it, unless I coin my own terms for it or do.
For you, it sounds like to me you're using some kind of meditative practice or something to help you um, reflect inwardly on aspects of your own personality through imagining that you're leaving your body and imagining, or I guess interpreting the places you imagine you'd go.
I have another question.
Yeah, go for it, Rev.
What's up?
Um, who are you in conversation with? This question was kind of asked before, but I want to ask it in a slightly different way. Um, and I'm happy to clarify what that question means, but who are you in conversation with?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, so in academia, is that ideas sort of follow the pattern of thesis, in other words, an idea, antithesis, an opposing or opposite idea, and synthesis, a new idea, a novel idea. And I am curious as to, you know, what theses do you find yourself in conversation with? In other words, which ideas do you find yourself in conversation with?
Oh, I like that question.
And
I would. Oh,
which do
sorry.
you disagree with? Yeah, well, I mean, like, I think the question is really ultimately about the full gamut of that kind of process.
I say synthesis speaks to me. I want to kind of bring my own ideas and like own reality to it because I want to do my own research and how it can be explained in reality with science. I want to bridge the idea of spirituality and science together. I tried crafting my own theories
Why?
because I think it makes it more so people will be more open to it. Because like a
What if
materialist,
there is no bridge?
what if then I will discover that then that will be a like a realization for me that okay this like I do my research I discover oh this is just neurons firing in my head and that could kind of change about how I go about the practice.
Well,
Why
see,
do... Well, I'm actually going to let Philly ask a question. Go ahead, Philly.
Have you found that when you communicate your ideas, people get confused because you're using language describing
Yes.
in terms of what people are familiar with?
Yeah, like I feel like the words that we have for this, they don't they don't communicate exactly the way it is, so it's hard to get across what I'm trying to say.
that's why I'm suggesting, well, that's why I'm asking about who you're in conversation with, because um, the reality is, while you are, you know, I think it is interesting to try. Reality is that no ideas exist in a vacuum, and I guess I would wonder what you know why you think that you're going to have some novel idea that's going to be able to explain some unique concept all by your lonesome, you know, when in reality, we are naturally in conversation with others. And I guess the question that I'm really just getting at is like, what's stopping you from sort of being more discursive?
I think it's just lack of personal research, the really go about these tests and do these experiments properly, like really do it justice.
Are you familiar with websites like JSTOR,
No.
or um, I think Google Scholar is another. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, um, never mind. Uh, JSTOR, I think, has a free option, and Google Scholar is definitely free. Um, and I would be curious to know what you end up finding um, about what other people are writing about, and maybe other kinds of research, I guess.
Okay, yeah. I've tried to study the electromagnetic spectrum frequencies, like very, very basic physics and stuff to try and see, okay,
Oh,
is this
let me ask you.
actually.
Uh huh. Are you beginning with a presupposition in mind?
In a way, yes. Like,
Is that good science to begin with a presupposition, or is it good science to begin with a question?
oof, yeah, you're absolutely right. Because I have, like, I'm going into it with a bias, basically, of like, okay, I already believe in this thing, so I would be predisposed to saying, oh, okay, well, like basically not proving that it exists, proving that I'm right, like proving that it is real, whether and not is it real, if that makes sense.
Are you familiar in science?
Are you saying like it needs to be repeatable? Is that what you're saying?
No. Kind of what Rab brought up earlier with the you have your thesis and then you have your antithesis. If your idea can hold up to scrutiny, then there would be a way to falsify it. Like if your idea was wrong, then there would be information that would be available to prove it wrong, or to at least bring question to the idea, like like the idea of astral projection. That kind of strikes me as something that could be falsifiable if like if there were something that there to study, like if you were able to demonstrate being able to exercise this practice of astral projection and actually come back with some actionable information.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And so, like, my plan is to increase my meditation practice to be able to get that data more consistently. Because the issue with these experiments is it's not that they've proven them false, they're just not consistent enough to go beyond. Because, like, you have to do it a certain amount of time so it's not just random, right? To where it's actual truth. Like with Thomas Campbell, when him and Bob Monroe did these experiments, they found, okay, well, these things are happening, but they don't happen all the time. And it was hard to figure out why exactly that is.
What would make your idea falsifiable in your in your thought process? What would be something that would disprove your idea, for lack of a better term?
What would be something that would disprove it?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it would be pretty easy to disprove. You could just say, well, and nothing happened, right? Like, or you weren't able to accurately. There's like, for example, let's say like you put like random cards in another room and you weren't able to say the correct cards consistently. I feel like that would be able to disprove it, for example. Is that what you're asking?
Oh, in a roundabout way. I guess kind of where I'm coming from is more from the idea of like let's take the God question. Ultimately, the idea that there could be some God out there that decides to remain hidden for whatever reason, that's an unfalsifiable idea. We don't really have access to that to be able to disprove it. And so, like, yeah, I could see a space where you don't have knowledge of the information contained within the space, and if you can't accurately, portray that information, then you might say that in that example it would be unfalsifiable, but that does that necessarily mean that astral projection as a thing has been falsified, or does that just mean
Right.
that you were unable to retrieve that information?
I would say that means that you were unable to retrieve it, like it was unsuccessful. I don't think that would necessarily prove it false. Maybe just a failed experiment.
So it always leaves the door open for this possibility that this idea is true.
And I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from with, is this really a falsifiable thing? You know, at the end of it all, like is there a way to falsify this idea?
Okay, I think I better understand what you're saying. And I would say that's how I don't think so. Like I would have to argue that there isn't a way, just because of all the claims, and what it really comes down to is, can you prove subjective experience as objective reality? And it's very difficult.
What is your best critique of this belief?
Last question in Raph.
Yeah, sorry. Because I feel like that's kind of the other side to Everlasting's coin here. Like, what is your critique of your own belief system?
Another great question. Critique of my belief system is there's not enough tools to measure this phenomenon. There's not enough information or data that you could use to justify that this is real for somebody who hasn't experienced it.
Is that a critique of your belief, or is that a critique of the ability to prove your presupposition?
I would say ability to prove my belief. I'm not sure what you mean.
So I think true questioning is evidenced by critique of, like, being able to critique your beliefs. So maybe when you leave here, you should think about that question especially, because I think it's an important one that most people have a really hard time answering.
And we are going to move on, Astro, so I do appreciate you being up here and answering the questions that you did. But I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you do find some new answers, bring them back to us. We'll definitely want to question those as well.
I had to really think about that when I tried to give an example and use my own beliefs. And what I came up with is it's completely useless.
That's a pretty harsh critique.
It's true though. There isn't much usefulness.
I have a pretty good critique.
Excuse me.
But that may have to wait for Question the Questioner. I have accepted like 5 people in the last few seconds.
Well, that's a good.
So we are waiting just a moment. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or prove you wrong. I just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? I do believe there's coyotes not far from the studio.
I was on a hike once outside of Jerusalem, and I thought that I heard kids laughing on a playground, and the sun was setting, and then there was no playground, and it turned out it was just a bunch of jackals. That was horrifying. Just surrounded on all sides by jackals.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got a pack of them in. They're probably out there screaming right now. If I stepped outside.
My keyboard
really
is
hoping for
glitching
werewolf.
again. It feels like there's been some werewolves earlier. I'm gonna exit out and I'll come right back. My keyboard's
Yeah,
glitching.
no worries.
I'm just having all kinds of technical difficulties
I
tonight.
wonder if Rav has just not figured out how to close the emoji keyboard. Because I used to get stuck on that, but I think I think that's what it might be. Let's
Old
see.
people problem.
Maybe one of these is not a ghost. I accepted 3 at once, so we're waiting just a moment to make sure.
You just...
They're ghosts. I expect most of them are ghosts. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on that. I think one of these might not be a ghost. Hello, One Love. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And what god is that?
Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Long time ago. I'm not that well studied anymore in the verses, but I believe in more of a metaphorical sense of the Bible. My relation. Mm-hmm.
So is the God metaphorical as well?
No, I don't think the God's metaphorical. That's a funny question, though.
So you have a metaphorical relationship with the Bible. The Bible is it all metaphor?
Yeah, I said, there's many sects in the Christian religion, right? And so I just kind of stand with more of one that doesn't read literally into the Bible verses, more metaphorically, and read through it as it was interpreted through the place it was interpreted to and written years after the death of Jesus Christ, resurrection.
So you believe that one's literal, the death and resurrection
Right,
of
yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
right.
Is that the only literal point?
There's, I guess, some other ones. I
the
could
creation
think
all the way back at the beginning. Is it literal or metaphorical?
interpretational. It's that one's more challenging because but let's just go with metaphorical.
I see. Adam and Eve, is that a metaphor as well?
Yes.
Wow.
How do you know?
How do I know? How do I believe?
No, I mean, like, well,
how do you determine what's a metaphor and what's literal?
It's subjective to my point of view. Because with the faith in Christ is exactly what it says, right? Faith.
What is faith?
Faith is not knowing and just believing, right? It's blindly believing in it. And if I had proof, it would take away it would take it away, right? Excuse me for not having the biggest vocabulary or good explanations. I'm not a really good debater, or not debater necessarily, but conversationalist, especially in this topic, because these are hot topics. But sorry.
You're communicating well. It's okay.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
That you believe these things. You don't know these things because if you had evidence for them, then you would know.
Correct.
Okay. Do you think that you can quantify how much you can trust your belief from 1 to 100?
Yeah, sure. We can pick any number. You can do 1 to 10 if you like. Would you like me to do it? Sorry.
Yeah.
It was kind of implied in the question.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I heard you guys had technical difficulties earlier. I didn't know. Sorry. I'll answer the question. 10 or 100, whatever. Max 100%.
So you have 100 confidence that your belief is accurate.
I have full faith, but there's room for interpretation.
What does that mean?
It would be hard to shake my faith. I have bad days, hard days, I guess you should say, where I'm not always at 100 or 100%.
If I were to rephrase this question to say 100 out of 100 is complete confidence, knowledge, and 1 out of 100 is maybe a hope, maybe 50 out of 100 is, or maybe 20 out of 100 is suspect, but not convinced. At what point do you think you would be? If
Which one was the hope?
Between.
What number was hope?
I don't know. What I'm
okay, I got you. All right.
I'm trying to suggest is instead of seeing belief and knowledge as completely separate, can you look at them as a continuum of how much confidence you can place in the faith, in the belief, or in the knowing?
Yeah, that's going to take some thought on my part. Give me a second, and let me get back to you. Because as I said, it's a roller coaster sometimes. Sometimes you're left like today. I wouldn't say is 100. Today I would say is an 80.
What makes today different?
I've been on TikTok for a while, going around the Christian debate channels and whatnot, and maybe I ran into some financial issue, stress. These things are trials, I believe. They test the faith.
What about those things test your faith exactly? Do they contradict? So I should let you answer.
No, you're fine. It's okay. I don't mind. It's fine to talk like this.
Do they contradict? Like when you have financial difficulties, does that not fit?
It's just sometimes you ask yourself, why me? I guess I don't want to like a pity party. Why me? Be like, oh gosh, what is this about? Like, what is the purpose? And I can't say it contradicts because remember, we go back to the metaphorical sense of the Bible. And so if you went literal on the Bible, I'm just like, I got it made, compared to some other things in there.
Do you say why me when good things happen to you?
In a different way, a more positive sense. Like, oh wow, how could I get so lucky?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I lean towards it. I could give you an explanation of what brought me to the faith. The studying happened when I was younger, back and forth, while I was incarcerated, and questioning, well, why am I here? I was unfairly, it was unjust why I was incarcerated, and then came out, and I said, even though I probably shouldn't have, morally and whatnot in society, I guess, a good civil person. And I just seem to have gotten so lucky, it seems like. And so it just, and trials and tribulations continued to happen. And I kept getting, like, I would beg and pray for forgiveness and, or not forgiveness, sorry, help see me through. And I'd be able to get through. And then I feel like I'm in a spot most of the time where I don't deserve to be. So sometimes it's, whoa, how did I get here? Or like, oh, why me? Woe is the world. Or other times it's like, how is this even possible that I got this far?
Does it seem just?
Fair? Righteous?
Is that what you take just to mean?
Yeah, I think so. That's how I initially interpreted it. And it does sometimes it doesn't, on either side, high end, low end. The high end, actually, most of the time, it doesn't seem fair.
Do you view God as just, as fair?
I try never to question that.
Why would you not question that?
Because the POV of a human, I can try to empathize with it being a human. The POV of a
Wait, I thought you said you believe in the Bible, read the Bible.
Yeah, I do.
What do the Psalms say?
Remember, I'm not that well versed. You can give me some, though. I remember some.
Oh, I mean, there's just plenty of anguish and critique of God. And sure, there's praise, but there's anger and
questioning.
Yeah, totally. Lots of questions. Yeah, Lamentations. Where the heck are you? You know, not you, but like that's what the question is. Literally, where are you?
I question that. Like, maybe I do. Maybe I am questioning if he's fair. I don't. Maybe I'm questioning my belief right now.
Isn't that the most fair question? Like, if
it's a great question.
What?
But you said you wouldn't question it.
Right now, I'm questioning if I've ever questioned it when I thought I didn't question it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
What benefit did it have to say that you didn't question it then so confidently and quickly that you don't question it? Just don't.
No one's ever questioned me like this.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a response that you gave, and I'm wondering about the story you told yourself in that moment that sort of brought forth that particular response.
Oh, okay. Because I'm definitely not going to do blasphemy against the Lord.
What is blasphemy?
That's when you're putting down.
Sorry?
Putting down God. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Take it.
Sorry?
Can God take a little bit of critique and anguish and put down?
No, that's a big one. You shouldn't be doing blasphemy. That's unforgivable.
Are you aware that God was put on trial at Auschwitz?
Sorry. I wasn't aware God was ever.
God was found guilty.
He was.
Yeah, God was found guilty.
In your opinion, I'll listen.
Yeah, no, it's not my opinion. I wasn't there.
Neither was I.
Why would you want to worship a god that can't be critiqued or
I will say
questioned?
this: you guys have succeeded in your mission. You guys have questioned my own. You made me question my own self about what I thought about
Fucking beautiful.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Did I
Yeah.
say something?
No, you guys all did together. You guys collectively came together, worked together, and you guys weren't condescending. And you made me.
I think Kat was trying to ask another question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not. Am I being rude? I'm sorry.
Why would you want to worship a god that cannot be questioned or critiqued?
You know, I think we went about as far as I'm comfortable with on this now.
I understand, Monmouth. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Take care.
Yeah, I appreciate you questioning and being honest with the answers. And I hope that if you find more answers or if you want to come back and let us know where those questions lead to, we'll definitely want to question that as well.
You did a good job. Sorry for going one too far. Didn't mean to.
You did all right. You did question.
He did do great, and apparently I took it one too far.
I think it's good to push the envelope, you know. And he set his boundary, and everybody was respectful. And I honestly wanted to apologize to you for just over speaking you. So
Every people just said
something like that. We didn't hear most of that, Kat, but yeah, it is good to set boundaries.
Perfect.
Hello, Carter. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh shit, I didn't even know I joined. My bad. I was just listening.
Yeah, no worries. I'll set you down. But if you do want to question your beliefs, go ahead and request back up. Same goes with anyone else who has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, we're not here to debate you or argue with you. We're not interested in you proving your God or us disproving it. We want to know if you can question what it is that you believe. And if you can, well then why do you believe it? Hello, man after God. Mike, just a little.
I'm 40. Is that better?
No, you're still very, very close to the microphone. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
Which God?
I believe it. I believe in the one true God, Yahweh.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe every story within it to be true and literal?
Yes. Even though personally it has been a very hard journey to believe everything. And I've understand that it is that what makes us human. And that's what makes us.
Why do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Why is the best question. Even though I wasn't there, are a little bit of fantasy, but most of them are literal stories from past.
Do you believe the 6-day creation?
Yes.
Why do you believe in that?
I asked myself that one time, and I kind of went down this rabbit hole, this mathematical reasoning of how many years there are in a light year, and it was a very interesting line of questioning I went down, but it made sense.
What was the question I just asked you?
Can you repeat it so I make sure I understand? Because I went on my own direction, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Why do you believe in the creation?
I have no way other to disprove it. Everything I've studied shows it to be true.
Everything you've studied shows it to be true. What have you studied that shows the six-day creation to be true?
Matter cannot be destroyed or created.
I thought that was the story of a god creating things. How can a god create things if they can't be created?
So that's the ultimate question, right?
No. It's just the question that follows the response you just gave. It's only one of many.
Yeah. So then that leads to, if matter cannot be exist outside of matter, that he can create that matter that cannot be destroyed or created.
I'm sorry. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever anymore. First off, what gives you the idea that matter can't be destroyed or created?
Right. I'll simplify it. So God can exist outside of the matter. Right. So that's simplified, right?
No, you're not simplifying anything. You're just kind of reiterating what you said in the last sentence and ignoring the question I asked.
Right.
If you are going to quote a scientific law, should you not know what the entire statement is?
Go ahead.
That was a question. I asked you a question.
I just kind of that's what I got from the statement was you're asking me, do I understand?
No. I'm asking you if you think it would be useful to know the entire law, the entire statement, if you're going to quote it.
No.
No, it wouldn't be. Okay. Well, I think that in this case it definitely is, because that law of thermodynamics is matter cannot be created nor destroyed in a closed system. Very important part that people always leave out.
That would be energy.
Oh, it's energy, actually, yeah. You're right. It's energy. Either way, in a closed system. Is the universe a closed system?
I don't know. I'm not that scientifically involved.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you believe that the scientific laws that you're kind of misstating are explaining why you believe in the creation story of Genesis? Because it doesn't feel like they are.
To me, they do, because it shows that if the God that is spoken about in the Bible is above the matter and still influences the matter to create itself, even though it cannot be created.
But you're just kind of create itself. So then why would you try to make that make sense?
Because that's what I've discovered that God, the Bible does. He makes things that doesn't make sense make sense.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You didn't make it make sense. You made it something that made sense make less sense by adding God to it. Why would you do that?
It's my very broken understanding of something I really don't understand, but my best understanding of it.
Okay. So your best understanding of some of this science and the Bible comes together in this way where God doesn't have to make sense because he just kind of does stuff. Somebody's got an echo. Sorry, it's kind of distracting. Does it make sense then? So, do you think that you would then use that, the God not making sense thing, to excuse away contradictions and errors within the Bible? It's just God making things that made sense not make sense.
The contradictions in the Bible, you mean?
Yeah, you said you've read it.
Yes. So I've never found a contradiction in the version of the Bible I read.
What version?
And I've read it a couple 100 times at least.
Sure, what version is that?
The Message.
Did you just say the Message, like Eugene Peterson's Message?
Yes. It's not the perfect version, but I don't believe there's such thing as perfection.
What? Why? Somebody else.
Can you quote Genesis 1:1 from the version you're reading? Do you know it by heart?
Go for it.
No, I'm asking you out of your version. Can you quote for us Genesis 1:1?
In the beginning, there was. You want to keep going?
No, because I thought Genesis 1:1 and the Message was first this: God created the heavens and the earth. All you see, all you don't see. Earth was isn't that the Message? First this, God created the heavens and the earth. All you see, all you don't see. Earth was a soup of nothingness, a bottomless emptiness, an inky blackness. God's spirit brooded like a bird above the watery abyss.
Huh. I guess mine's a little bit different.
Oh, so not the Message.
Huh.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of how to. Have you heard? I'm having a really hard time. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Philly. It's strange that you said that you read the Message. You said that your Genesis 1:1 was
Yeah, I notated it.
You notated it.
I took wrote a little note above it, said in the beginning. Above it.
I feel like we're talking about different books.
No, I'm telling you that I
You wrote in the
above
beginning.
Above chapter 1:1, I wrote in the beginning.
What language is the original text in?
Hebrew and Greek.
The Christian Bible, it's in Greek, but the original text is in Hebrew, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the first word in Hebrew by any chance?
No, I've not gone that far into it.
So would you be curious? What would you think if, let me ask you this. I would personally translate it very similar to Thrayle's translation. I actually really like Thrayle's translation. Create heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were formless and void.
Yes.
How does that differ qualitatively from in the beginning, God created heaven and earth?
How does it differ?
What's the difference between those two statements?
One, to me, shows there was a void before, and one shows the creation.
Yeah. What, how might that alter one's theology?
How might that, I'm just making sure I understand the question.
Yeah. Okay. So a void, an unknown amount of time prior to this beginning thing versus a definitive moment of beginning. How might that change one's theology?
Okay, now I understand. I guess for me, personally, and I'm just not speaking for all Christians at all when I say this, it doesn't change anything, because before there was no time. God created time. God created the space. God created the matter. But before that, there wasn't anything. It was just God.
That's exactly
Why
the
did
point.
you?
There was. Hold on. Sorry, Everlast. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Just if the. Okay, great. So we got when versus in the, right? When
Yeah.
God began to create and in the. We've got those
Yeah.
two things. We agree that there's a difference in the way in which the timeline is mapped out. One has infinity going in both directions. That's the void. That's the when God began to create. It's a point on a timeline that has no distinct end and no distinct beginning.
Yes.
In the beginning indicates a vector. It has a beginning point with a line going in the positive until this very moment, and until infinity potential, right? The next line is if in when God began to create, it is when God began to create heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were formless and void. As opposed to, how does your Bible read it?
Because it's, give me a second.
To Thrale's point, they have to be there because it's just how the text is. I mean, it's not.
Well, no, there are some translations that try to rectify it. NIV, ESV.
There's so many translations. That's why I kind of try to stick with one. It's like I had to think about it. Like,
oh yeah. So how does your Bible translate verse 2?
like
MSG.
I think you're kind of going the right way. For me, it just says there was an endless time, because we don't know that time before the beginning, before God created.
In your MSG from Genesis 1, you said you hand wrote a note. What did you have written? What is printed on the page where it says
Bottom sodium glutamate?
Oh, Rob.
I love MSG.
MSG is the abbreviation for his translation.
Yes.
The message.
Yes.
Also the abbreviation for some of the tastiest tastes of all time.
Mm.
And an excellent music venue. Well,
it's like the synchronicity of Chinese food.
Yes. And of course the gematria of MSG. I'm just kidding.
Oh. Were we able to? Why?
He might not know that we can't hear him.
Hang on, Rav, because Philly was still talking.
Yeah, just so you know, man, after we can't hear you when you're teacupped, when you're off app. Were we able to get an answer to the question that I couldn't get out?
The one, why the MSG?
Why? Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Why is that considered the most reliable translation?
Oh no, definitely I wouldn't say from at all. It's just a translation that I've chosen.
Why?
Why? It's a little easier to read. It's a little bit more structured. It's a little bit more. Here's A, B, C, and D.
Do you
Why
know
did you feel? Billy, go ahead.
Do you know the history of how the message came to be?
No.
Eugene Peterson was trying to help the scripture be more understandable, more palatable to his children. Do you know how scholars generally refer to the message in a way that is different than as a translation?
How so?
It's often referred to more as a commentary than as a translation. Do you know why that would be the case?
Why?
Because it's not literal in the same way. It's not translated so much as it is explaining the concepts, expounding on the concepts often in his own words.
And And if you're trying to ask, does that take away from the Bible's meaning? Or I feel like there's a follow-up question that you're afraid to ask there. So I'm asking it for you. And if that's the question, no.
Do you think that a commentary is as reliable as a translation?
As reliable as a translation. It's still delivering the same thing. It's just written differently from a different perspective, but it still does.
I'm sure it's delivering the same thing.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that's why I've personally gone through the version of the message I have and kind of put my own little commentary and like off to the margin, put off like, hey, this is what this word really is saying over here. Because I've gone into a little bit of syntax and gone into like, what was the word really there? Because it made more sense for me. It's like, okay. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Sorry, there's nothing wrong with what?
Making syntax or notes in the Bible?
Of course not. Of course not. Is there perhaps a translation that would give you more accurate meaning than the method?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Probably yes. I just haven't found it yet.
What is the question here? The question is that a priority for you to have the most reliable version of the text?
Something that's in English, it would be nice. I mean, because I've done enough study and enough looking around to find like people, I wouldn't say people, but books, companies that have taken the whole Greek Bible and Aramaic Bible and translated it into English.
So, is it just about readability for you?
No, because I don't speak and I don't read those languages, so it needs to be, in a language I can understand.
Do you think that a good translation is important, and what do you value in a translation? And perhaps, is there a reason why people make translation choices such as these? That's 3 questions. That's too many questions.
Let's just do one at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So the first question, I would say, translations are out there for people to discover how they read the best.
What's the goal of the text? I'm so sorry. I guess there's a pre-question. What is the goal of the Bible?
To get to know God. It's his literal word to you, personalized.
Where do you get that from?
where did I get what I just said?
Where does that idea come from? That, like, is that in the Bible?
No.
Oh. So where does that understanding of that's the role of the Bible? The role of the Bible is to get to know God.
Yeah.
But that's not written in the Bible. So
No.
where does that idea come from? And wouldn't, I don't know, wouldn't, where do you get that idea from, I guess?
It's something that one of my preachers current preacher has said to me in one of his studies by reading the word. And the more you read it, the more you discover his nature.
What was the question that you were answering there, man, after?
Where did I get the idea that the Bible is how you get to know God?
And you're saying that information came from your preacher?
Yes.
Is it possible that the Bible says anything else about what its purpose is? Or has any other commentary about what its own purpose is or what its own rhetorical goals are?
I think it does, but it doesn't say it outright. It doesn't say, it does not a single line that says, this is the purpose of this book. It doesn't say that word for word.
Are there certain themes that come up that might indicate certain analogies or analogs?
Mm-hmm.
And what would some of those be?
Love is a big one. Forgiveness, mercy, condemnation or judgment, sacrifice. That's just some.
Nice. What is the applicability of those sorts of things? And I guess in a way that is uniquely from the Bible or from your religion?
I would definitely say that judgment and love and mercy have been uniquely for me.
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, I experience love. I'm sure that other people on this panel experience or have experienced love. And they do so without the Bible. What makes your experience unique?
For me, it's been like a combination of two things, love and mercy. That.
I didn't hear that last couple.
For me, it's been uniquely two words wrapped in one.
love and mercy wrapped in one word.
Okay, I mean, that's not really answering the question, though. I mean, like, first of all, that's still two words. I think what you mean is like a bundle, like
Yes.
merciful love or something like that, or loving mercy or something like that, loveful mercy or something. But that's not really. There's no. I think, like, I don't know. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I'm. What do you mean by mercy? I guess.
Mercy for when I've done things that I know I should have been punished for.
Into the police, like, did somebody still get harmed? Did you make restitution for those sorts of things, or did you just get away with it?
No. Neither. I should have been punished for what I did.
So you got away with it, is what you're saying.
Because of mercy.
I'm sorry. Are you saying, like, you got a traffic ticket and, like, they let you off easy? Or are you saying that, like, you robbed a liquor store and got away with it?
No. Like,
you don't have to be specific. I'm just saying, like,
more like
when
the
you
first
say you
one.
should have been punished, are you saying you should have been punished in the court of law?
More like you're saying right now, yes.
And there's a thing that says, if you wrong someone, when you discover that you wrong them, which implies that you could wrong them on purpose or you could wrong someone unintentionally, that you should pay restitution, and when you do so, you should increase the restitution by 20%.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I guess when you're saying mercy, like when you're saying you should have been punished, all I'm hearing is I didn't pay restitution.
Think of more like a speeding ticket, that instead of a speeding ticket, like a warning, more like that.
Okay. All right. I think I've also experienced leniency, and I probably don't read the Bible the same way you do. I guess that's my point. Like, in what way is love and mercy unique in your perspective than the love and mercy that everyone else on this panel?
For me, I guess it's perspective leave. I know I should have gotten that ticket I'm talking about, but because of my driving record, I should have gotten that ticket. But there was mercy shown.
Wait, did I get the right example? Like, did I guess the right example?
Yeah. And you say...
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wait, was it actually a traffic ticket?
Yes.
Oh, good God.
Amazing. That's amazing.
And it's not, and it wasn't just
the mercy of God.
Because the officer told me ticket, but in their own words, he said there's just something that said don't. He said that exactly.
And so, because the officer said that he felt like he shouldn't write you a ticket, then therefore it was the mercy of God.
Can't make sense of it any other way. Yeah.
Holy shit. You really can't make sense of that any other way.
How else would you explain it?
You can't imagine that the officer just said those words, had no divine experience, but just said, I felt like not giving you it.
This is
Did he
not the
actually?
speeder you're looking for.
Right. You actually think that God intervened to prevent an officer from giving you a traffic ticket for something that you did as a mercy? That is the mercy of God.
It's an example. It's a very poor example, but yeah.
And you can't imagine that the officer had any other reason to be compelled not to feel maybe he shouldn't or didn't want to.
I mean, they had all right to. They had no reason not to.
Could he have used that phrase when he meant his pity, his empathy, or his compassion?
I mean, without going into it, I mean, just the again, I'll say it like, looking at the driving record, there was clear evidence of like, okay, this guy's not a really good driver. He's got multiple, and definitely was breaking the law. Definitely should have gotten a ticket. And says himself that.
Why?
Go ahead, Kat.
Why is your speeding ticket more worthy of God's mercy than? I mean, I could just start rattling things off, but you get what I'm trying to say, right?
I mean, no. It's.
I found my watch earlier.
It's definitely not. My speeding ticket wasn't worth anything to God.
In this way, why did you deserve that? Why did you deserve to not get that speeding ticket more than people don't deserve to starve or whatever? Why is that how God chose to show his mercy?
And there goes the humanity. That's the human in us. I know that's not very plain.
I don't think it's an answer that follows the question. Man after God, I appreciate you being up here. We did run a poll, and we're going to go ahead and move on. But I hope that you can... Oh, he left on his own. Okay. I hope that you can quit him.
And that infuriates me. Oh, I didn't get a speeding ticket, so God is merciful.
I don't know. I think he should give the song "Thank You God" a listen. I know I go back to it often, but
What's
at least
the name
Sam's
of that
mom
artist?
got her cataracts cured. That's way
Little
more than
bit
a
more
speeding
meaningful.
ticket.
Yeah.
He's brilliant. I love that guy.
Oh, I do too. do have a few people in the queue, but there's a good chance that they're ghosts. So if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue or prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, that is what the fuck we're talking about. Oops. Got stuck on the wrong background for a moment. Hello, Rebecca. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Rebecca, did you mean to join us? I see you typed your age in chat, but if you're going to be on panel, I mean, why not speak in voice?
Huh.
Okay. Well, we'll move on. Thank you, though. Hope you are asking questions. And another ghost gone. Oh, that's... She says it, or they say they're sick and try again another time. But if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and hit one of those boxes up there. We're not here to tear you down or make you question what it is that you believe, hold true, claim to know.
I have questions.
What questions?
Do those on panel, how do you all see the connection, if there is one, between belief and knowledge?
An understanding.
You're a very quiet cat.
Sorry.
You're very
I
muffled.
have. Right. Thank you.
Much better.
I have an understanding that knowledge is a type of belief, but I kind of categorize them as two different things in my head. I have a hard time with the word belief. Like I have a hard time saying I believe in anything because that implies to me that there's not evidence or not sufficient evidence for the thing. And if there's not sufficient evidence, then why should I believe it?
I've always understood knowledge as a subset of belief, kind of from classical philosophy. I think that's where I derive that. I think they are. There's some overlap there. I tend to think that everybody holds some kind of belief as a placeholder for what we can't, know, for certainty. We can place confidence in an idea and kind of have an attitude towards a proposition that isn't necessarily based in what we can prove, but what helps us understand something. And I think, I don't know if they're necessary, but I think that they are, common. I think everybody has them to a degree.
I made a Venn diagram. Oh, sorry, Thrayle.
I was just going to say, everyone has acceptances of something, attitudes towards propositions. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, what was your Venn diagram, Rav?
Essentially, that faith, the overlap of faith and knowledge is belief, and the overlap of belief and understanding is knowledge, and the overlap between knowledge and wisdom is understanding. What's that?
I said, are you making an Olympics logo?
Yeah, you want to see it? I have pictures.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. I'll put it in the Discord. How about that?
That'd be great. Put it in the source material channel.
You got it.
Hell yeah.
The fact that you would consider that a source is very kind and generous.
Well, people refer to the source material channel for whatever they're
That's fair.
referencing.
Belief, knowledge, understanding, wisdom. In that order?
I think so.
Progression. Okay.
I struggle with the wisdom thing because that feels like extremely subjective. But I do think that is. Yeah, I think that's like literally the most subjective possible thing. Yeah, the way that I was defining those things is faith is, what do they call that? Without evidence or whatever. Belief is, I think, an experiential sort of perspective on things that is not necessarily founded in facts, could be founded in, and then understanding or knowledge, excuse me, like some people knew that people still claim that they know that the earth is flat. They're wrong, but they claim to know that, and I think sometimes they really do, like, quote unquote, know that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think understanding requires epistemic humility, and that requires, like, you can have knowledge.
Get to the new guest, but I do want to talk more about this. I'm really curious. But Thrayle the Disciple is just joining us, and I need his age for TikTok TOS.
28.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
You know what? Thrayle can mind read.
That's fascinating.
I don't mind read. It's called having discernment.
Thrayle knows.
So I'm like, if you're here for a magic,
you have a lot of echo, a whole lot. So maybe don't cup the microphone speaker area of your phone, or
is this better?
Some headphones. Nope, it sounds exactly the same. Lots of echo.
I wonder why. Let me see.
Into the mic. I'm gonna have a few questions for you, but already it seems like we're off on a foot of disrespect. So I'd like to make sure that we don't go too far down that road.
Well,
you're not my enemy.
That's
what you want.
Thrayle has claimed in the comments to know that I never put my faith in God. that I don't know how Trey would know that except for being able to be a mind reader.
Man, it's called having discernment. It's not reading your...
Can you tell me what discernment is, Trey?
When the Holy Spirit speaks to you.
When the Holy Spirit speaks to you, what is a spirit?
God.
God is spirit.
Do you have a spirit, Trey?
I'm reborn again.
Do only those that born again have spirits?
But those who do not have their spirits active again, they're living in their flesh.
So I can live in the flesh and I can have a spirit.
Oh, you don't have the Holy Spirit yet.
You said God is spirit, and you said people can have spirit.
He is. Absolutely he is. He created you to have a spirit so that way you can be reborn again with them. But you're not
Trey, shut up. Stop speaking over her. Let her finish her questions.
Sure, go ahead.
You said God is spirit. Is spirit God?
I want you to literally go back to what I just answered.
Into this person.
No, I don't think he knows how to be respectful. So
just being honest. I mean, if you're trying to gaslight me, it's not going to work.
So honest that you are going to say who and what I am without ever having met me before. Is that true, Trey?
Discernment. Yep.
Do you know what bearing false witness is?
But I know what discernment is. I know what the truth is.
How? How do you know?
Again, God speaks, man. Go back to him. Get in a relationship.
He's not actually here to question his beliefs. He's here to preach, disrespect, talk over, and be a shining beacon for God. That's how God makes you act, Trey. That's very sad. Yeah, we removed you because you're not here in good faith. Read the prompt. No belief in the God or God's higher power or something like that, then go ahead and request on up. Because I'm not here to be your pulpit. I'm not here to be convinced. I'm here to see if you can question, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Oh, it's our fault we didn't request up if they can question their beliefs.
Even though it's literally right there on the board.
Yeah, it literally says it on the screen, and also we say it every, 90 seconds when there isn't a guest up here.
Why is he requesting back up? That seems absolutely ridiculous. You're not here in good faith.
Kat, was he on the panel? Did he get on the panel with us the other night? And he didn't last long?
I think so. He looks familiar, and if it wasn't here, it'd have to be there. That's the only two places I usually am.
I'm right that he's not here in good faith. Good. Good to know, Trey. That's really sad. Way to wander around misrepresenting your God.
I absolutely agree with you, Sheikh. Your comment about not understanding if their goal is to be convincing, why they would act disrespectfully. It's not winsome for Christ in any way, shape, or form.
I just almost accidentally booted Thrayle. My phone screen froze, and I hit it, and then I hit it right, it was frozen on your thing. I hit the disconnect. I was like, no, don't do that, don't do that. That would have been funny, but don't do that.
it wouldn't be the first time. I mean, it would have been yours, but it wouldn't be the first time a mod has removed me. Would it, Philly?
I don't.
But if anybody does have a belief in God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, we're not here to boot you down. We're not here to remove you. We're here to question you to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Witnessing to witness now.
I needed the laugh. Thank you.
We are up to 75,000 likes, which is amazing. I really appreciate all of you tapping the screen. But I imagine we could probably break 100K within the hour if all 98 of us tap just a little bit. There are some very interesting comments. Definite believers in the comments. How many of you can actually question what it is you claim is true? Or do you just come to the chat to preach and proselytize? To try to convince others that you have it all figured out? Can you actually question your certainty? Hello, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, sir, 36.
And how do I say your name?
Sukayu Oka.
Sukayu Oka? Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I guess you could call it higher power.
What do you mean by higher power?
Well, I kind of believe, like, when I think about God, I put a lot of thought in, I guess, like a God head shoes. Like, if I was infinite.
I'm sorry, God head shoes?
Yeah, like if I could put myself in God's shoes, you know what I mean? Like,
okay.
Think about.
I thought his head was wearing shoes.
No. So, like, if I could, like, you know, try to imagine and I could do anything I wanted, you know, like, what would I do? And I kind of just came to a point to where I would probably spread out my consciousness as much as I could between, like, individual beings and experience life infinitely in a finite way.
Mm-hmm. So, just to clarify, you imagined what you would do as a god if you were a god, and you assumed that a god did what you would do.
Just one that makes sense.
Why do you assume that God would do what you imagine you would do?
It's just an assumption, just a belief. Like,
right. I'm asking why you believe it.
Why do I believe it? I don't know. I guess it just makes this existence make sense in a way. Like, you know what I mean?
The God is spreading out its consciousness and creating this existence. How does that make sense?
You almost like to experience itself, like, you know, maybe escape boredom.
Why do you assume that there is some entity that exists to want to experience itself in that way?
I don't really believe that time exists. So I kind of think like time is linear. So, you know, it exists for us because we're finite. So when you think about like the universe and everything in existence, you know, why would you not? Like why
do you assume there's a mind there beyond this existence that is lonely enough? If there's no time, how long was it? Why would you assume that there's something there without time that's feeling lonely for like no period of time, enough so that it in no period of time creates all of existence to experience itself, which is somehow outside of this creation. So it's not really experiencing itself then, is it?
I would define it as being part of it. Like existing inside of you.
There's suddenly a very loud echo. Did you just like cut the microphone or something?
Can you hear me? Is it still there?
Yeah, well, it's not as bad. Really quickly, I'm going to speak past you. I got to thank both Sidesing, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Ms. Bear, Cat the Witch, and Everlasting Godstopper for help. Echo was extremely distracting and it threw off everything. Do you remember what the question was?
No, I don't.
Why do you assume that there is something there wanting to experience itself when the self it's experiencing is not it, but this existence?
Why would I assume that?
Yes. Why do you make these assumptions?
Oh, why do I? I don't know. I guess it's just kind of like something to do when, you know, to pass time. Just think about like, you know, things that, you know, like deeper things, have deeper thoughts and kind of just like digest, you know, existence, digest why is there like, why even are we having this conversation and what's the point of it all? Is there a point of it all? You know what I mean? I feel like that's normal to do. Maybe you don't do it. I don't know, but I'd imagine you do because you have this live. So why do any of us ask those kind of questions?
Right. I'm not asking why you ask the questions. Why do you make the assumptive leaps that there is something there trying to experience itself when the experience that the consciousness is having is not it?
So because I don't really like a certain that I would, you know, that's something that makes sense to me personally. I don't really like try to indoctrinate anybody or get anybody to be like, hey, this is the right way.
I understand that you're not trying to indoctrinate. I'm just trying to question why you believe what you believe, like the prompt says.
Oh, why? I mean, it's just boredom, really. Like, it's just something to think about, something cool to, just a conversation to have.
So it's more of a conversational piece than an actual conviction that this is what is.
Yeah, I think anybody that is like can be sure of the unsure is kind of sketch to me. Like, it's just something that I kind of like to have conversations about it though, because it's like cool to get other people's perspective, like what they think about my perspective, and it's just a good conversation. Good conversation starter other than just conversation.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Sukulu. I appreciate you answering the ones that you have. Does anybody else have any questions for this guest before we move on?
Yeah. I was wondering, so when you made the comment earlier that if you were, if you were this God, this timeless being, what would you do? And you said that you would, split your consciousness up in all these individual. What exactly is it that this God is you think is looking to experience that it can't experience any other way than through little fractal individual subjective experiences?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like the reason why, us as people like play video games is to experience something that we normally don't get to experience. And like, how could, and like, multi-dimensional, all-powerful, being that where time doesn't exist, there's no beginning, no end. How could it, like, when you think about it like that, like how could it experience anything in that state other than just being? You know what I mean?
Do you understand, real quick, do you understand why it might be a little confusing to call something an all-powerful being that can't do something?
Well, exactly, it can, and that's why I did. You know what I mean?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
But you're saying it can only experience this through
only like in that moment in time, right? So like this would be its way of experiencing it, experiencing in general. It's kind of like almost to strip the power away from itself, you know what I mean, and almost strip like the memory of who it and an evolution, something that it probably couldn't, or something that it probably in a natural state. I guess it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain like an all powerful natural, like an all powerful being. So I guess the best way to explain it is like in its natural state, it would be all knowing, all powerful, all have all the answers, and so in order to maybe make it less boring, or it would, like me personally, individual or whatever you want to call it, choose, it would be a cool experiment, something to do.
So this being that you're describing, it doesn't sound like it was experiencing a perfect existence if it can experience something like boredom.
I don't think perfection exists. You know what I mean? I'm just for, using like this, I would think like the ultimate creator can create anything, but I don't think that that would strip it away from emotion or being of existence. I think being of existence you would have to feel opinion.
Well, it sounds to me then this this is just based on what I've heard you say in this short conversation. It sounds to me that you are injecting a lot of human perception into this idea of a timeless being.
Yeah, I mean,
like by making it emotional, by making it bored, by making it need to experience something that there seems to be a lot of anthropomorphization of this idea of a god that you've got.
I don't disagree.
Okay, I mean, it wasn't so much a question; it was just an observation. I just kind of wanted to see what your reaction to that is.
Is it possible that you are injecting yourself into a concept of what could be God?
Yeah, that's 100% what I'm doing. Yeah.
Oh, you are doing. Cool.
Well.
Does it matter to you if God is real?
I have children and family and a career, and life's pretty dope, and I'm here while I'm here. I don't really see the point of worrying about, really, other than like boredom moments like this, during the holidays where I don't really have to work and I don't really got much going on. Like, I don't really see like the point of it all. Like, there was times when I was younger, when I was searching for answers and stuff like that, it was more important to me. But at this point in my life, there's really like hope and, have a faith, for lack of a better term.
So if it was proven to you that no gods exist, that everything just was as it appears to be, and that it infinitely had always been in some form or another, would that change the way you live your life?
Would it change the way no. No.
Or are you?
Oh, just could there be a reason in the future to have the faith?
Could there be some reason in the future for the idea of a God to be important to you again?
I don't. What do you mean by important? I guess.
Well, you said that it doesn't matter if God exists or not now.
Yeah, I guess if the only like in life in the moment, no, but I guess like maybe if I died and God wanted to talk to me, if that was a possibility, then yeah, in that moment it'd be important.
I guess I'm thinking like funerals or,
Death doesn't really scare me because you can't experience death. Like, when you're dead, and like
you said that word a little less on TikTok.
Oh, sorry. Unaliving doesn't really scare me because I don't really moment. So I don't really know. And like, okay, worst case scenario, I'm experienced that, so who cares? And then like other scenario, like I'm unalive and there's God and I meet my creator, then okay, that's cool too. Like I don't really know, and do the best that they can for the people that they love and care about, and try to change the world for the better. And I mean, that's really all you can do. I don't really see the point of investing so much time into something that you make other than conversation.
I see.
Yeah. It's cool for conversation. Like, it's one of my favorite conversational pieces is to talk about, like...
But you kind of don't hold any conviction that a God exists. It's not that it does exist in your mind. It's that you kind of, in the way that it might have sparked or spread its consciousness out and experiences itself.
So my thought process is, like, if God was real, why would God be real, and why would things be the way that they are?
So not that you feel a God is real.
Yeah. Well, I think God in general is kind of out of...
Let me ask you a different line of questions here, just real quick before we move on. And quick reminder to everybody watching, if you do have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question, and then, what is it and why. But, what do you think might convince you that a God does exist?
What could convince me? I guess that would either God would have to show oneself or like to be 100% because I'm open-minded, so I wouldn't say that God doesn't exist or that God does exist. So for me, that's kind of a hard question to answer. Doesn't like convict me to say he doesn't, or I mean, not even he, but to say God doesn't exist or God does exist, like whatever God is, if God is real. So I guess I wouldn't really be, I'm not really too worried about it. Like, like if God showed, oneself to me and for some reason wanted to talk to me, and then I would, or have some kind of relationship with me, then I'd be open to it.
If a God did verify its existence to you, would you worship it just by nature of it existing, or would you need something more?
Worship? Worship. I don't think a God would want you to worship. I don't think like a real God that, like, because in my eyes, like a God would be all powerful, all knowing, all blah, blah, blah. Like I don't see what kind of power it would get from me worshiping it, or why it would even want me to worship it. I think maybe like it would want to have a relationship with me, which would be cool, I guess. Like, that would be kind of cool. Pick God's brain and ask all the questions that you're kind of asking me, or people ask in general, like why and what was the reason behind the way you did things and the way you're doing things. And, it would be a cool conversation.
The question was really, though, would you worship it just for existing?
No. I don't think that makes any sense. Not for me.
Could you think of what kind of God you might want to worship?
Worship? No.
Or respect, or venerate.
Respect. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I respect. I have a lot. Like, I respect all living things.
Right, but what kind of God would you want to pay respect to or venerate?
I guess if God was real, I would want to pay respect to a God that created me, like I pay respect to my parents. In that way, I guess.
Okay, Sukula, I appreciate you being here. I really do. I don't think I have any more questions. I hope that you keep asking questions when the mood strikes, and maybe if you find some firmer answers, you'll come back and we'll want to question those too.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever will, but yeah, if I do, for sure.
Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, you have a good one.
Take care. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or go ahead and request on it. We're not here to debate you or argue or make you look like a fool. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? Well,
I may have been too confrontational with
the previous guest.
the mind reader.
Yeah.
From the get-go.
That's all right. He was already condescending, and I think he was here for confrontation too. Can try again another time. And if anyone
I'm trying.
else... Oh, go ahead, Kat.
I was just gonna say, I'm trying so.
I heard trying so hard. Something about the comments, I'm betting.
Oh.
Oh, there you are again.
I'm trying so hard to give grace in the comment section, and they are fighting me every step of the way. And just be cool, guys. Just be cool.
Well, but the kingdom of God awaits. The glory of the divine could be yours, Kat.
Perfect.
Oh,
Thank you.
I've tried so hard with that one because I just could not believe what I was hearing.
First this, God created the heavens and the earth. All you see, all you don't see. Earth was a soup of nothingness, a bottomless emptiness, an inky blackness. God's spirit brooded like a bird above the watery abyss. What the fuck?
Well, it was obviously not a soup, it was a sandwich, so already incorrect. Starting out wrong.
No, Cat, no.
God spoke light, separated light from dark. God named the light day. He named the dark night. It was evening, it was morning, day one. God spoke
Billy?
sky in the middle of the waters. Separate water from water. God made sky. It's like C-Spot Run.
Billy, the amount of self-control I exercised to not say that when he read it the first time was, like, painful almost. So, it had to be said this time.
Good job, Kat.
I'm doing my best over here.
She is in the queue. Do you want
I
to?
saw that. Yeah, she can come up, yeah. She's probably gonna preach at us, though.
Oh. Rebecca said that I have evil attached to me. Evil entities. Dark entities.
Evil dark entities.
Oh, you're the person the comment section's picking on this week, apparently.
They all say that Philly's evil. Oh, she did say there was something. I remember that. Rebecca, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, so Rebecca didn't really want to speak.
No, she still has a...
Damn.
I took that away.
I mean, oh darn. Well, maybe another time, Rebecca. You can comment next time we go live.
Damn. I mean, oh darn.
Well, I didn't want to give off any religious connotation.
Oh, that was...
Fiddlesticks.
Goodness.
God's a higher power, or anything like that. Go ahead and request out. We don't want to burgle your God.
Susie Blue says... Susie Blue says evil entities have silenced her tongue.
Were you an evil entity too, Kat?
Well, I mean, no, she just ignored me. She just acted like I didn't exist, which, I mean, fair, I guess, but not also. If I have to act like I exist, so does everybody else.
I thought it might just be a case of treating someone how they would like to be treated.
No. If I have to act like I exist, then the rest of you have to act like I exist too. That's how I want to be treated. If I am forced to act like I exist, then we all have to act like I exist. I think no, absolutely useless. I told you that earlier.
If you have a belief in a God, God's higher power, or something like that that is not useless, and you can question that belief, please request up.
Or even if it is useless, we'll still hear it out.
Hello, Michelle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry, I joined by mistake.
Oh, no worries. I'll set you back down. Best guest of the night.
That's saying something.
No, I think we might have had a few who did question a little.
Oh yeah, there was the guy who hit his limit and left. He was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Oh, I appreciated that ability to set a boundary. Yeah. Because this kind of questioning can be disconcerting, and to know yourself well enough and to have the confidence to say that I've hit my limit. I think that's enough for me today. Brilliant.
Mm-hmm. I hope he realizes and understands that, like, that we understand the level of responsibility we assume when we question or help people question, and that if he needs to come back and, talk it out some more, he does. I hate the idea of putting someone into a place where they're questioning and then, like, them feeling like they're just been hung out to dry and they don't have any support,
God spoke sky in the middle of the waters.
Oh my God.
Separate water from water. God made sky. He separated the water under sky from the water above sky, and there it was. He named sky the heavens. And it was evening, and it was morning, day 2.
Doesn't that mean it already had a name?
Breathing water above sky and below sky, and now sky is heaven. It reads like sea spot.
It's the great sandwich in the sky.
It does sandwich. It's not Rap's
So he's
fault.
gonna start booting all of us.
The red waters.
The story about the rabbi sending
the
students to the shoemaker. This
verse. God spoke, earth, green up, grow all varieties of seed-bearing plants, every sort of fruit-bearing tree, and there it was. Earth produced green, seed-bearing plants of all sorts. God saw it, that it was good. It was evening. It was morning. Day 3.
Why does this sound like my dog Skip? I don't know if you guys know that book. It's incredibly boring. So but this sounds like a narration of my dog Skip.
Right. Earth, when it says God spoke, earth, green up. Like, what the fuck?
Out at Integrity Farms. We got lots of integrity.
Lots of integrity.
Rob trying to do the accent is just...
I can't. Well, it was South Park there anyway.
God spoke, lights, come out. Shine in heaven's sky. Separate day from night. Mark seasons and days and years. Lights in heaven's sky to give light to earth. And there it was.
It was a thing and it was sizable. Shut up, Rob.
Sorry.
I'm gonna go to bed.
We're at 94,000 likes, and I bet if we all tap just a little bit more, we could probably break 100K in no time. And then maybe bring a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. The Texas accent stuck. Oops.
Billy, do you want to ask about the shoemaker?
Mm-hmm. Why was he a shoemaker in the story?
I don't know. It could have been a cobbler. I mean, is that shoemaker also a cobbler?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's the
Doesn't
same
have to be a
thing.
shoemaker, a shopkeeper, store owner. I think that's just the way I heard it. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I think maybe a noble profession or something, humble profession, something to imply a greater like distance between the king, right? I mean, that wasn't the metaphor of the story, but you know what I'm
Could he
saying?
have been a haberdasher?
Yeah, yeah, that's great. I think
That's
everybody
nice.
needs a good haberdashery.
Everybody needs a good ascot.
Can you?
Don't they just call ascots just a chair? I'll be here all night, except for not. You're saying Philly, sorry. Traditions.
Okay, so I really wanted to ask you about what you thought of the idea presented by the Nobel.
By Elie Wiesel?
Yeah.
About Chiyuv? Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, okay, so the idea of the mitzvot is that they are Chiyuv. That's like the language, it's an obligation. And I think the context is if the Torah is a covenant or a contract between God and the Jewish people, then the obligation is mutual. And like, yeah, so is God saying that Jews are being punished for not following Torah? Certainly that can't be the case. Like, that's outrageous. Although that's the argument of the Hebrew Bible. Actually, there's really, just tell me if I'm going too far here, but when I was in rabbinical school, the day that Donald Trump was elected, we went to a very Orthodox neighborhood in 2016 in Jerusalem, and visited us. This American, pretty liberal class of rabbis, and liberal, I mean, whatever. Anyway, he then proceeded to tell us Jews that ultimately were the reason that the Germans did what they did. And like,
wow,
yeah, right, based on his own theological suppositions, yeah. And there were a few people that like stormed out of the room like bawling, and I'll never forget it. It was a wild day. Couple of red letter, banner days, definitely.
Wow. Wow,
I'm not saying that is a popular or commonly held belief, but it was a pretty intense moment. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah. Any other? I mean, you can ask about that too, I guess, but I didn't mean to open a can of worms, as one does.
Those are some wriggling worms there.
Was it connected with the day that it was as well?
Well, I think like, the notion of congratulations to have felt like they were in order was, like just a general lack of understanding, I would say, for the complexity of that particular moment, to say the literal least.
So when you say that God was declared guilty, are you saying
breach of
guilt?
contract? Yeah.
Breach of contract.
I mean, like, yeah. I mean, I guess what is the covenantal obligation to keep, and I think there's a really beautiful poet that says, so much as the Jews have kept Shabbat, Shabbat has kept the Jews. So I think that like kind of demonstrates this sort of it sounds more transactional now that I'm trying to like explain it in a but it's not really that. It's meant to be that one balances the other. There's a mutual support of the other.
I was certainly taught the idea of covenant in my youth.
Yeah, like a scaffolded relationship or something like that. Where there's something surrounding, containing the relationship, defining it. Like putting words to a relationship, a verbal. Actually, that's exactly what I call a ketubah when I do a Jewish wedding. When I do a wedding, it's a marriage contract. I always call it a verbal representation of their love. And I suppose there is a midrash that says that the Torah is kind of like the marriage contract. Don't dig into that too deeply. I'm not trying to make any sort of grand theological statement, but it is a comment that is sort of, the sentiment is there.
Would you be surprised to hear that the first time I heard about midrash was from a Christian?
Well, no. I mean, in reality, the Christian Bible is midrash.
I've heard you say that before.
Like, for example, like, why have you forsaken me? Like from Psalm 22. Like that's a great example.
Yeah.
It's a hyperlink, right? Like you click on that and you go right to Psalm 22 and you read that and you're like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to be feeling when I'm reading this. Which isn't helpful for the supersessionist sort of thing and the sharpshooter fallacy, because if you don't understand what midrash is, you don't understand, like, I don't think the Christian authors, the authors of the Bible in those moments, like those to me are very Jewish moments, clearly Jewishly influenced to me. And I just see that as like they wouldn't have said, oh, Psalm 22 is about Jesus. They would have said, oh, Psalm 22 helps us to fill in the blanks of this story. You know?
Well, fill in the blanks. What do you mean?
Bolster our argument, elicit a response,
Sure. Yes.
Drum up.
It's to evoke
That's
the
the word.
response that you want from the reader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, Midrash doesn't make the distinction, but I think there are exegetical Midrash and there are eisegetical Midrash.
Okay.
I think, the rabbis come up with their own sort of hermeneutics to say what is exegetical, but some of them, they're not as strong as others. Like some of them are amazing and awesome. Just like, how do you come up with this? Like you're a genius. And then some of them are like, that's a little bit of a stretch here. Like, what do you? Come on now, I see this. Well, if you need me, I'll be at the Red Lobster in case you change your mind. Kick me the fuck. Kick me out of here. Have a great evening.
Have a good night, Raph.
Good night.
I'm so tired.
Sweet dreams. Merry Christmas Eve. It's not Christmas for you. I mean, it is Christmas for you, but you don't do Christmas because you're Jewish. What the fuck? It's the thought that counts. I happy Hanukkah him at the beginning of Hanukkah. So.
And to all a good night.
That was an amazing response.
Great response, Raph.
Very. Oh, can I say this? It was in the spirit of a midrash.
Yeah, I just Merry Christmas. Good job.
A solipsist Merry Christmas to Rabbi.
This sounds like the setup to a joke.
And there's a joke and there's a punchline somewhere. Yeah.
But if you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to burgle your gods or tear you down, or Merry Christmas you. But if you can question, we do want to know, well, what it is that you believe and why you believe it.
I saw an amazing question on a live.
What was it? The suspense is...
The suspense. I think it's not terribly off topic for this live. It was Archbishop of Canterbury. Was live, and it was 2 questions. Can an agnostic be a Christ follower?
I think so.
I think so too.
I think you can. You the same way someone could be like a follower of a philosophy or a character of a fictional story.
The same way that Jimmy once said that I was following, that I was more Buddhist than I knew, or something like that, because some of the philosophies that I try to embody so we're in alignment with his understanding of Buddhist thought. Be a Christ follower. It brings up the question is right there. What is a Christ follower? Do you have to believe in the supernatural, in the deity, to the divine nature of Jesus in order to follow the teachings of Christ? Is being a Christ follower about what you believe or what you do? In my conversations with people from more Eastern traditions, religious traditions, I've seen a pattern of claiming a religion being much more about actions and much less about belief as compared to what I've encountered in the West. If you have belief in a god or gods, higher power, or Western religion, joined a Western religion, or have a belief of any religion and any tradition background, and you can question your beliefs, please request up.
That's right. We just want to debate you and burgle your gods and tell you you're wrong and send you on your own. I mean, we don't want to. We don't want to do any of those things. We like to have a respectful conversation with someone who's actually able to question what it is they believe. If you can't question, I might wonder why it is you can't, but I'm not sure how much farther that conversation would go. It is the eve of Christmas Eve. Do you think all the believers are busy believing?
I spoke. Okay, the part of the story that I can tell is that a Christian told me today that they were going to fast for Christmas to be closer to Jesus, to be closer to God.
How does that make you closer?
Fasting?
Yeah, does God not eat?
Well, I can tell you what I was told.
I've always wondered why people fast. I mean, I know it's written into many of these beliefs, but How does it actually make you closer?
Well, one belief is that when you fast, you replace the time and the energy that you would spend preparing food and eating food. You replace that time and energy with prayer. And that gives you opportunity to focus more on God and relationship with God. Another belief is that every time you feel a hunger pang, it is a physical reminder of the kind of desire that you should have for God that you are currently having for food. And that there's more. So you have the time and energy buyback. You have the physical reminder. Oh, I've lost it. I had it. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Are there not other?
I'm sorry, Kat. I can't make out what you're saying.
Are there not?
We can hear you now.
Are there not other things besides eating we could be cutting out to make more time for prayer?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I am the kind of person that gets really hangry, like really quickly. Nobody would like it if I was fasting.
See, was that the other point? I don't feel like it was. But the ability to...
I am immensely unpleasant if I don't get to eat.
Mm-hmm. Because sanctification is a goal in Christianity, to become more, study the fruits of the Spirit more, putting yourself in a position where you are, physically uncomfortable. Your body is affected by the lack of food. You're hangry. Putting yourself in that position gives you opportunities to practice being gentle, being patient, being kind, being loving, all the fruits of the Spirit during a more taxing circumstance.
For my sake and the sake of everybody around me, I'll pass.
What do you think, Thrayle? Does that give you a little bit more insight into the psychology?
I mean, I can understand why putting yourself in a delirious...
A little bit more insight into the psychology?
I mean...
Perhaps. But those that I know that have fasted on a regular basis often did so one day a week. It wasn't to the point of delirium.
I guess, I wonder why people would think any human action would bring them closer to a divine being.
One common piece of my Christianity to become more Christ-like and to suffer as Christ suffered. Because in the belief system that I had, while Jesus was fully divine, Jesus was also fully human. So entering into a very human practice experience of being without food could bring one closer to Jesus because of Jesus's humanity along with the divinity.
So suffering, like flagellations that some monks are known to have given themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's supposed to bring them closer to Christ through their own physical suffering. It all seems kind of, I don't know.
Macabre. How do you say that word?
Macabre.
Macabre?
We could over-enunciate macabre.
Sounds like Belumbra.
Belumbra. A little, yeah, but
not quite.
But better. Belumbra's better.
And for the audience, Belumbra is one of the three aspects of the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings. You say it, I can't do it.
Who unfurls her wings in accordance with the lambda-cetium law of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages. Yeah. It's a good verse.
The Bat Bull.
From the Bat Bull.
And if you believe in the Bat Bull, the Bible, or any other religious scripture, or God, God's higher power, or something of the like, and you can question your beliefs, you should request up. Especially because I am too tired and I need to drop, and I am the scary one keeping you from requesting up here.
Well, thank you, Philly, for your questions, and I appreciate you. I hope you rest well. And, that. Happy holidays. Or is that considered a blow in the war on Christmas? as someone who is raised in a different faith, in the Baha'i faith, I don't know if we were necessarily supposed to celebrate Christmas, though most of my Baha'i friends did not. We did in my family because most of our extended family was Christian or some variation thereof. We had a different gift-giving holiday in the Baha'i faith that came later in February, known as Iyamiha. I don't remember any of the details about that holiday, so I should probably study it and look it up, see what it was about. I remember that it may not have meant it, but it had something to do with a gift from God to man, and it was a gift-giving ceremony leading up to a fasting. And we in my family did participate in the gift-giving part. I don't remember, though, since it is so closely related to Islam, the fasting might have just been a sun up to sundown. So, again, I don't remember us doing that. But anything for an extra gift-giving holiday. At least that was my attitude as a kid. There, but if you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up, because I'm not here to debate you or argue or tear you down or tell you what to believe or not to believe. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you do believe? And why do you believe it? Nobody says, can you give us a sandwich recipe? Yes. Anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich. So everything is a sandwich. So my recipe for sandwich would be, look at something.
Oh, I walk away for 2 seconds and you're here all by yourself.
I am. Thank you, Shell, for the costuming Christmas. That was awesome. And quite adorable. Thank you.
It's just us, I guess.
It is just us. I might have to question you.
You can question me anytime.
You know what I want to
Mostly.
question?
What do you want to question?
Cat to Witch, thank you for the secret tree. Oh, I love that. Can you guess which of your woos?
Sorry, I saw something something like that. I don't know actually. What is it? Which one?
It's got to be one of the ghosts.
Oh, the ghosts are boring and probably not ghosts.
Damn, you already questioned yourself out of them.
Yeah, I have another weird theory for the ghosts, but it's not supernatural. It's just has to do with other theories of time, so it's not really that fun. Not for this. I mean, I think it's interesting, but not for here.
What is your most... What is your most firm conviction?
Oh, okay. So this is like, as far as beliefs go, like things that are unknowable, right?
Well, we'll get there in a moment, but since you're a solipsist, what do you accept most?
I think that my firmest conviction would almost certainly, I don't know if there's anything I really accept to a high degree. I, I've actually been thinking about this a lot recently, like what, like I accept as truth that I might not be able to know. And I've been trying to come up with, I've spent many hours recently trying to like figure out what it is that I accept to a high degree of certainty. And like outside of like what we know scientifically, I think so. I think I sit pretty firmly in the eternal universe camp. I think the universe is probably eternal. I don't think there's any reason not to think that. I think it makes the most sense.
Why does it make the most sense?
Well, so to me, the idea that so like the Big Bang and then the Big Bang happened and it started expanding. We know that, like we can say that with a pretty high degree of certainty that that is the case. And to me, the Big Crunch idea is the best like explanation for like what it was before the Big Bang, or like why it was in the state that it was in and what it will go back to. Like the Big Crunch theory is like the most makes the most sense to me. That does not mean it's the true or right one, but in my brain.
Can you think
just like
what might change your mind on that?
Well, probably just if one day the physicists say that it's not that, I would accept that.
You said my age?
Hello, you have... Can I get your
Oh my god.
We're gonna go ahead and set you down. If you can figure out your echo situation, Wall, you can probably come back, but that was nothing but us echoing back at ourselves. If you got headphones, you'll want to use those. We can try again, but I guess he moved on. The guest upset the frogs. I think he upset more than that.
Here's what you might be able to question though. So like when I critically think about it, I think the big crunch does make the most sense, right? But even before I'd critically thought about it, I still liked it the best.
Why
It
do you
opened up
like it the best?
So it like opened up this door for me that was like, what if we're in the retraction? Like, what if we're going backwards? Like, how would we experience that? It's interesting. It was an interesting like little thought experiment that I did for a long time when I first heard the theory.
You think that when it retracts, things would have to go backwards?
I don't know necessarily that that is the case, but it's a fun idea. You know, like think about it like the universe expands and time goes forwards, and then the universe retracts and time goes backwards, and not in the way that everything that did happen before happens again, but just in the way that like progress is not moving forward anymore, it's moving backwards. It's not really that plausible, but it is an interesting thing to think about.
That is an interesting thing to think about. Really quickly, I have lost the list. They took the list away. So I'm gonna thank, let's see. Well, definitely gonna thank official Cassie D, Sheikh Zula, Amore, Shell, and Cat DeWitch. See, I'd still found the list. Appreciate y'all for helping with the goal. It just auto reset it to the same one again and again, so I'm gonna have to change it again. They keep changing the layout.
I think I'm realizing that most of my like beliefs or things I hold to be true are more about time than like gods or anything. Like how time works. Time, maybe Rob's right. Maybe time is God.
Process that we ascribe our measurement of time to.
Rob's
Not
God is
even,
change,
yeah, it's
which is ultimately time. Time is described by change.
wow, awfully early in the morning for a cyber. How you doing,
It
cyber?
is. Every time I scroll into your live, I always feel like I entered like a tavern in Skyrim.
Hell yeah.
I illustrated that once, Cyber. This tavern.
So I don't know how many of you all are Elder Scroll fans, but our good friend Zach Lazar is voices a few characters in it.
No way.
I didn't realize he had Elder Scrolls credits.
Yep.
Zach and Cyber were there at Crystal's this morning when I first went up.
Oh, that's
We
awesome.
were.
Yeah, it was fun.
I'm
Yep,
always
ESO
passed
online.
out by the time Crystal's live. Or I'm still running this one. I need to come pay her a visit. It's been a while.
And I'm not doing this because I want to, but Shake did it, but I just lost the game.
Yeah.
You lose the game every day.
Well, the rule
her
is when
prompt-
you lose the game, you have to announce it publicly. That's the rule.
Thrayle, her prompt this morning was actually like I guess it wasn't this morning for everybody else, it was this afternoon, but for me it was this morning. I really liked her prompt this morning, and it was is God useless? I thought that was a really good prompt.
I do like that.
And today is Wednesday, and it's non-believers Bible study.
Is she going live today?
She said it yesterday at the end of her live, I guess. So.
That'll be awesome. That will be. I like the question because while it is provocative, it's not necessarily leading.
I was gonna say it's pretty Socratic.
It is. It's open. You can easily say no. But if anyone else watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate you or argue or burgle your God, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know, if you can question, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Also, Thrayle, the reason I tell you the ghosts are boring is because I don't actually think they're ghosts. They think they are it's like a weird happening built into my weird thoughts on how time works. It's not actually ghosts. I've told you about this before, I think.
Ghosts, it's fourth dimensional plasmoid energy beings.
That's not what I said either.
No,
that's not it.
Well, real quick. Christina in chat is like, why do you talk like a vampire? Have you ever seen Thrayle live like during the day? Maybe there's a reason for that.
Are you implying that Thrayle's a vampire?
What are you talking?
I'm not implying that at all.
Like a vampire.
I'm just saying. Look at the times of the live, and maybe there's some inherent context that we can just apply to it.
I've never talked like a vampire in my entire life.
Don't do that if you're not going to do the thing.
Oh, you mean? No, I'm not. That's a different voice.
It's the same region.
It's the same region.
So, one of my favorite Christian myths, just because I saw Santa Claus in the background, one of my favorite Christian myths is they're at the Council of Nicaea, and the topic is, was Jesus divine? And of course, it was decided by a vote, and it almost seemed like it was going to go the way that he wasn't divine, and there was this priest Arian who was kind of purporting the Arianistic view. And so the myth is that Saint brought him inside and was like, who else here wants to say Jesus wasn't divine? And they promptly all voted that Jesus was divine.
Cyber?
And that's how Santa Claus started.
Yes.
How do you have so much energy right now?
I know.
I have no idea because I had a super busy day at work too. I had to deliver 210. Well, let me rephrase. I had 210 stops, but those are like individual stops. But if I'm in a cul-de-sac, one stop may have like 3 or 4 locations. So those are different houses. So I had like 250 to 300 houses I was at today.
Wow.
Delivering newspapers? Sorry.
So, no,
Amazon packages.
Yeah, he's Santa Claus.
Oh, he is Santa Claus. That's fun.
Toodles, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I got you. I'm 29 years old. So, at one point, I was Baptist / Lutheran because my family was mixed of it, but now I am a Norse Celtic pagan.
Do you believe that the Norse and Celtic gods exist in some real way, or are they more metaphoric?
I do believe that they do have some sort of form to them, and now I did read the prompt about how, can I question it, what makes me believe in it, and so yes, I can question, and mainly the reason why I do believe in the Norse and Celtic pantheon is mainly because, like, the way
Toodles.
Yeah, what's up?
I was just asking you about the shape of your belief. I haven't gotten to the why yet, and unfortunately, I am going to have to ask, are you driving right now?
No, I'm not. I'm currently at work. I'm having to work on the damn holiday. I don't get off till like for another couple hours, so I got some noise in the background.
Okay. So you're saying that you believe in the Norse and Celtic pantheons as though they exist in some way. Are they? Do you just believe in these gods, or do you believe in other gods as well, and just choose to venerate these?
So I do acknowledge that there are other gods among the other religions, but for those two religions alone are the main ones that resonate with me. Honestly, the definitions of God can mean a numerous amount of different things. However, I wouldn't consider someone a god. I guess it's just someone of divine ability or supernatural powers, something along those lines.
Someone of divine ability or supernatural power. What is divine ability? What does divine mean?
I guess I would put, for that, I would say something along the lines of like something a mere person themselves couldn't actually do, like don't have the ability to do, like summon thunder or control the ocean, things like that.
And so you think that somebody existed that had the ability to do these things, not that these are myths.
I do believe at some point, yes, that there was some form of proof or vision of those things. It's just, and I've had someone ask me this before, is like, how can you prove this? And I said, well, considering the fact that the Norse and Celtic religions are one among the oldest religions, most teachings or any form of proof is either long forgotten or destroyed, whatever it may be.
So just to clarify, with the Norse and Celtic specifically, are these religions in their original form still, or are these reconstructions?
So, from what I read, along with the teachings as well as the stories that have been passed down the lines, majority of them have been coherent as to what's been told and transcribed from years ago, aside from, unlike the Christian religion that has changed.
Sorry, just to clarify, I'm not asking about Christianity. You say these are the same as what was transcribed long ago. What was transcribed?
So, off the top of my head, I can't exactly clarify on what was transcribed, but I know among like the teachings and how you hold yourself, represent yourself, and things like that has remained the same. However,
Toodles, what have you read?
One more time, I didn't quite understand that.
What have you read that informs you of the Celtic or Norse gods?
Okay, I'm gonna need you to elaborate a little bit. My brain's kind of running off.
Right. So if you were a Christian, I'd be asking you some questions about the Bible. But since you are Norse and Celtic, Are there scriptures or doctrines? Are there texts that you have read that tell you about your gods?
Yes, so there has been texts and scriptures that tell me about the different gods, like who they were, what their duties were, and where they stood at among each other. Like in the Norse pantheon, you had Odin, and then you had Thor, who was his own separate self as a war god and wielded a mighty hammer. Tyr was essentially a informant.
I'm not asking Toodles. I'm not asking you to give me a list of gods and their powers. I'm asking you what you have read that informs you of your gods. What teaches you about them?
So for me, the different, trying to find a way to correctly word this.
Yeah, so for instance, are there specific books or scriptures or texts?
Like, for example, I'm Jewish, so my text would come from the Hebrew scriptures and the Talmud.
Okay, so basically something like that. It isn't exactly in a book per se. It's more along the lines of written accounts.
Okay,
where would those accounts be written?
That's the thing. There is an exact name to who wrote them.
Are you sure?
Wow.
If there is, I'm not fully aware of it because it's still a broad spectrum that I am reading up on.
There's no books that you could read to inform you about these beliefs.
Are you saying you're new to the beliefs?
I've only been in the belief for roughly about 1, maybe 2 years, and I've been trying to, and I say that only because aside from this, I've also been trying to find the time to do my diligence with being in those religions, trying to teach myself these things.
Toodle. Edda, you don't know what you're talking about. Toodle, Edda, you don't know what you're talking about, or Edda, you haven't done any research.
And that's fine. I'll own up to that. Like, I am trying to do the research.
Okay.
It doesn't Edda know.
No. So if there are texts out there about these gods, you say you're trying to do the research for a year or two. You haven't been able to find any?
I'm not saying I haven't been able to find any. I may have just not come across it yet because I've been trying to research. I mean, outside of learning the religion, I do
What
work,
does the word research?
family, things like
I
that.
understand, but what does research mean?
To me, research is like, okay, if I'm gonna say I'm part of this religion, well, then I need to know about it, understand it, and things like that. Basically, what you do with any religion is like, hey, if you want to be part of this, at least understand it and everything.
So, how do you come to understand it? What do you do? Do you just think about it, or do you watch like movies? Do you ask people questions? How did you learn about these religions?
So for me, it was a mixture of reading and then asking people questions who have practiced it for several years. I stay away from movies because movies can be like real drawn out of what the true explanation is. So I'd rather go to someone who has been practicing it for like, say, 20 something years and learn from them versus something that may be wrong.
Question that I have. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, like, so if you decided that you wanted to look into being a Norse pagan, right? One of my first things to do if I didn't know if there was text to read would be to like do a Google search and find out if there was like text that I should be reading, and I just did that actually, and it came right up. I knew what text I was looking for, but still.
Question that I have for you is, are you well, I'm not going to ask that wouldn't that'd be nonsensical given answers you've given previously. Would it influence your view of the writings that we do have that Kat has found were preserved and written by Christians?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some Christians even wrote about them themselves, considering the fact that the Vikings and Christians alike traded with each other.
Well, what if you were to find out that we have strong evidence that some of these authors, not all of them, but some of them possibly actually introduced a strong influence of their Christian beliefs into the myths?
Well, then that would just open me up for more questions as to why that turned out the way it is, considering the fact that what is being taught now is not entirely what was originally being taught.
That's all I had. That's all I had.
So, is there a reason you didn't just do that Google search and find out what books you might should start with? Like, how did you come to this belief if you haven't read the books?
Again, I have done some research on my own time that I have been able to do, and what I have been able to find, and then the people that I have spoken to, and that's what I was trying to get to. I know y'all have questions for me, but as I was trying to say, I don't necessarily have all the answers for you guys because I've only been able to go after so much with the time that I've been giving with family and work.
Okay,
Like that.
hold on. What do you think this is?
What do you mean?
Like, what do you think our goal is here?
Honestly, I'm just, as the prompt would say, like, are you able to question, what your belief is? Do you actually know what you're talking about? Things like that, but I'm not necessarily sure.
Question.
It's not really. It's like, sorry, I guess I thought. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
It's not. Okay, it's not necessarily about whether or not you know all the things and know what you're talking about, and can quote all the scripture or whatever it is. It's more about can you think critically about what you believe and why you believe in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not quizzing you.
Oh no, yeah, no, that does make sense, and I could still think critically of the beings, the beings that I believe in. I could still think critically of that because there was the one point in time where I was agnostic because I was trying to find myself.
So if you were Christian and then you were agnostic, how did you come to this belief system? How did we get here?
So basically the chain of events was when I started learning the different atrocities and all the wrong things that people were being taught among the Christian community. And when I actually started looking to like the full text and everything that was in the Bible instead of like the small snippets we were always told, I'm like, hey, something doesn't seem right here. And that doesn't fit with how I hold myself. So then it turned into, well, I don't see myself in that position. Now, when I open myself to be in agreement that, you know, there can be more than one God, not one God holds sway over everything in the world, then it was, okay, well, I'm not necessarily going to give it a name, but I do think that something is out there. It could be one, it could be many. I don't know. And then when I started reading upon the Norse pantheon as well as the Celtic pantheon and started reading into what I could find, the offhand accounts and people I've spoken to, and when I started looking into like the Prozetta,
There we go. Okay. There's a text.
you know, this, you know, how I held myself every day, how I believed and things like that, it resonated with me a lot more than what I used to believe in on a deeper level.
Question.
Sorry, go ahead, Taylor.
No, go ahead. If your questions are along the same line, go ahead.
Why did it take us this long to get you to say the words Prozetta?
It was blanking on me at the time.
Okay. Go ahead, Taylor.
But yeah, I've been working a 12-hour shift, so I'm like running on fumes.
That's fair. What issues did you have with Christianity?
So it was among a few things, such as how you had people who thought they were self-righteous, trying to force a religion down your throat and, you know, wanting to judge you and everything else, but yet you look in the book and it's like everything that you're spewing is basically going against your whole teachings. And then when I started opening up, just like, okay, well, you had the King James version, you had the St. Orthodox version, you have like whatever flavor you wanted from the Christian Bible, and it's like, well, there's some stuff in it that's similar, but there's a lot of stuff that's very different, or that you're never even being told.
All right. Did you have any issues with the what was said in the books themselves, like any of the moral conundrums or any issues with the contradictions? Were any of those a factor?
Yes.
Which ones?
Like the talks of, so you had talks of the slavery, you had talks of raping, several of them. Was any other god than me were to destroy their temple, basically harm the women and children and.
All right. So you would say that you might have had issue with innocent people being forced to do things or harmed because of other individuals' actions. Would you say that? Would you say that was probably
basically harming the innocents for their own gain.
All right. Are you familiar with the myth of Odin and Fenrir?
Yes. Fenrir being the child of Loki, and at the time of Ragnarok, Odin and Fenrir shall clash to the point where in the inevitable end, Odin shall lose his life.
To prevent this from happening.
So, to gain the trust of Fenrir, Tyr placed his arm inside Fenrir's mouth as he was bound with almost like a lasso to hold him in place.
And had Fenrir done anything wrong at this time?
At this time, no, but...
And was he just a pup?
In a sense, yes and no, because he would continue to grow in size.
But at the time, though, he was a pup, right?
I believe so.
So my question is then, you know this myth, but one of the reasons why you left Christianity was because the innocent, who at the time are innocent, are being punished because of somebody else's actions. How did you read this myth and not find the contradiction within your worldview?
So, when I was reading it through the Christian Bible, it was the innocents acting upon normal people, and I know that doesn't exactly help the case. Versus when Odin saw a vision through the Norn saying that you shall lose your life to a wolf, and he acted upon his own discretion. Now, in a way, that could be seen as, well, maybe he jumped the gun a little bit and basically intertwined his own fate, which means if he didn't do it, then he probably would have never had to fight Fenrir.
But the question was, though, because this was Odin seeing something and then preemptively having somebody that was innocent tied up and utilizing, because if you remember in the myth, Tyr and Fenrir had grown close, which is why Tyr was willing to do this.
Tyr was the only one who would get close to Fenrir, of the wolf that was constantly growing.
Yep. And so not only did Odin do this to Fenrir, but he abused the relationship. And so again, I guess the question is, though, to stay logically consistent in your worldview, how do you reconcile these?
So, the way I would reconcile that is considering, yes, he did abuse that relationship, and I do see it as, because of this, Odin has what's coming to him, because throughout the different texts, Odin is also portrayed as, better sense of the word, an asshole, because he was so bent on trying to figure out how to prevent his ultimate demise. Now, aside from the Christian side, you had someone who was being portrayed as infinite and trying to put them above everyone, wouldn't be no better than him. Now, outside of just Odin himself, you had several others who try to see the good among different beings, and therefore, versus just this one thing.
No further questions.
Because I also know that at one point, what most Christians don't remember or were never even taught was Yeshua, the real name, was a war god.
Oh, goodness. I think you might have a few things mixed up there. Hammy, did you have any questions for Toodles?
I do, but Cyber apparently knew that I was with a customer whenever he said he had no questions.
I see.
I thought you were going to have your chair ask the questions. Yeah,
the biggest question I want to know is, was muting for the door. But the biggest question I want to know is, which gods within the Norse pantheon do you work closely with, Toodles?
For me, my main two would be Thor and Ricky. Ricky being the almost like the bard, if you, in a way, because he was the god of poetry and music. And growing up, I always loved writing and I always loved music. And when I started researching into who he was, then that's what made me choose him. And then my main thing behind Thor was he was he wielded a hammer that was meant to build and destroy. And as myself, growing up being a carpenter, working with my hands, that's exactly what I did. I built things and I destroyed things.
So, Reiki because of what he's the god of, but Thor because of what he wields?
More or less. I am actively still reading more into who Thor was. Now, that's why I say what I say for him. But as for Ricky, no, that is what I have read, and that is why I resonate with him.
So, besides the Rosetta, which we just barely got to the fact that you read that, have you read all the Rosetta?
I am reading more of it as I can.
Gotcha. I would definitely look into reading more of that. Where else did you get this information from? Like, was it from YouTube? Was it from where exactly?
So I had gone through and, researched different forums, tried talking to different people who I could come across, and trying to get piece out, stuff that might be taken out of context in a way. And I'm glad y'all had me up here because these are the things I like to do because it helps me learn and it helps me, find out things that I want to research and look into.
Right. So, like, who is it that you talk to? Like, is it just people in your personal life, or is it like well-known people within the Norse community?
So some of it is actually well-known people in the Norse community. I don't know like how well-known, but like there's several groups on at least Facebook where a lot of people on it, they go and do like deep dives into who these different gods were, the different stories. All right, machine, I get it. You need me to reset you. But the different stories, like who these gods were, the different tales behind them, things like that, and
What's the name of the biggest influence out of these people?
I'd have to go into one of the Facebook groups I'm in and find their name.
All right, I heard you trying to cut in earlier. If you want to go ahead.
Oh well, we had a poll, and it is about time to move on. But if you wanted to get a couple more questions in, you can do that. I just know that the longer we make the people in queue wait, the more likely they are to turn into ghosts.
Oh, I'm good.
If y'all need me to drop down, that's probably fine. I mean, I'm
questions, and I hope that you, if you come up with any answers, Go ahead and bring them back. Good God, my head just dropped 20 pounds because the background noise.
Oh my God, right? Also, don't feel bad about the unceremonious drop that happens to everybody.
I was very, very curious whenever he was speaking about Odin and some of the things being said about Odin.
Apparently, there is something I am missing.
You mean? What do you mean? There's something you're missing?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Because there's like the unceremonious drop and then mentions of things that were being picked up when he was talking about Odin. I'm like, I just missed everything, I guess.
No, the unceremonious drop really does happen to everybody.
Yeah, unceremonious drops always happen.
Oh, fair.
That one was more so because of the poll. It was time to move on.
And what I said was about whenever I came up on the panel, one of the reasons why I joined up is because whenever he started talking about Odin, there was some quite interesting things about that weren't discussed.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, because there's something, because it's Norse mythology is quite interesting. So we have like with their things that we have Snorri's Prosida, we have the Ragnarok narratives, we've got the, I am going to butcher this name, Heimdall? Heimskringla? My computer just like...
Kringa.
Yeah.
Heimskringla. Yeah, there's a lot of different of the writings we do that most people take from is going to be Snorri Sturluson's work, both the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda. And part of the problem with that is the fact that it is he cyber dropped.
Okay. Well, we lost Cyber. He was raptured. Must have been a closet Christian the whole time.
He'll come up and be like, "How dare you, Thrayle?" But yeah, no. Snorri himself was a Christian, and so the bulk of the writings that we have, unless you're someone like Bran, who goes off of family tradition of the stories, then a great bulk of people who get their information from the writings are going to get it from Snorri.
I would still ask where those family traditions actually originated.
Me too. I want to know. Next time Bran comes up here, if he comes up here, I'm going to have to ask him that. One of the funniest things is that there's... What was that, Cat? Sorry.
He was here last week.
Was he?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I missed him. One of the funniest things is that there's still ongoing discussions within Norse talk about the veneration or the worship of Loki. And there's a lot of differences within the community on whether or not one should worship Loki. But the only criticism I ever found that was even somewhat convincing was the fact that there's a later Christian edition, or if he was originally there in the stories.
You mean just so they would have an adversary, a devil?
Yeah, something like that. But regardless, I really don't think it matters with them, with people who worship these gods.
Oh, his rapture got resetted.
It did, yeah. Yeah, and the important thing, so Norse mythology is super, like just their culture and their evolution into Christianity is like unique and interesting. So when they would go on their, when the Vikings would go on their raids, they're used to raiding, doing like an attack and then leaving. But when they went into England, England, if you study British history, England was so used to war by this time that they had this Scandinavia is just cliffs, right? So you have to go around, but England had learned before the Viking Age to not build its strongholds near the ocean, to build them up inland. And
Gotta love when that happens. Sorry about that, Cyber. I know you were in the middle of saying something, and the app just decided to crash. Dump all.
Don't you love it?
Mm-hmm. But if anybody does have a belief, I don't know, in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request on it.
I thought I just got raptured because that's been happening to me all night, but
no, it raptured all of us.
Hold on, we can't stand for this. I can't top cat. But no, so
what?
Oh, go ahead, Cat.
Oh no, it's just no.
But so when they went into England, they got these easy like victories, and then they kept pushing forward and going deeper and deeper inland, and just by via virtue of these raids, there was attrition that was happening. But by the time they got to the strongholds of England, their resources were depleted and their manpower had depleted, and they kind of got their rear ends handed to them. And they had, during this time, it was gods versus gods. And so they had actually kind of adopted Christ into their pantheon. And I can't remember the name that they called him, but they adopted Christ. And there was this motto that went amongst some tribes that was, if not by Thor, then by, and this name they had for Jesus. And they actually fought a civil this Christ deity. Again, I don't know the Scandinavian name for it, but this deity was going to go throughout, and there was wars fought over it, but they ended up kind of converting themselves into Christianity. And then you have like Snorri and some of these other Nordic Scandinavian scholars who are trying to preserve their history. But it's debated, were they trying to actually preserve the history, like the mythology of the gods, or were they trying to, because their mythology was written in poetry. It wasn't, most pagan beliefs did not have like a theological belief on it. It was more like a poetry type thing. or were they more trying to save the poetic writing of it? And then through this, we see them, like Hammy brought up, Loki potentially being brought in, Ragnarok. Ragnarok may not have been an original belief. That may have been a Christian invention as well. And some other things being inserted in. Yes, the White Christ. That's what like that name translates as, is like the White Christ. But yeah, that was the character that they adopted in. And we have been blessed by Lady Huggy.
You are just a well of information. Yeah. Also, good morning, Huggy. Lovely to have you.
I think we have a request. Anita.
Hi, how are you guys?
For TikTok TOS?
I'm 31.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
So I'm actually like a deconstructed Catholic. But I think that there's something to be said about, you know, people like me that go, you know, looking for something else after they deconstruct. Whether that be like Norse beliefs or mythology, for example, like pagan beliefs. Because I feel like even though I'm like deconstructed, I do think that there's value in like connecting with like nature and stuff, right? And
so,
like, yeah.
Just to clarify, you don't believe that there's any kind of God or higher power?
No, I don't.
But there's value in connecting to nature.
Yeah. And I think that a lot of those pagan beliefs are way more connected to like, you know, the natural world than, you know, anything that organized religion can offer. And I think that there's value in that, you know. So I wanted to say that I think that connecting to nature is like, you don't believe in anything. Do you guys agree with that? Or
well, whether we agree or not doesn't matter, Anita. Can you question that belief?
I mean, yes, I can. I do. I think that questioning.
Question.
Yeah.
I want to ask a different question. Why do you not believe in any gods?
Because when you deconstruct, like, I come from like a background where I'm like surrounded by organized religion, right? And when you deconstruct, you realize that everything is kind of like set against you. You know, me as a woman, like nothing that has to do with organized religion like sits right with me. So in a way, you know, you start to see like all of those like kind of like plot holes in religion. But huh?
I was just going to say, is it possible for a god to exist, but no religion required?
Maybe, but I don't personally. I don't believe that there's like a higher power that like decides anything. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. I think that higher power is, you know, nature itself and where we come from, you know, as human beings, you know, like biology, nature.
Could one venerate nature without the need of a god?
I mean, in a way, if you want to phrase it that way, I guess you could phrase it that way. But nature is like chaos, right? So in a way, I guess you could say that, like, you know, the deciding force in the universe is chaos, and you could like define that as a god, but I don't think that there's like any consciousness behind it.
Well, you had brought up the fact that a lot of these pagan people also like worship nature. What I'm asking is there a way to venerate nature without the belief in a god?
I think so. I think that you can have, you know, you can appreciate all of these like pagan rituals, you know, like for example, like, you know, like Beltane, like midsummer or like the winter solstice, because they are based in like real, you know, things. You know, you recognize like the best time of the year to like plant your food, or like you know, the harvest and stuff, and all of those things are very rooted in like very real things that we depend on.
Anita, I only really have a couple of questions because I am looking for a believer with the belief that we can question. And no offense, but you're not that. But I do appreciate you.
I recognize that. But
so
yeah,
I do want to just ask maybe just one more question or two, and that would be, what would convince you that some God does exist?
that's a great question. I don't think that there's anything at this point that could like convince me that there's like a higher consciousness in the universe. I really don't think so. But that comes from like, you know, that process of deconstruction. And it's interesting to me that there's some people that like deconstruct like Christianity and like go to like other faiths, and it's just interesting how, like, why after you deconstruct, like, you want to go to another faith. You know what I mean?
What was the process that you went through to rule out a deistic god?
For me, it was a completely kind of like feminist point of view. Like, it was just like being a woman and questioning, you know, like, why is the Christian God like always referred to as a man? Why it, you know, that's where I started.
No. A deistic god is a deity that creates and then he moves on. He like would create our universe and then he leaves our universe to do its thing. He doesn't come back. He doesn't interact with our processes. And then he goes off to start creating universes elsewhere, does whatever he does. How did you rule out that deity, a deistic god?
But that's the thing, is that like my first question was like, why is God the Father when women are the ones who like create life? That's where I started. And then it just kind of came naturally to like disregard that.
I'm not referring to the biblical God. That's the biblical God. The biblical God is not a deistic God, right? I'm just talking about a God. He imagine it like planting a seed, and that seed becomes the universe. As it grows, it becomes the universe. And we can consider that seed when it grows the Big Bang. That's the Big Bang. But once he plants that seed, he just goes away. He doesn't interact with that seed anymore. Not the God that created Adam and Eve or any of that. We're talking about a God that like planted a seed that would become the universe, and then he poofed out of here, never to return.
Oh, okay. I think I understand. Do you believe in that?
It doesn't matter what I believe. We're questioning your beliefs.
No, for me, it like never made sense because I'm very interested in like the science part of it. So for me, it's all chaos and math. So like for me, that was never even a question. Like, there's nothing, I guess I don't believe in it.
Okay, last question that I have. How do you believe the universe came to be?
I don't know, like the Big Bang, I guess, just like chaos, just like randomness, right?
Well, do you know what the Big Bang says the universe was before the expansion?
Isn't it that it was just like concentrated in a very small space, and then something happened, and it just like exploded outwardly?
Yeah, it was a hot dense. Yeah, you're roughly there.
How do you guys think? How do you guys think?
It doesn't matter what we think.
That's an interesting question. I think it's just randomness.
Okay, I got no further questions.
Yeah, I guess if you ask me like what God is, I would say randomness and chaos.
Fascinating. Anita, I appreciate you coming up and sharing your perspective and answering the questions that you did. I think we're going to move on to a new guest, but
yes, thank
I hope
you.
that you keep asking questions. And if you do find any firm answers, bring them back to us. We'll definitely want to question those too.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm going to go wash my mouth out with some mouthwash because I was going down a theistic path there.
Sometimes that's the perspective to question from.
Mm-hmm.
I do it nightly.
We might go see the lava.
Oh, that's exciting.
If you go see lava, you definitely need to cam up.
Yeah, when I say we, Tyler's asleep. I mean me, and then you guys when I get there.
Ah.
Yes. It's. Go ahead, Cyber.
I was just a fleeting thing that went through my head. If it turns out that like God does exist and Jesus exists and that's true, and it turns out that like the once saved always saved is true, man, some of you all are end up in heaven.
Don't remind me. Like I was Baptist before I became atheist, so please don't remind me. I don't want to be up there. I'd just be up there and they're like, "Oh yes, I'm in heaven." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am too." Ugh.
Look, when it comes time for Yahweh worship, just go punch somebody for their worship spot.
Well, and that raises questions for those people that might believe that what you believe is what's true. So as long as you believe it. Because if you ever once believed that once saved, always saved, and then later you don't believe, well, then you're still once saved, always saved, right? Because you once believed it.
Well,
no, I think it's whatever you believe when you unalive. That's what it is.
So then a whole lifetime of beliefs don't matter, just that moment.
Well, so the idea of the Christians that hold that is that once if you were ever a believer, it's actually impossible for you to not believe. In fact, they would come up and say, this debate is proof that you still believe, but they believe that you truly just cannot disbelieve that these debates. And when you say you don't believe, you're just in open rebellion. But deep down inside, you still believe, and thus you're going to be saved because it's impossible for you to not believe.
Do you think they actually believe that, or is it rhetoric to help them win arguments?
I think that's what the scripture implies, but yeah, I think it's rhetoric to help them win debates. And maybe the scripture's even rhetoric to win debates.
I see. And just to answer the comments, Brady B, no, it's not a debate. But people often think it is when they come up here. So many people come up expecting an argument.
Mm-hmm. No, my favorite argument is when they're like, well, what if you're wrong? I'm like, I'm Jewish. If I'm wrong, we don't believe in hell anyways. Like, everybody goes to heaven, so I'll see you all in heaven then.
I don't actually know the entire afterlife beliefs of the Baha'i faith. I never believed it enough to dig deep. I stopped it. The God didn't make any sense.
Yeah, isn't the Baha'i, aren't they like a mix of like college? I just never did, but then recently I drove by one of their churches in my town. Aren't they kind of like a mix between Christianity and Islam? Like, isn't there like some weird like crossover there, or no?
The crossover would be that some Baha'i refer to their prophet, Baha'u'llah, as the second coming of Jesus. But he's also the next prophet after Muhammad in the progressive revelation.
Ah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, it didn't seem weird to me then. I mean, well, I take it back. It seemed weird, but that's what I was taught.
All y'all are just sinners according to the Baptist faith.
Right. There was little focus, like almost no focus at all on Jesus or Muhammad. Those characters were, like, barely mentioned.
It's like the background characters. It's like they're there, but you know we're not focused on them. The main characters who we're after.
The main characters were God, Baha'u'llah, his son Abdul Baha, and his mentor, the Bab.
I'm sorry. Every time I hear his name, I still think of of Hank Hill on Oh. That's all. Like every time I hear his name, that's all I think of. As a matter of fact, it's gotten to the point that somebody said that every time they
was
hear it
me. The first time I ever heard about the Baha'i was Hammy saying something about the Ba guy, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
So, Kat.
What's his name again, Thrayle?
Baha'u'llah.
Baha'u'llah.
Yeah, there it is. The Baha guy.
Yes, Cyber.
Yeah, so what's it going to take to...
Oh, Thrayle, do you think I can be taken out of the vat?
I don't think you're actually in a vat. I think you wear it as an accessory. What a time for her internet to cut out.
That's what I'm saying. The vat is like, I'm going to show you all that she is in a vat. She doesn't... I'm not just an accessory.
I don't know. I think... Have you ever seen the movie Waiting? You know, the flare. They need more pieces of flare. I don't know if the vat isn't Cat's
that's
flare.
like what is that?
Well, it's the same writer director, and same as King of the Hill, oddly enough. But
yeah, Mike Judge.
So the vat is a thought experiment. Is my they're actually two completely separate things. Funnily enough, no, the vat is like a way to push people into a place where they're comfortable saying, I don't know. And it also is a way to push myself into being, like, to remind myself that I don't know most things, really. It's also really just a fun thing to think about, like all the possible things it could be if it's not what it is.
So, real quick, just because it got mentioned with movies. So, I live in Idaho, and if any of y'all seen Napoleon Dynamite, so Preston, Idaho, is only like 2 hours from where I live.
Nice. That's
Tina, you fat cow, come get some dinner.
Boo, Idaho.
That's the claim to fame you have in potato country.
Yes, and it is. If you've seen that movie, like, as a matter of fact, you can even go in Jaren's live, and be like, "You've been to Idaho, Napoleon Dynamite," and he'll be like, "If you guys ever go to Idaho, like the anachronistic things within Napoleon Dynamite
just don't
make sense."
Oh, you know what we talked about in Discord the other day, Cyber? The Idaho Spud, like the candy.
Yeah, that's made in my hometown.
I'm not sold.
No,
I'm still not sold on the Idaho.
I'm definitely
Spud as a
not sold
candy.
either.
Apparently, the company makes another candy that I might be interested in, the boysenberry dream thing or whatever. That sounds pretty good.
Huckleberry.
But Huckleberry, that's what it was.
Does snozberries taste like snozberries?
I don't want to ever taste a snozberry. I know what Roald Dahl meant. But I do want to know if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up, because that is what the fuck we're talking about. I almost changed the screen.
Yeah, so the company that makes those is called Farrs Candy, Farrs, Farrs Candy. They also make ice cream.
Do they make gods?
I think they made an everlasting God stopper once, and that was enough. They didn't make another one after that.
You know, I will say so there's a gas station, it's called Jackson's, and they make these snickerdoodle cookies that are godlike, I think.
Godlike.
Have you had one of those? They're the best. They're so good.
You know what? We have a Jackson's. I'll go check them out. But those huckleberries. So Idaho also has huckleberries. We have huckleberries everywhere. So the huckleberries that go into that candy, come from Idaho as well.
Doodle is asking me what a snozberry is.
Snozberry.
Yeah, so
And they're asking you what a snowsberry is.
That's true. That's true. Snowsberry. But he did put snozberries in another book, I think long before Willy Wonka. And you might want to Google what it meant then.
I still need to read the book version of Willy Wonka.
I need to read it too.
I do know that according to some people who have read it, that the Johnny Depp version was closer to the books than the original movie.
Yes,
Yeah,
I did know that.
But Gene Wilder is always
Gene Wilder's
Willy Wonka
amazing.
in my mind.
Always.
Yeah, well,
like whenever I saw the Johnny Depp version, I was like, it's good, but like nothing beats Gene Wilder.
Well, and there were some things that Gene Wilder was pretty like, I will walk off set if this isn't the case. Like, for example, when he walks out with the cane and then he trips and does all that. He wanted that put in because he wanted it known from the very beginning that Willy Wonka had no problem being a liar.
I do love the fun fact, but I did have to what the fuck us. I did it myself too. Because we're here questioning beliefs. That is what the fuck we're talking about. if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request on up. I might ask you what the fuck God is, but I don't mean it disrespectfully. I just want to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it. If, of course, you even can question your beliefs.
Wilder, your god? If so, request up.
Hello, true indigenous historian. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
36.
You're very quiet. You said 36?
Yes, 36.
Still very quiet.
Yeah, can you hear me? 36.
Yeah. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Okay. Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
Okay, before I answer that, do you believe that Christians and Muslims follow the same God that Abraham did? Or follow the...
What I believe doesn't matter to questioning your beliefs.
Well, I'm questioning before I answer. I'm questioning your understanding of my belief.
So do you believe in the Christian God,
Okay, well,
the Muslim God? Do you believe
no. I don't believe they follow the teachings of Abraham.
I see.
No, I do not. No, I do not.
So you don't believe in the Christian God or the Muslim God?
No, those was man-made religions.
I see.
Abraham did not follow any scriptures. Scriptures came after.
You follow the God of Abraham.
Just listen. Scripture came later. Scripture became law, which came a manipulation for man.
Can you just answer the question directly?
Okay, if you would ask me what God is, what do I believe God is? I believe God is the DNA that's shared between all living organisms.
I actually didn't ask
what
you
God
that. I asked
do you believe in?
You asked me to put a name on.
True.
Or you want me to ask?
Stop. Okay. Stop. This isn't a debate. We're not here to argue with you. I asked. Okay, so calm the fuck down. I asked you which God you believe in.
I'm grown as hell. I'm a grown as hell. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to.
I guess you're not interested in having a conversation. You're not talking respectfully if you're talking over me. So you can calm down and we can have a conversation. I muted you so you can take your breath and calm down. I was going to ask you if you believe in the God of Abraham, since you kept bringing that up. I guess not. You'll have to find the mute
You'll have to unmute yourself.
The God of Abraham won't be found in those scriptures.
I didn't ask.
Is that the God that you believe in?
I believe in the God that's in me, that's in everything. Yes, I do.
Fuck off, Jesus.
Are you familiar with Hanif, sweetheart?
Are you familiar with
Hanif, the original monotheism, the way of Abraham?
True. Are you familiar with the way conversations of like question and answer, at least in this space, that's how it tends to work.
Yeah, but you can only answer depending on a person's knowledge on something. So if you're not knowledgeable on it, I can't answer.
You could always just answer the questions, and then if we aren't knowledgeable, we can ask clarifying questions. So
do I believe in a God? Do I believe in a God or a creator? Yes, I do.
Okay, so stop interrupting. That'll be the last time I say it calmly or respectfully.
Hey, listen, bro. You want to sit?
Goodbye. So, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you have an adult level control over your emotions, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to have some kind of showdown. I just want to know, if you can question, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? I also got to make sure and thank Shell and Moria and Claire for helping with our previous goal.
Also, please answer questions directly and concisely. It should not take us 10 minutes to figure out if you believe in the God of Abraham or not.
It was wild. Well, he's got to know if you believe that the Christian God and the Muslim God are the same God before he can answer if he believes in a God. Hey there, Bean Goose. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the one true God, what people call the Abrahamic God.
You said the Abrahamic God. Is there a particular scripture that you follow?
Yeah, I do.
Which one is that?
That is, it should be Ephesians 6:12.
So the Bible.
Yeah, yes, correct.
Okay. Christian Bible. Do you believe in Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
Yes.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Well, the Bible's a big book, so no.
Do you believe the stories that you've heard from it to be true and literal?
Yes, I believe they are historical events, but can also be interpreted in any way.
You believe they're historical events that can be interpreted in any way?
Well, yeah, like we all have the choice to sort of like absorb the information and kind of do what we want with that information.
Do you believe that the earth was created in 6 days in the order given in Genesis 1?
Well, my simple answer is sometimes it is really hard to say because of like time itself. I was obviously like born in 2000 and all of that stuff happened so many years ago that I can't even really fathom the number. Yes.
Do you believe in Adam and Eve being the first two humans?
Well, the Bible actually, if there's certain passages, especially in Genesis, that suggest that Adam and Eve weren't actually like the only two humans, like there were other humans around the earth from what I read.
I see. So there are other humans around the earth in the Bible in Genesis.
Yeah, it's really strange because when you read the story of Cain and Abel, which was like the first like unaliving in the Bible, obviously after that, God realized that Cain killed Abel, and then he was kind of like, okay, you gotta go. Like he kind of like sort of like cast him out or exiled him from the place that he was then. But then there's a part in Genesis where it says, I can't really. I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember exactly what it says. It says, "Lest anyone kill you." So what that means is wherever Cain went next, he would have ran into somebody else.
So, question that I... Oh, wait, I just lost my train of thought. Never mind, I just lost my train of thought.
That's all right. Okay. So you question whether or not they were the first two humans because
Cain they came back.
There you go.
Yeah, so do you believe that man was punished because Adam and Eve partook of the fruit?
I think man was punished as a result of Adam and Eve eating the fruit.
Okay, so if there are
where they did not eat the apple, the knowledge of good and evil would sort of like have stayed in the apple, and sort of like the innocence of Adam and Eve would have been passed on to the rest of humanity. But they ate the apple, right? They ate the apple.
So then if there were other people that existed outside of Adam and Eve, is it possible that there are descendants of those individuals who do not have Adam and Eve's DNA, thus they would not have this sin nature passed down through their genetics?
That is actually like a huge possibility. I just want to make it clear, like, while I am sort of like set in my beliefs, I am still very much like an open every single option before I make a decision. So yeah, in a way you could say that you know they you know there was all types of sapiens throughout history. The main one is Homo sapiens, but I don't know the exact names for the rest of the ones, but they've been different, like basically types of humans throughout history. Like, you know, when people talk about Neanderthals, anyways, I'm kind of digressing, but
yeah, so because Jesus came to atone for those who inherited this sin nature. But if it's possible that people did not inherit sin nature, why should I, if I believe I have never sinned and I do not have this sin nature, why should I convert to Christianity?
it's not so much so that you have to convert to Christianity. For me personally, you know, the Bible looks like, you know, there's a lot of bad stuff. There's a lot of bad stuff that happened, and some of that bad stuff, a lot of people want to ask, like, you know, think, you know, becoming a Christian is one thing, but I think, sort of reaching enlightenment or a mentality similar to Jesus Christ is the goal.
So, if I'm not a descendant of Adam and Eve and I didn't inherit the sin nature, why should I become Christian?
Well, let's put it like this: if you aren't a descendant of Adam and Eve and didn't inherit the sin nature, then that would mean that you are inherently good. That would mean never do anything bad. If you didn't have that sin nature in you, you would be 100% a good person. Like, there would be, obviously, I don't know if I could call you perfect, because perfect is a very subjective thing, but yes, if you did not have that sin nature in you, the only thing you would know is good.
Do you know that because he's not a descendant of Adam and Eve, that he'd be good?
See, that's the whole point of the apple. It's the knowledge of good and evil. So without the apple, I think like you could view it as Adam and Eve are like basically like innocent babies, I guess, that kind of like didn't know better. They were in the Garden of Eden experiencing everything they were experiencing for the very.
So they're like babies, innocent. Did they know what they were doing when they ate the apple?
Well, yes, technically. It's like God sort of told them, hey, don't eat this apple. And, this is obviously when the deceiver comes in. The deceiver that...
Before we get to that,
Okay.
you said God said, don't eat the apple. Is that all he said?
I remember specifically, God said, if you eat the apple, you will die.
Just generally.
When will you die?
You would.
Oh no, he says when.
Oh, when did he say?
On the day you eat of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like, so he said the moment that you eat it, that they would die?
The day.
Oh, sorry, can I say words like that? Is that okay?
It's better if you say unalive.
Yeah, because does TikTok do something about that?
Sometimes.
Okay, right. Yeah, so the moment that they did it, that would be the day they would, like, kind of cease, I guess, or be unalived. And yeah, does that ever...
I don't know what you're asking us, D-Goose. We're asking you about this. If it says that on the day you will eat of it, you will unalive, and that on the day they ate of it, they didn't. Who was the deceiver?
The deceiver in the case, well, I know that you're saying that God might be a little evil and manipulative.
I didn't say he was evil or manipulative. I just asked who was the deceiver.
The deceiver in this case was the snake in the garden.
How did the snake deceive?
It kind of didn't directly tell Eve to eat of the apples, like.
So it asked her a question.
Yeah.
What did it ask her?
It's basically along the lines of like, did God really say that you would be unalive if you ate this apple?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What version of the Bible do you read?
Well, I mean, the best one for me is New Living Translation, because that's like the most casual English for me. But sometimes interpretations can get confused with like older versions, because older versions they use vocabulary like thou art and she out thou, like Shakespeare.
There's a lot of that. I don't have a New Living Version in front of me, or at all, actually. That I'm missing.
Yeah, there's so New
Kat,
Living.
you need to get the Bible app. The Bible app has all of the translations.
I like to have the look. I can get them for free, and so I've just been collecting translations as I find them.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, I have the RSV in front of me. Now the serpent was more subtle than any other wild creature that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God say, you shall not eat of any tree in the garden?" And the woman said to the serpent, "We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but God said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. But the serpent said to the woman, you will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate. And she also gave some to her husband, who that they were naked, and so on. But he didn't ask her or say anything about them dying until she said that she was told they would die. And all he said is, you will not die. Your eyes will be open. Did he lie?
Funnily enough, no, he didn't lie.
When God said that on the day you eat of it, you will surely die, did he tell the truth?
You gotta understand what he means by you will surely die.
On the day you eat of it. Let me double check in this translation.
So, wait, how could you understand what he means when he says you will surely die when you didn't even know that he said that?
No, I knew he said that.
So it says here in this translation,
you just told me you
didn't.
didn't.
The day you eat of it, you shall die.
No, I literally said that God said, don't eat the apple or you shall die. Like, not die, I'm alive.
Well, right, but like, then when we said that it was on that day, then it was, now it is, you got under, what does God mean when he says you will die? I mean, it seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's not like unalive or die like in the way we would understand it now. I know that might seem like a bit of a reach, but it's like you gotta understand that this was like a really, really long time ago. The vocabulary.
Thrayle, which version did you read from?
RSV. It's a
I
little
have a
older.
new KJV
It's still modern.
and an NIV.
Oh, okay. So the thing is like, do you know the Hebrew that it's written in?
The Hebrew, not specific. Yeah. Not specifically, no.
So whenever we have people who do know the Hebrew, who look at, which we do. As a matter of fact, there's one person on this panel right now who does know Hebrew. But when we do read it in the original Hebrew, the word die that's in there is it means, yeah, it means like the physical act of unaliving, right? It means dying. It doesn't mean, there's no connotation of spiritual, there's no connotation of any other form. It's a physical, actual death, right? So with that being said, like, it goes back to, how do you not see this as meaning what it means, and the fact that you will surely die?
Well, the answer to that question, okay, it is gonna sound like a little bit fictional, but this is literally the best way I can understand it. So essentially, before Adam and Eve ate of the apple, they were kind of technically immortal. Like they were immortal. Like they were supposed to live. That was God's intention.
Is it implied anywhere?
Okay. Okay. When I say immortal, like, sorry.
Is this from your own understanding of the text?
Yeah.
Do you know why they are actually kicked out of the garden?
Because they disobeyed God.
No. So what it says, the reasoning for them being kicked out is, I'll go read it for you real quick. It's going to be in Genesis 3, I believe. Maybe it's at the end of 2. Let me go read this real quick.
I think it's 3. Sadly.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, even I myself cannot remember specific things in the Bible because it is that extensive.
It's going to be in 3. So, yeah, 3. So the serpent gets crafty. And then what we get is, so they eat, and then starting in verse 13 in chapter 3, we start getting the curses. And then when we go down to verse 22,
that's the one.
Yep. See, the Lord God said, see, the humans have become like one of us. So we already got the curses. He's mad. They sinned. They get a bunch of curses, but none of them get kicked out of the garden, right? The punishments are childbirth is going to childbirth. The desire will be for a husband, and the husband is going to rule over the wife. And then for the man, and that's misogynistic. Let's not overlook that. That's some misogyny in there. But then for the man, because you have listened to the voice of your wife, again, more misogyny, and you ate of the tree, you're now going to till the ground. There's going to be thorns and thistles that are going to be sprouting out of the ground. You're going to have to eat the plants of the field, and you're going to, it's just a rough life. You have to work with your hands now, and you're going to unalive, until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. You are dust, and to dust you shall return. And then we get the finally gets named Eve. But then in verse 22, then the Lord God said, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now they might reach out their hand and take also from the tree of life and eat. God sent them forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which they were taken. He drove out the humans, and at the east of the garden, he placed a cherubim and a flaming sword, and a sword flaming and turning to guard the way to the tree of life. So God wasn't mad. God didn't kick them out because they disobeyed him. He kicked them out because now that they have this knowledge of good and evil, they may now reach out and eat of the tree of life and become truly immortal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can literally explain all of that. So yeah, you are correct. They got kicked out of the Garden of Eden so that they wouldn't be able to eat from the tree of life. Now, of good and evil, the tree of life. Had they not eaten from the knowledge of good and evil and only from the tree of life, when God basically gave them the okay, they would have, do you understand that? Once they knew good and evil, God says oh, sorry, that wasn't my plan. You weren't supposed to eat the apple. I was supposed to do everything for you from the beginning.
God messed up.
Can I just finish real quick? God, you literally said it a second ago. It's as opposed to being given and provided for, because we disobeyed God, we no longer had access to what he was trying to give us.
Goose. So, if they would eat of life, how did they have immortality beforehand?
Oh, that would have, all of that would
Did they become super immortal?
No, not necessarily super immortal, but God would have sustained them for a long period of time. And this is why it comes back to the fact that he said
well, if God, already within the stories alone, Adam lives to be 900 years old. Is that not a super long time?
is a super long time because the lifespan of
well, if already Adam, like he's granting them super long life, then nothing wasn't taken away. So I don't understand why this is a sticking point here for you.
Yeah, let me ask let me ask a question real fast because I think it'll be important here. God says that they are allowed to eat of anything they want except the tree of knowledge and good and evil. Do immortal beings need to eat? Are they required to eat?
Probably not. Like the whole functionality of the Garden of Eden, it was supposed to be an
correct?
Well, technically not, no, but God was going to sustain them for as long as he wanted to.
I mean, isn't that what God does with everybody in general?
Well, no, because
he sustains them as long as he wants them to be here.
Okay, not okay. Some people he wants. Some people. Okay, let me explain. So back to the fact that God said that if they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that they would pass away. Mm-hmm. The explanation of that is like when they ate of the apple, it's almost like their body got like a time limit. Like they didn't have a time limit before, but after they ate of the knowledge of good and evil, the body had a time limit. That's why we cannot.
They did have they did have a time limit because according to you, go ahead, Thrayle.
I was about gravity.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, but the question is though, right? And I think it's where Hammy was going to go. Is you said that yourself that apparently they did need to eat, which is why God was going to sustain for them. So it's not like they were going to live forever. They are required to eat. So they're not immortal. So they always had a time limit on them.
Yeah, maybe they weren't immortal, but God was going to like basically keep them alive for as long as he can.
What's that said in scripture?
It's not said in scripture, but like Eve as like a place to stay where God would provide everything they needed for them. It's only then when they did not listen. Sorry, go on.
Are you sure about that? That's what the Garden of Eden was?
Am I sure? Yes. I know it sounds silly, but yes.
So, are you sure because that's your interpretation or that's what it says in the Bible?
Just going off of what was said in the Bible.
I just realized another contradiction in the verse or in the chapter. Chapter 2 states, the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till and keep it. So why is he having to work in the garden if God is just going to provide for him?
Well, because, okay, let me put it like this. The work wouldn't be as hard as it would be to have a job in the modern day. When it says that the man shall work until the lands, the literal curse was like, he literally said you are gonna have to work for everything that you need, and it is gonna be
Genesis, the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. He planned for man to till the ground from the beginning.
But think about it like this. Think about it like it would have been a whole lot easier in the Garden of Eden because things would have been so easy for us.
Do you not see all these excuses and jump through all these hoops for God?
I'm not jumping. I know it seems like I'm jumping through hoops and excuses, but I promise you, these are not excuses.
They're just apologetics, which isn't much better.
No, it's not It's not apologetics either. If can I ask everyone a question? Okay, do you consider God to be an it or a being?
Doesn't really matter.
I guess it doesn't, but like,
Then why are you asking?
Degus, it's actually a great question that I'll ask you back, since you are the one with the belief in this God. Do you believe your God is an it? Why?
because similar to the way we have consciousness, he obviously has consciousness.
Why do you assume there's a God with consciousness?
Because everything is too detailed and designed to be random.
What does design mean?
Well, design, created, everything has been given a purpose and it serves its purpose.
What do you mean given a purpose?
Okay, for example, I know these are just little examples, but for example, fire and water, like fire was like basically made to burn. That's all fire does. It just burns. That's it. And water just like literally everything else in reality, everything has been created for a purpose.
Are you just describing what things do and calling that purpose?
Yes, because that's what purpose is.
Well, so when we see design, right, design would imply simplicity, right? And what I mean by simplicity is things get created, they have a purpose, and it's simple, and we get right to it. But when we take a look at the world around us, it's not simple. We come to the realization that before humans were ever created, there were 5 mass extinction events. The sun or water on the planet, most of it, 99% of it, will unalive you if you drink it. Most of the world is uninhabitable. You can't live on it. In the case of like the Antarctic and the true north in the Arctic, you can't live in these areas. And there's other areas you can't live in just because they're flood zones during the tides. And it seems like that not because the planet was designed for us, is you have to adapt to survive on it. So this isn't design.
Okay. Why is the design
Would imply simplicity. You just get right to the point.
Well, okay. What about a really complex movie with different plot twists and plot points?
Movies are created by man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Does that necessarily mean that the movie is simple?
Well, you know what? I want to
turns the direction of the entire story. Like if there's some kind of realization.
But the thing is when we look at stories, like that's a normal thing. That's an element of design to the point where it's simplistic. If you sit there and you're reading a story and it goes, one day I woke up, I walked to the store, I went home. And it's one day I woke up and on my way to the store, an alien invasion attacked. That's a plot twist. That's out of the norm of society and what normally happens. And so that is something that gets people interested in watching. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the plot twist itself is complex. It just means that it changes up.
Will Smith was in the Air Force.
Right?
Is that like a reference to something?
Independence Day.
Oh, I I haven't watched every single film ever, so I might miss stuff.
But the thing is like it's so like plot twists being a thing is so formulaic and easy that there's actually a trope about plot twists being easy.
Let me ask you another question.
That music that's playing, or is that just me?
That's you. It's in your head. I don't hear anything.
It's been playing. It's just quiet.
There's music playing.
Yeah.
But
I just have a quick question, real quick. So you believe that, and maybe I believe that maybe Adam and Eve were immortal before they were kicked out of the garden? And would you believe that, like, all the animals were immortal before they were kicked out, before the fall of Adam?
A question: why did Adam live for up to like 900 years? Like, what is that? That is not a normal lifespan we would expect in the modern day.
Plot twist.
All right, let me ask another question then. Do you believe there was like disease and stuff before? Can you explain how we found dinosaur bones with bone cancer before humans ever existed?
Well, dinosaurs were also biological. Animals can also get sick. So it's sort of like...
But that was before the fall.
Yeah, that was before the fall. Like, this is before, like, I guess any of us ever existed. So there was a period of time on the earth, like, you know, there was a period of time when humans didn't exist yet. One could argue and say that maybe God himself made dinosaurs, you know, like the time.
So death happened before the fall.
Right.
Well,
yeah, but not with humans.
And disease applied to animals as well. You clarified with the death, but I'm talking about the disease. And you said the disease was a result of the fall. So before the fall, one, how did this dinosaur, and it's related to the Stegosaurus, how did it have bone cancer? But second, how did the entire dinosaurs like go extinct before Adam could name them?
Well, the classic story is asteroid hit Earth and boom, dinosaurs extinct. Like, you know, just the same way God reset the Earth with the flood, he probably did with an asteroid. How do you mean? Sorry.
Sorry, just a second. So you said that like it was a world ending or an environment ending event, the flood, correct?
Yes.
So why would there not be details of this meteor or asteroid that also caused a mass extinction? Because I mean, like these are like animals that God created, right?
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I believe, yes, obviously humans have souls, and we can't really speak for animals because I don't know if anyone in here, they kind of have like their own path in life, if that makes sense. Like, you know, so what I'm trying to say is like humans, because we have consciousness and morality, life is obviously very, very different to us in comparison to animals, because animals, I guess, don't really make technological...
Well, let's make something clear. We are animals. Humans are animals.
Humans think on a progressive and developing, more of a developing, like an animal doesn't think of ways to make something more efficient unless it's like Hami said, I guess any biological living thing is an animal. Like, you know, anything is an animal. So, but you can agree that animals do not possess the same amount of consciousness as we do.
Is it possible a T-Rex snuck into the garden and ate of the apple? And so God said, oh, here comes the asteroid, yeet.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, okay. Hypothetical situation. A T-Rex literally walks into the Garden of Eden and eats of. I don't know what would happen. The animals start talking and start thinking and start thinking about morality and then start thinking about what is right and wrong.
Maybe the T-Rex came up with his own religion.
Yeah, you could do that
God
too.
God said, nope, can't do that. Done.
Yeah, because if you've read the Bible, I know it sounds silly, but God is a jealous God.
Or is it possible that God created the T-Rex, and then when he went to create man, he's like, oh no, they're not compatible.
What do you mean by not compatible?
You know what would happen
Well, the
if
T-Rex would probably eat the man.
Yeah, we'd be wiped out.
Terrible segue, Hammy, but thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't on my game with the segue.
So, D-Goose, how are you reconciling?
Okay, I just want to say my name is D-Goose on TikTok, but you guys can call me Darius.
Okay. How are you reconciling the contradictions within? Well, in this case, the lack of dinosaurs in the creation story.
Yeah, because it didn't happen yet. The dinosaurs happened first, and then the creation story happened.
But I thought God. Hold on. When did he create the animals?
Well, you got to realize, okay. So, what we know as the Big Bang Theory is the natural process of the creation of the universe. It is the, I guess, collision of gases, atoms, everything that kind of accumulated together to create. Huh?
The way you described it, no, probably not the way you described it, with collisions of gases coming together. I mean, maybe, okay, maybe. Loosely. So, if that's the way it was, the collision of gases, a strange way to put it. So how do you...
Well, okay, if you, let me ask you this, if you witnessed the Big Bang yourself, like if you were there at the beginning of time, would you be able to describe what is happening in front of you?
Well, fun fact, I actually experienced the Big Bang right now because it's still happening. So we'd imagine it would be a lot like what's going on now.
Right, like an expansion or something. Really quick, I'm going to thank Shell, Claire, and Cat DeWitch for helping with the goal. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you. So, do you think that the 6-day creation story describes anything like the Big Bang?
I wasn't even muted, my bad. Yes, but the 6-day creation is the creation of the universe described from the perspective of a consciousness that was present from the beginning.
So, from the perspective of a consciousness present at the beginning.
Yes, which is what we know as God.
And it begins with light.
Yeah, because without light, there is essentially just a void, nothing.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, are you familiar at all with Lambda-CDM?
Land what, sorry?
The Lambda-CDM?
No.
Oh, that's what science talks about, like what you colloquially call the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Did you know that light is not the first thing that occurs?
What was the first thing?
When the expansion happens, even when the molecules, first you had your light elements, and then the light elements crashing into each other creates the heavier elements, and then you get your work clouds and all that good stuff. But light isn't the first thing that occurred. It's a lot of the weak or light and heavy elements that occur first.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, like, that process, the process of the universe being created, and we couldn't have possibly known that because we didn't exist yet.
Well, the thing is like we. Oh, go ahead, Kat.
No, you go ahead. Finish your thing.
Well, all I was going to say was that whatever comes to the science aspect of this, we know fairly certain what happened. And
I'm gonna. Oh, I thought you were gonna go customer. Sorry. I just want to revisit a question I asked earlier. Like, why do you want to believe in something that you have to sit here and jump through hoops for? Like, what is this doing for you?
I will literally give you like the simplest answer ever. It is because I myself want to be like Jesus.
So do you have to believe in God and this story to be like Jesus?
Yeah. Why?
Yeah. Why?
Because Jesus reached enlightenment.
Right, but why do you have to believe that God is real and that Jesus was a real person to read the text and follow the teachings?
Because I believe that God himself came down to the earth.
Right, okay, you're not answering the question that I'm asking though. I'm asking you why you have to believe these things were real, a useful myth, or like a good story to learn important things about life and morality. Why does it have to be real?
Yeah, I was actually talking to somebody about this yesterday. They asked me, can someone be a good person even if they don't go to church or believe in God? And yes, I meet non-religious good people.
Not answering the question that I'm asking.
Okay, I'll answer your question.
Why do you have to believe that these things were real to understand or follow the teachings?
Because the teachings of morality are presented in the rawest form, like one of the most rawest forms you can get. That is why the Bible can sound a bit extreme sometimes, but it is
It's still not an answer to the question that I'm asking. Still, to learn from
Maybe I
it.
can clarify it a bit, if you don't mind, Kat.
Yeah, go ahead, Tab, please.
Hi, Digos. I don't think we've talked yet. Hi, everyone on the panel.
Hello.
So I don't believe in Christianity. I'm not a Christian. I'm a complete non-believer. Okay, but I like the personality of Jesus.
I follow some of his teaching. Why follow Jesus?
You can do that because the whole purpose of
why.
But why don't you do that?
Why don't I follow the teachings of Jesus?
No.
Oh.
The story part.
So in this specific question, we're asking, why do you have to believe the stories?
Because the stories are examples of human nature and what humans do in certain situations. It is almost like
Explain the 50,000 other religions who also hold similar morals and values and aspire to be like their figurehead. Like, how is that any different?
because all those different religions come from the origin, like one or no, technically all of them. Like I have a friend who is in Islam. He's Muslim, and I speak to him often.
Oh boy.
Islam's just desert Mormonism.
Oh my god.
So
Judaism is also like it is a historical event. It is like all of it. Let me put it like this: everything that you know, everything that you like, Buddhism, Sikhism, Hinduism, it is like all real. Like, yes, it is all real.
My guy, you sound like a Baha'i.
you're still avoiding the question too, which is really frustrating.
He may not know how to answer.
I'm not gonna lie. I know you guys debate like a lot. I can tell. There's a certain
No,
we don't debate.
We don't debate.
Yeah, I know. Like you guys are really respectful, and you actually give me like some time to say what it is that I'm trying to say. And like, I really like that. I like people like that. But if it's okay if I can call you Morgan. Morgan, I'm sorry to the best of my ability. I am not trying to waste your time. I promise you.
There's another third person that's asked you this question. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kat.
Well, I was just saying it was my question to begin with. But like, if you are you not? Is it hard to think of this but not believe that the story is real?
That's what I'm saying. Like, technically, you can do that. You can, if you really want to, you can leave. You can like.
Okay. Great. So we established that like that is possible. So what is it that you believe the story is real?
Tavium, like you said, it is literally just learning about who Jesus was as a person and like kind of just living like that, you know?
Oh my god, we're going in circles.
Okay. I have a question. I came up for a question. I'll drop after. Earlier you said everything was designed for a purpose. Right, Goose?
Yeah, everything was designed for a purpose.
So, the last few months I was doing a pediatrics residency. You know what that is?
Not specifically, no.
It's basically newborns and kids. I go to the kids' hospital, I treat kids all day. Even newborns.
Okay.
One of a rare condition, one of a really, like, one of a rare genetic condition called brittle bone disease, sometimes also called glass bone disease, where a baby gets, when someone tries to pick him up or touch the kid, their bones start cracking.
And so they basically don't live more than, I believe, a month tops. And in that month, they live through from like a bone defect or something. This is one of the reasons that I don't really like the sentence everything was designed for a reason, or everything has a purpose. So if you say that everything has a purpose, I want to ask you, what's the purpose? I hate to say it, but yes. Okay, it is just like any other illness or disease. Like it has, it exists in our world and can affect us, and it can affect things around it. Okay, right. It's it might seem like something bad is just happening, and it is. It's really bad. That baby was born for 1 month and 1 month only, and that was it. That was their life. And now in that month, it's pure excruciating. Like I feel exactly what you feel. I feel like that is unfair. Like it's a baby. Like why does a baby have to experience pain as soon as it's born? It's like that's the immediate question. Like, God, why are you making these? It's not God Himself that is making these bad things happen. It is just these bad things that exist with us simultaneously in this reality. So these things happen instead of like this. Are these things forced on God by something? Forced on God. Like, is there something that happens outside the will of God? Anything, yes. God is not all powerful. No, God is all powerful. Why can't He? Like, okay, I'm not gonna. Do you not see that this defeats that thing? Everything has a design or purpose. Okay, so you're asking me why didn't God just take away the pain from that baby and let them live the rest of it? No, I'm asking you why God created that disease. Because God created everything.
Right, but why is that even a possibility?
Exactly. Because, like, when you create something, everything has rules, laws, and the way things work. It's almost like, okay, I'm gonna kind of like just use like a figure of speech, a game, right? He creates the game with things you can do and things you cannot do. There's certain places in the game that you can go to, and there's certain places you can't go to. You're essentially controlling this character in this game, and you are playing that game. Huh? That's a really bad analogy, Goose.
Well,
What I want.
Programming this game, why did he program the world to have this disease or diseases like Lesch-9 syndrome? But let's stick to the brittle bone. But why did he create that in the game?
Okay, so I'm gonna use stuff like, okay, we're talking about diseases and illnesses and negative stuff like that. I will talk about like, okay, like something like cancer specifically. Cancer cancer is random and it doesn't discriminate. You can get it. Like it's either genetic or you sort of like gain it from your experience while living. Like some people, they smoke like cigarettes, and then eventually in their life they do get cancer. Like the everything follows a process. Like that's why
an emergent property of something that happened? Something like defective genes and cancer? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like you know how most biological things are just a mutation, like, you know, how genetics are so random that literally we have all different types of people, different races, different hair colors, different skin colors. It means that basically
And in a game, when you program a game, you know what's gonna happen specifically at what time. Okay, sometimes bugs happen. Those can crash the entire game. That's cool, but because we're humans. Okay? We don't know everything about everything. But when God does that, it's either bad design or not really a design, you know?
Well, I have a question for him though, because he did kind of bring up that he wants to be like Jesus, and I think it's made clear through the scriptures. And do you believe that Jesus and God share a will?
Yeah, you would like, okay, so the whole be seen as like maybe a little inaccurate sometimes.
I'm not going down that route.
Okay, that's okay.
I'm just asking, do you believe that Jesus and God share a will?
Yes.
Okay. If you could right now, right? It is where I'm at. It right now. You had a button in front of you, and you pushed it within the next 5 minutes. All of cancer was cured. Would you push the button?
I would, yes.
Would Jesus and God push the button and
Probably
have
not.
cancer cured by 6:25 a.m. Mountain Standard Time?
Probably not, no.
So who's right? Are you right, or is Jesus and God right?
Jesus and God are right.
So knowing that Jesus and God are right, and in your worldview, they are objectively right, let's say we put this button right back in front of you. Would you push it?
Yes.
Knowing that the right thing to do is to not push the button.
Well, to push the button would mean that it is my decision, but like it is not my decision.
Button because Jesus and God won't push the button.
Yes, because like, okay, let's say cancer does disappear. What would happen to the world?
Instantly becomes a better place.
So no one would have cancer anymore.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I would want a world like that too.
So why isn't good God doing that?
Because God cannot aim.
Did a lot of that though.
And like sacrificed himself?
Yeah, he came down to teach us how to be better people, and he died.
So he interfered.
Interfere with the game.
Well,
yeah.
Interfering. Okay, could you argue that the deceiver interfered with the game in the Garden of Eden?
Well, yeah, all of these are considered interference.
Well, like you gotta understand. You gotta understand.
So.
Sorry, go on.
Not to mention that God created the deceiver.
Yeah.
That was God interfering.
Yeah, but okay, interfering. You gotta the deceiver. Like it. Okay, there's a difference between influencing and interfering directly. We are like it's influence. Like it's the questions the deceiver was asking. He said, "Did God really say that?" He did not say to the woman or Adam or Eve. He did not tell them to eat the apple. He just asked, like, "Did God really say that?"
I'm sorry to cut you off. I know that that's influence. Let's call that influence. I'm okay with that. How about the time that God literally came down to earth and sacrificed himself for our sins?
Yeah, like you. Okay, Like, I mean, think about it. Like, why didn't Jesus like run away?
No, before we go to that, is that direct interference or not?
Well, it's also influence in itself. Like, it's not interference; it is influence.
So me going down, taking him out to, let's say, a nice dinner or something. That's not me interfering with the doctor.
By asking them to go to dinner with you?
No, not asking them. Grabbing them by the hand and going there.
Well, yeah, if you grab them by the hand and take them to dinner, you're not really influencing them, you're just taking them to dinner.
So when Jesus came down to the disciples and preached and did all, that's influence, that's not interference? I'm sorry, go ahead, Kat.
No, it is not interference, it is influence. Like, you can listen to the teachings of Jesus and decline them, you can reject them.
So real quick, I'm gonna hop down. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna hop down real quick. But I'm just gonna say, off this logic, when I go and decide to go for my doctorate in theology, I'm not, gonna cheat. I'm just gonna like get influence for my tests.
That is exactly what I'm thinking of.
You have done fantastic. You've been so great, and you have really like engaged with us, I think, and you have been super respectful and like patient, and I think these are all great things. But isn't it exhausting? Is this not exhausting?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted for you, okay? And all of this is me trying to say, like, the reason this is so exhausting is because we haven't made a single point that wasn't like a valid point. You have had a rebuttal for all of these points, but like you haven't said to us once like, oh, that's not a valid point, like, you know. um and I think this says a lot about how honest you are, and that's great. But if you like, all the points that we've made are pretty valid, and you've had to like, try to explain and explain and explain. Don't you think the text should have been more like easy to interpret or read or straightforward?
Yeah, it's the issue with like old, like basically the past. Like it's
right, but even when we have people who can read the languages it was originally written in, it's pretty much like the same amount of like the interpretation of like the translation doesn't change that much, and sometimes it is really straightforward to make it something that is more palatable, right? Like the "on this day you will surely die" thing.
Yes.
So does this not call any of it into question for you at all? Like, do you see why that this is like a questionable like belief?
Yes, of course. And like, if I had to be honest with you, I didn't believe until like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I know I will admit this much. I haven't like really gone to like school and like studied philosophy directly. So everything I say is like sort of like based off of my own human experience. Like, I don't want to come in here and be like, okay, I know so much and so about this and that. But like I'm kind of like I've read the Bible, and like I've realized that God has a personality, and like it's within understanding his personality. Like, God gets angry, God gets sad, God is happy, God, like he basically kind of like feels emotions just like us, and I guess that's why we feel emotions too. So like I just want people to like kind of like, I guess, think of God less as like this dictator that does whatever he wants, and more as like, it's hard.
Degus, why do you want people to think of God in this one particular way, when, especially when he's written in all of the text to be this dictator, as you said?
Well, I think he is not a dictator because every action that you perform has a consequence. And he knows that consequence, and he basically tells you.
How does that differ from a dictator? Because every action you do has a consequence, and that dictator knows what the consequence is.
Well, usually a dictator does like selfish things. They I guess they are a dictator.
Like thou shalt not have any God
gods before
me.
me. For I am a jealous God. My very name is jealous. Is that not something selfish?
Oh, if you were to describe jealousy, like, okay, if I have an ex-girlfriend and like I can be jealous.
What does that have to do with God?
But yeah, and not only what does it have to do with God, but also the simple fact is you said that a dictator does things for selfish reasons. And being jealous, is that not, especially in the way he lays it out like that, is that not a selfish reason?
Of course, like in any normal situation, somebody, I guess, being like jealous and sort of acting on that jealousy would cause them to, like, I guess, okay, in that same example of being like a jealous ex.
Goose.
Yeah.
Stop.
Okay. Listen, I know.
Why don't you just say I don't know ever, like you never do?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid that saying I don't know will be more ignorant than just pulling random answers out of abso-fucking-lutely nowhere?
No, because I don't mind being wrong.
Then why not just say I don't know?
Because there are things I don't know. Like if I like, have you not noticed that? Have you not
The
noticed?
thing is though, is like whenever I'm asking you about the entire jealous thing, it's in reference to the fact that you said that you don't want people to see God as this dictator, and we press on you about how these are ways that this God is a dictator.
You said the word.
Well, I don't. Then why? And you said that you like. Why not just say I?
Yeah. Okay. Like, if it's okay if I can call you Kat, like Kat said, I really don't want to just like kind of like keep talking at you guys because I know that can be like a little annoying. But yeah. I can go now. But if you ever.
You can just say you're all done.
Yeah, I'm all done. I'm all done. I couldn't take one more random nonsensical bullshit phraseology. Like I get he was being respectful, but he was also just literally just dribbling shit out of his mouth.
Yeah, I know. We tried.
I know. That's why I told him that. Like, I asked him if it was exhausting because it seemed like it was exhausting.
Well, yeah, he used that conversation to.
This particular deity. You see, guys, I like this particular deity, so clearly, like, he's not a dictator because I like him.
That makes me really sad that people like willfully have a negative or a part of everything.
What makes me sad is that three different times in that conversation, I said, like, why do you believe in this if you have to jump? Like, why are you doing this right now? Does this not indicate? And none of them did I get a an actual
No,
answer. And I
deferred to another
kept giving him the
panelist.
out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or what I really hated about that conversation was the literal pushing away of the questions and just walking past them.
Yeah, that was probably the most frustrating part.
But if
it's a question you can dodge a ball.
right, if you
To give
can
him some
question
credit, only been a believer.
Oh, that's so disturbing. If you can question your beliefs, if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question it, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Sometimes I look at the ghosts in the queue and I wonder how much better that conversation would have been had I taken them while they were still in the room, instead of listening to somebody pull
There's
random
no
bullshit
use
out of
in
their ass.
wondering. There's no use in wondering what could have been. It isn't what it didn't happen because it was not determined to happen that way, Thrayle.
It's not meant to be.
I don't know if meant to be. No, now Hammy's a fatalist.
I have been reading a lot about the Rosetta and stuff, so maybe.
Getting some of that stoicism.
Hammy, your stupid fatalism comment took away from my determinism comment.
But don't you just love it?
No, because it was funnier that I made a deterministic comment than you being a fatalist.
I think you could accept fatalism before Hammy would accept. Wait, I think you could accept determinism before Hammy would accept fatalism.
I don't know about that.
I know. It does seem that he is Hammy.
The reason I don't know about that is because I have such an emotional attachment to this.
Yeah, but logically you could wrap your mind around the one before the other. Can you tell me?
Maybe. Oh, wait, okay, no. I logically wrap around determinism, but accepting it is like because of the emotional attachment is
to the will.
Probably farther out than Hammy accepting fatalism. Yeah. But yes, I can logically wrap my mind around it probably before Hammy can logically wrap his mind around fatalism. That is a fair assessment.
Good morning, anybody's just joining us. We are here in silence, apparently. Where'd the music go? We are here.
Well, you got the frogs.
You say that the frogs are there.
The frogs are here.
See, I don't.
Good
Probably
Merry
can't
Christmas
really
Eve.
Yes.
I said that to Rob earlier before he went to bed. Whoops.
For those who celebrate, happy holiday.
To you.
There
There it is.
Yeah, it feels odd without the music.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have my loot.
No, what's odd is pointing the music out mid-conversation.
Oh, that was weird.
That was very bizarre.
Well, when you can't evade a question with random bullshit that you heard someone say in a YouTube video, you gotta find a squirrel.
So there's 85 people in here right now and 147,000 likes. I think that we could probably get to 150,000 before it's 4 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time, which is whatever time it is for you guys. I don't know.
20 minutes.
There we go. Yeah, in the next 20 minutes. And also maybe if you believe in Winnie the Pooh or mermaids or some other stupid god, I'm just kidding. Your gods aren't stupid, probably, but they might be also. But we won't tell you that they are, if you don't count that little slip up.
I will.
But Hammy's always wrong, so that's fine. Hit the request button, and you're welcome for one of my famous terrible segues.
It started so strong. You were doing so well.
I can't. I just look what I did though. Look at that. Look, I did it.
You did it.
Hello, Mike. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My name is Mike, and I am 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that the strongest force in all of quantum physics. It is the only perpetual force.
I'm sorry, you said the force of love is the strongest force in quantum physics.
All of science.
Can you stop for a moment? Don't talk over me. What is love?
Love is okay, it's hard to describe it into words because it is in fact what births all of everything, and it is in fact what drives everything, and it is in fact the only thing that lasts. So I would describe it as the and what has birthed everything, drives everything, and is the only thing that lasts.
So love births everything.
Yes.
Drives everything and lasts.
Yes. Even tragedy.
Stop for a moment.
Yes.
You're giving me attributes of a thing. You're saying it drives things, it births things. What is the thing?
It is that which. So that is what it is. That is the essence of. There is no more of an essence than that of.
So just to stop for just a moment. You're saying it is that which does these things. How is it you're defining the thing that does these things so that you can classify it as that?
That is the definition. The definition of love is the thing that does those exact specific things. That is what love is. That is it. That is the fabric of it. Yeah. It is the.
So just to clarify, anything that births something or drives something, it is love.
No, not anything.
Okay, so not anything.
Only love.
So things can be birthed. Can something be birthed or driven that is not birthed or driven by love?
No, even that which is birthed of us is birthed of love. Even that which is flawed. Yeah. So technically, the answer to your question was also yes.
Slow the sermon down just a little bit, okay? So far you've just said that anything birthed is birthed by love. and love is that which births. Do you kind of get that that's kind of circular? Like we still don't know.
Not circular.
Stop, please stop talking. Please
also...
stop. Please fucking stop. What the fuck is the matter with you? This is not love, is it? Talking over somebody and just preaching at them.
My apologies.
Yeah. So, when I say what is love, and you say it is that which, I'm still trying to figure out what it is, because that which is starting to describe an attribute of a thing, right? A thing it does. Can you kind of narrow it down a little bit? Like, is there anything that isn't love?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
It
what is some?
It is okay. So, for example, the light, the purity of the white light of love, that it goes through the prism and it becomes many colors. Yes, there is also darkness.
Okay, stop. Are you on something right now?
No, I'm trying to explain this to you.
You're not doing a very good job.
Okay, I'll try again. So, the love is the pure, it's the source of all is birth.
Source.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What is birthed from mean? Because you might be using this word differently than.
Okay. Originates. So the origin.
So something originates. All things originate from one thing.
Yes.
And the one thing all things originate from is.
Yeah, love. So okay. So before creation, before the Big Bang.
Just stop. So when you say the one thing all things originate from is love, I'm still not very clear. Like, we could use any word in this place. We could say the one thing all things originate from is schmoffel.
Oh, exactly. So the word can be anything.
So right now the word doesn't tell us anything. So schmoffel is nothing yet. Can you help me understand what schmoffel is?
Yeah, so that's exactly. So, wow, I kind of planned how I was going to go forth. So, essentially, before the Big Bang occurred, everything
so you've
was
just been
one.
trying to get to this script over and over. It's just a sermon.
This is how I will tell you that it's love that created everything, because before the Big Bang, everything was one. And what happens is
anybody not on uppers? Like, is there anybody who's got, like, maybe the ability to process coherent thought before trying to let the words come out of their constantly moving mouth?
I mean, it's like almost 9 a.m. on Christmas Eve. Are we for real right now?
You know what, though? When stimulants used to, like, I mean, I used to be able to get that zoomy on stimulants. Those were the days. Now that's not a thing.
That is terrifying. Slow the damn zooms down.
Take a Xanax. Come back later.
Spoke very slowly.
Oh no!
Look, I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart, okay?
My friend, you were very much steamrolling through everything at a very high velocity. I apologize if that's not something that you realized.
Well, you don't realize it when you have done. You think you're talking normally.
Exactly, and that's why I said that the way that I did.
Look, Thrayle and I are both from Texas. We need things done at a slow pace here, right? You gotta say it slowly for us.
I don't even need it done at a slow pace. Just a coherent one.
Even as a Yankee up in New England, that was a little too fast for me.
Look, Look, if people start talking a little too fast for me, it gets to the point where all the words jumble in my head all together. So I need it done at a slow pace.
Now, what throws me off is my auditory processing delay when English no longer sounds like English, and I ask you to repeat like bread for the 15th time because it's still not clicking in my brain.
There's something unsettling about, I don't know, hitting accept again.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you requested backup. I
thank you.
I didn't really, and it's still a choice I may live to regret. But we could move forward and hopefully still have a conversation. So you were saying that you believe that all comes from love. Everything is birthed from or originated from love, but you haven't quite defined what love is in any way.
I can in this way. So when the all wished for another, that was love wanting to be shared. So love is something that we share.
So
I think this is something that we can
You said
try
the
to define
all
love as.
wished for another. Steamrolling doesn't work up here, by the way, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I going too fast?
No, it's not about going too fast. It's about just saying things that need clarification and then blowing right by.
I'm going way too fast. Okay. Yes. So the one wished for another.
Stop for a moment. So, you say the all wished for another.
Yes.
What makes you think that there was a moment when anything that is all wished for another?
Of a dream I had when I was little.
Okay, so you assume that a dream you had when you were little tells you some secret nature of the universe.
Yes, sir.
You realize how that sounds, Mike?
Well, many people have had experiences such as this, and it's a fantastic way to explain the universe, so I'm sure it's not unusual.
You say it's a fantastic way to explain the universe.
Yeah.
Based
like,
on a dream
if God
that
were to
you
try
had
to
when
tell you
were
something,
little.
you'd think a dream would be a good way? Or the universe?
I think that'd be a terrible way to communicate to somebody.
Oh, maybe it would. I don't know. It seemed to. That's what I got from it, anyways. I got the idea that I was alone, and breathe, and I always thought that was a very poetic way to think about the beginning of the world.
I see. So you had heard of the Big Bang, and you as a lonely child.
No, that was way before knowing about the Big Bang.
Okay, so you as a lonely child had this feeling of wanting to not be alone, and then felt this explosion and imagined that as a way to not feel alone.
Yeah, and I thought that's probably what happens when they talk about the enlightenment and then the returning to the source, and imagine everyone doing this and then the source becoming whole.
You thought all this as a child?
I was about 3.
And you thought this was about the enlightenment and returning to source?
Yes.
As a child?
Yes.
Okay, Morgan, you can ask the liar a question.
I have a rather personal question, and you don't have to answer this at all. Where did you grow up as a child?
I was born in, the town I grew up in, I was raised in at first, didn't have a hospital. I was born in the Langley Hospital. I was raised in Aldergrove before moving to Chilliwack, where I spent most of my youth in British Columbia, Canada.
I was going to say, we don't have to get into like specific locations. It's more so
Southwest Canada.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right.
Excellent. So, Mike, you said that as 3-year-old you thought about the Enlightenment?
Must have been young. I was small enough to fit into standing up into the fireplace in the basement. When I told my mom about this dream, she said I must have been under 5 to fit in there, standing up.
And you
Even though
thought
it was
at
a
the
dream, I
time-
figure it was a proportionate dream.
Sure, okay. And you thought at the time that,
That I could make wishes in the fireplace. Yes, I did.
That was not what I was going to ask.
I know it wasn't. I just had to say it.
You know, Thrayle, at the age of 3, I remember...
There's a certain point when it just doesn't feel like we're having a conversation with someone with coherency. So,
yeah,
for their safety.
At the age of 3, I was up here saying, you know, why is it that workers can't own the means of production? Why does it have to go to all the proletariat? Like, I mean, these were just the conversations I was having at 3.
Sure you were, Lisa.
Oh, me and Morgan got the Lisa joke. At the age of 4, I was thinking, you know, maybe the bourgeoisie shouldn't be having all this wealth.
Hammy. No, I was really genuinely hoping for not Canada, anything other than Canada, really.
Well, as South Park said, we can always just blame Canada.
I'm just disappointed. But at 3 years old, the Enlightenment. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Giovanni.
Yeah, you sound a little disappointed, brother.
So can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
31 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. And then I also have a question about my beliefs, you know?
And which god do you believe in?
The same God that created you, dude.
Which god is that?
The Almighty.
Which Almighty is that?
The God that created us, bro. Same God.
Which god do you believe created us?
Odin.
I'm just not.
Of asking or answering a question directly. Why is this hard?
Because he doesn't want everyone to know he believes in Odin, Cat.
It's either shame or arrogance. I don't care which.
I never understood why, like, just say it. Just, oh, I believe in the Christian God. Like, just say it. It's not anything to be ashamed of.
Morgan, I told you it's because of the fact that he doesn't want everyone knowing that he believes in Odin.
I want off this ride.
There is no off. We're all on this ride, unfortunately, and we didn't choose to be on it, but we're here anyways.
No, don't praise Odin. That's weird.
No, praising Odin is a bit weird. Odin was not that great of a, person, a god.
Really want praise, so...
You know, Thrayle, I came up here last night, or maybe the night before, and I poked fun at Kingfisher a little bit for being a glutton for punishment, but I think we're the real gluttons here.
It's funny that Giovanni can say it in the chat, but can't say it up on panel.
And it's not limited to that individual either. I just don't... If you're ashamed, maybe you should probably think about why you're ashamed.
Nobody's scared of you, Giovanni. You were scared to answer the first question. It was pathetic. It was really boring. Oh, look, we have other options. People who might actually honestly answer questions.
Ooh.
Hello, OG. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
45.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything?
Yes, I'm Gnostic.
Oh, you're going to do the whole talking over before I finish questions thing.
I thought you were finished.
That's where we're just going to move on. There's somebody else waiting too. Hello, Mad Dog. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Mad Dog, are you with us? Mad Dog is gonna turn tail and run. Okay, I'll help you out the door. If anybody has a thing like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs and waiting for questions to finish. That'd be cool. Willing request on that. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if so, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
You do come up here to debate. That's you looking like a fool, just so you know.
And also, if you can answer questions directly.
We don't like fancy answers. We like answers.
Look, Giovanni's back. Hey, Giovanni.
What's up, my brother?
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, so
which God
my
is
belief is
have you read your Bible
I'm a
from
Catholic.
beginning to end?
I'm a Catholic.
Okay. Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes, sir. I do follow the Bible, and the stories in there are true.
You believe in a 6-day creation?
I do.
Adam and Eve in the garden?
Mm-hmm.
And the global flood?
Yes, I do, my brother.
Why do you believe those stories?
I have faith in Jesus.
What is faith?
Something that's very good to me because no one could debate my faith in Jesus Christ, right? So what is
Nobody's
faith?
interested in debating.
So what is faith? Like you
I've
asked.
asked what is
Faith
faith.
is the belief that I've learned gave me faith.
Belief that you learned gave you faith. Faith is belief that you learned.
Yeah.
Is faith belief?
It's a little. Faith is beyond belief. After
what
you
is
believe
faith?
it, you have faith.
What is faith?
In my own words, faith is something that's always going to be with me. No matter what goes on in my life, I will always preach the name
All
of
right,
Jesus.
I'm done. Does anybody have any questions for this guest?
Thank you, my friend. No questions?
Nope. No capable of answering questions. He just came up here to preach. He preached. He's done. Hello, Slip. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come up.
Oh, well, appreciate you anyway, Slip. Yeah, Delilah, he thinks he's won. That's what he thought he was doing, and he did it.
He won. Congratulations, you. You are the best around, and nothing's ever going to get you down.
See, we're very validating here. We let people win or something. I don't know.
He says, I'll come back if you think you won. Oh, don't worry, Giovanni. You won. You're a moron. Goodbye.
Okay, ChatGPT. Why? Why is that? I don't.
Don't worry, I muted him too, so you know, he doesn't have to sit there in the chat.
Doesn't have to listen to Thrayle's AI voice anymore.
I think that if I got onto my AI system and I heard Thrayle's voice coming out of it, I'd be like, what the hell is this?
Oh no, the other day, I don't know what I was doing. I actually sent Thrayle a message about this, but my Netflix started auto-playing the Stranger Things like trailer, and I don't know who was speaking, but it was like at a low enough level I thought that I had like somehow remained in a Batcolyte session or something, or like
Maybe
I
it
was
was Vecna.
and I was like, what the fuck? Who where? I know I was checking Discord, I was checking TikTok, I was like, ah, and then I realized it was the thing. So
Probably Vecna. Vecna, whenever he's in his demonic form, is
Sounds
very
about
very low.
Mm-hmm. It was very disconcerting to hear the voice of Thrayle when Thrayle was not supposed to be here.
The funniest things that happened to me was I was in the comment section and I was just listening to the Batcolyte as I was drifting off to sleep one morning and dreaming where like everything you hear gets evolved in the dream. And so I was with Thrayle at like, I don't know where Thrayle lives, but I know that he lives out in the woods. And where we were at was not the woods, but we were at his house. And he was, his normal questions of, you know, do you believe in a God or God's higher power and all that? He was doing it to his mom and dad. And I'm just there because that made sense in dream logic. In dream logic, that made total sense. Me and Thrayle, who live almost like the only way I could be any more opposite side of Texas from Thrayle is if I went further down south. And like because where I'm at is like halfway between here in Oklahoma. From like Brownsville, Texas, which is at the very bottom. I'm at the halfway mark. And so I'd have to go even more further down south to get, you know, even further away from him. But like we're still far, far apart. And in dream logic, you know, I was right there with him. Just out there chilling at his house, questioning his parents on if they believe in a God or God's or higher power or anything like that. It made total sense.
That's the real motive. That's the real motive here. People constantly are like, why are you asking all these questions? It's literally so that Thrayle earworms into your brain at all waking hours.
I hear what you mean.
I see you, skeleton man.
No.
It's funny because every time someone asks, like, I want to know what Thrayle looks like, I'm like, look at his profile picture. That is him.
You see it? It's right there. It's a picture. I don't know what to tell you.
Can confirm have seen face is photograph.
Like the thing is like you're gonna say that it's AI'd, but that's not. That's literally his face. Aaron says the mic is AI. No. So this is an actual picture he took. So that's the mic he's using, and can confirm because me and him have the same mic.
I mean, there's pictures of Thrayle and I in the studio, like, obviously.
There's pictures of us burgling gods. There's pictures. There's all kinds of photos.
Do you like how they have, like, the Thor from Marvel Endgame? With the whitish blonde beard? That's a nice touch.
Oh yeah, Hammy. Do you like?
I gotta say, I do quite enjoy them. And I know that you made at least one of them, and that one, whenever it came up, I was in the comment section. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, that was the other.
He's moved past that one. He doesn't use my energy god anymore.
No.
He doesn't like my energy god anymore since I introduced him to Gemini, and he has the power to make all the backgrounds in the world now.
No, we can do this energy now. Or we could do the other energy.
I like the other one better.
Ooh, I actually really like this one, though. Stinky.
Oh yeah, this one's real stinky, and so I like this one too.
I use Microsoft's Copilot.
Have you ever played Diablo 3?
No, but I want to.
I have never played any of the Diablo games.
Okay, so in Diablo 3, if you play as a demon hunter, there are these pants that you can get that emit a powerful stench and kill your enemies. Your pants are so stinky that it and they waft green like that.
That's hilarious.
Mhm. They're my favorite.
I like this one because everybody's burning in hell and happy about it.
Of course. It reminds me of that. It reminds me of that scene in Harry Potter where it's like, you're going to suffer, but you're going to be happy about it.
Right. Jesus has the strangest smile on his face.
It's because he's truly, truly enjoying all the people who are burning in hell.
Ulfro's the best raves. We know this.
Don't you be getting onto our frogs, cat.
I was actually getting onto the cat who was screaming. I don't know if you couldn't hear it, but
I couldn't, but don't get onto the cat either. The cat's being one of the goodest of boys.
He is a good boy. You are correct. He's a very good boy. I love him very much.
There's a guy who does these shorts all over the place. It's on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, on everything. But I came across him, and he lives in the Florida Everglades, and he just goes around grabbing up. No. He's like, oh, I'm getting into the marshes, and I'm going to grab this python, and I'm just like, no, thank you. I'm good.
You know when you lose a sewing needle in the couch?
Frequently.
Mm-hmm. It's a little scary.
Don't worry, it'll end up buried in flesh somewhere.
I don't have a couch to lose a needle in, so no, I don't know that.
You have a needle to lose. They're important to the experience.
No, I think so too. You agree with Philly? Where are the mermaids in these background pics?
So it is hard to convince an AI to incorporate a mermaid on dry land. You know,
Even the ocean, Thrayle.
Fantasy racism.
So it is hard to make it look right. I'm trying to get one to come out right.
You can't do it because they live in the ocean, Thrayle.
I have made an effort, and there was one at one point where it had like the mermaid kind of in the cup. That was weird.
We need some Atlantis conspiracy.
I would love to speak to someone who truly believes that Atlantis is real.
Mm.
I did whenever I was younger, but then I became older and wiser, and an adult as far as like, because even my early 20s, I was like, it probably could exist. But then I became older and I was like, no.
Nah, it would just be cool if it exists. That's all.
Yeah.
Be dope.
That one does have a mermaid. There is a mermaid on the donut Earth.
Oh, I see her.
Well, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, the Earth it's flat, banana shaped, and hollow.
What?
It's flat, banana shaped, and hollow. Because of reasons, and shut up.
Because I want it to, that's why.
I do kind of now want to ask an AI to make me a Earth that's in the shape of a banana, but flat and hollow, and see if it actually can do it ever.
It would just look like a surfboard.
We keep what the fucking, and I think it's.
Sorry.
I think it might be something you said. So if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, that is what the fuck we're talking about. Not flat banana hollows. If you can question your belief or to debate you or argue, I just want to know if you can. Well then, what is it that you believe in, and why do you believe it? And yes, Vijay, I do want to know what the fuck love is, but I haven't gotten a clear answer on that one either.
It's Hazel. Hazel's love, remember?
Look, we ask what love is, and nobody ever says that, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
You said no one ever says that?
Nobody truly believes in love.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not the people who believe in like love like that last dude did.
Yeah, I don't think we're actually going to get any more believers this morning. I think the last one won so well. He won so hard thing anymore. least that's perhaps what he would like to think. If you think that you can question your beliefs without it becoming some kind of... I'm not interested in the debate or the argument. I'm not interested in proving you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your belief. Then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? They Live says, why is he trying that weird voice so hard?
Are you trying that?
Who comes up here and thinks their own voice, Thrayle?
You gotta open the back of the throat a little more so you can get some, so you don't choke on your uvula.
I'll work on it.
I feel like that comes from personal experience.
Well, you don't want to choke on your uvula, man. That sounds really, shitty. That'd be a crappy way to go.
Oh, very bad way to go indeed.
When did Meatwad get here?
He does sound like a really good meatwad. There's another person in the community who sounds like Master Shake.
This runs from this. He didn't run any of this meatwad, man. Shake's afraid.
Yeah, Are you familiar with somebody on here by the name of oh god, why am I blanking on his name? Thrayle, what's his name?
The guy who does the Shake voice?
Yeah.
Slurms.
Yeah, Slurms. His name on here is Slurms McKenzie.
No,
And
I am familiar with the character, but I have not encountered that individual.
Also, you know, I've never heard him say, what is it, wham wham wazzle? Or what is
Wimmity wham wham wazzle.
Whammity wham wham wazzle.
well, he come up on panels, and the very first thing he ever says is he go, "Hello?" And whenever he does it, he sounds just like Master Shake when he does it.
That sounds more like Gilbert Godfrey.
Oh, me?
No.
Oh.
Slurms. But regardless of what he sounds like, I want to know what you sound like when you question your God or your beliefs. If you can even question what it is you believe, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not looking to argue or prove can. Then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
And if you do try to come up here and debate, and we can tell in your voice that that's the reason you came up here, especially after hearing Thrayle say, we're not here for a debate, you will look like a fool, and we may laugh at you. I definitely will laugh at you, but others may hold back the laughter.
Hey, is anybody surprised at all that there's a person who had a problem with my voice who's also phobic? No, nobody's surprised.
No, I don't
Yeah, I saw
think
that.
so.
That was sad.
Very silly.
I always, like, if you sit there and told me that, oh, somebody made fun of Thrayle's voice, I'd be like, yeah, that happens quite often. And if they said, oh, he was also being very phobic, I'd be like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
I'm hearing cookies, but they're like intermittent. Yeah, like that.
The sun shouldn't be coming up just yet.
No, not yet. Not there.
What are you doing to our cookies, Cat?
It just sucks.
She's not pushing the button enough, is what it is.
I mean, great.
No, it's the whole Wi-Fi that takes the cookies from us.
There's a storm.
Oh, a storm. Okay. Cat, have you tried? Not today. Not right now. Thank you.
Like,
go away.
Reschedule the appointment.
Yes, it's been going on all day. I would love to have rescheduled it because it's been like 24 hours of this shitty fucking weather. Like it's like one of those shitty like drizzles. It's just like constant.
So you looked up at the sky and you told it no, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't listen though.
Man, have you tried putting on the Karen voice?
I don't really want to like tempt Pele to do something drastic, so I just left it alone.
I get you.
There's a Karen voice.
That I need to speak to your manager voice?
Like,
Yeah.
do you think I have a Karen voice?
I would prefer
No.
Do you think I have one of those also?
No, I'm just saying that you have to fake a Karen voice to try to see if maybe. I said, have you tried putting on a Karen voice?
Let me say what you have to do. I said, listen to Hammy over here making assertions about what somebody has to do.
I heard that.
When did I say has to?
You said you have to put on the Karen voice to make this guy listen.
I said maybe that's what you have to do. Maybe.
This is what they do, folks. He's just backtracking like a motherfucker.
Not one time have I backtracked. So, bam.
Oh no, I'm hearing some pedaling.
We only pedal forward. We lean into the steering.
We lean into the steering.
Yeah, we double down on everything we just say.
That was a Blazing Saddles reference.
Yes, I love
Before
Blazing
I get canceled.
Saddles.
Brought it back to Gene Wilder.
What? One of the funniest things about that movie is that there's the scene whenever Gene Wilder's talking to the sheriff, and he's talking to them about the people of the town being slow and stuff. He's like, hillbillies, or whatever the word it was that he said, or idiots or something like that. And the guy laughs. Well, that laugh was genuine because, he just could not keep the straight face during that scene whatsoever.
I remember that was an ad-libbed line.
It's an ad-lib line, and so, that laugh was a genuine laugh that cracked him up. And they're like, you know what? We're keeping it in the film. Nope. We're not retaking this. This is the take.
in a god, or, gods, or like, and you can question that belief. And that is what the fuck we are talking about. Go ahead and request on him. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I don't want to burgle your god. I just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Nobody, no takers, no believers of any kind.
Come on, believers. What are you doing? Oh, they're busy celebrating their silly deity birthday.
Oh, yeah, that day.
They've all are doing last minute shopping because they forgot to.
The holiday that is just about surviving the winter. That one.
No, I mean the one about the deity's birthday.
Jeebus's birthday today.
I thought that was in the spring.
No, we don't care about that. We don't care about his actual birthday.
I see. Okay. I'm tracking now.
I'm gonna have to go back and read that message Bible again, aren't I? With the terrible song.
I mean, you can ask me questions always. If you.
Oh yeah.
Dave does say Merry Christmas, atheists.
So, I don't know why that was necessary. Dave, but caps are for mods. So it's a belief I am curious about, that ghosts are just the interactions of us through time.
No, so like, okay, I mean, what do you mean us through time? I don't know what you mean by that.
Are they echoes of something that happened or will happen through a B theory of time, where all occurrences simultaneous except of our perception of it?
Yes, that's pretty much exactly it. I don't know if I would say echoes. I don't know, like, but that is a good word for it, right? Like, but yeah, it's pretty much that. It's pretty much like, it's a B theory of time thing, that all things are occurring all at the same time, and so sometimes, and we just perceive our piece of it, like whatever piece of it is, and I don't really know how that works. Don't ask me. I'm not sure. But like when you see something that maybe you think is a ghost or something, like occurrences can be explained this way.
I'm sorry, that can be explained what way? That
And
it's just overlapping experiences through time.
I think it's far more plausible that that is the case than like ghosts are the case.
You say it's far more plausible.
Yes.
How did you determine the plausibility?
Well, mostly because, okay, so the B theory of time is a thing that people actually who actually know what they're talking about, people who aren't, right? And so, if that
You
is how
find
time
B
works,
theory of plausible?
yes, actually, no, yes, I think that is the case. But if that is how this works, um, then we don't understand how time works at all, right? But in my head, it seems that um, there being some like imperfections in that or some overlap sometimes would be much more plausible than there being spirits of people who have died haunting somewhere.
So it's not that it's plausible on its own, it's plausible in comparison to the idea of afterlife. Okay.
I mean, I like the idea, but it does sound kind of far-fetched and ridiculous until you compare it to what the other option is, and then you're like, oh no, wait, hold on, that is more reasonable.
Is that the only other option?
No, there are other options too that are also reasonable, but it just it explains any supernatural experience that I have had that I have determined to not be a hallucination. And I have determined these things to not be hallucinations by knowing how to determine when I'm hallucinating.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, that being dead, unalive people, like an echo of them living in our world, as they're trapped between worlds, is just kind of the past or future bleeding into our present time frame, as far as since time is all going at the same time.
Yeah, so time's all going at the same time, and it seems to me that if you see something like this or experience something like this that may be described as supernatural or ghostly or whatever, it could just be something that is happening.
But this is, again, plausible in comparison to the alternative of ghosts.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it?
I mean, I don't think ghosts are plausible, but
Right. So this is more plausible than ghosts.
More
I don't even know if
than ghosts.
Oh, it's more plausible than it. Oh, I mean, yeah, but I use this analogy a lot, but it's kind of like, it's not as shit soup, it's a shit sandwich type of deal. Like, it's still shit. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Plausible. I think that it seems that, yes, comparatively speaking, sure, it's more plausible than the other, but I don't think it's plausible at all.
Why not?
Because most explanation of most things about ghost stories have a naturalistic explanation to them.
How do you say that most have a naturalistic explanation? And also, if this is the explanation, it would be a naturalistic explanation. So,
I don't know if it would, I don't know if that would be a naturalistic explanation, though.
If that's how time works, then yeah, it would be.
Sure, if that's how time works. And if we are to assume that that's how time works, the thing is, though, is that
how would it not be?
But there's also another point to this, which was actually brought up in the comments as well. our planet is constantly moving, not just around the sun, but around the universe. With that in mind, how would these, I guess, temporal pockets reappear if we're never in the same place twice?
I don't really think. I think it's like the place on Earth. I don't think it's like a greater like, I mean, maybe if we were out in the universe, that would be. I think it's just like like that's like saying like I don't know.
So,
It's like saying you can't be in the place that you are.
but like, so would we hear stories from people who are on the ISS of seeing like dual Earths?
No,
Or does
because
it only
everything's
affect
happening at the
people?
same time.
Right, but we have like this whole entire explanation of the reason why there are these quote unquote ghosts is because of this happening. Is it just happening on Earth or is it happening everywhere? And if it is happening everywhere, why wouldn't we have stories of people on the ISS seeing like a second, like ghostly looking form of Earth?
Why would they? And how do you know they haven't?
We haven't heard any stories from them, and we've heard
Would
stories
you tell
from.
anybody?
Yeah, that's how we get a lot of stories about quote unquote aliens. A lot of people worked in the Air Force or in the military and said they saw something that was faster than anything that they've seen, and they were, a pilot for.
That's really the example you're going to bring up?
I mean, it is an example. I mean, we do have stories within like literal
I'm
footage
aware.
of it.
I'm very aware.
Yeah.
I served in the
And
military
also,
for 10
like,
years, and I've seen a few things.
so like here's the other thing. There's like okay, as far as like ghostly experiences in my life, like some of you would say you've had none, right? I would say I have 1, 2, 3. I have 3 in 30 years. And so if we take the time I've spent on this earth and I've had 1, 2, 3 experiences, and then compare it to the time people spend on the ISS, like, what is the likelihood that you're going to have an experience where you experience a time slippage? I don't know. Small?
Can I
Mm-hmm.
possibly throw a wrench in pretty much everybody's argument?
Always.
And I'd credit Tutski for kind of saying the same thing. The Earth is spinning, right?
Right.
It's revolving around the sun as well. Like it's revolving on its axis, rotating around the sun, and it's the sun is also kind of orbiting the center of the galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
The
galaxy itself
is moving. So if things are like constantly in this state of motion, how is it that we are intersecting with anything from the past or the future?
Do you feel like you're moving on Earth while you're moving?
Okay.
Like, because the Earth is moving, do you feel like you're moving?
The feeling
Do you
of
have
movement,
this, like...
the feeling Earth exists at this exact point in time also, like now and 1983 and 1875, and all these times are at the same time somehow interacting or existing simultaneously. The Earth would be in different locations in actual space. So then we wouldn't actually encounter.
Right, but why does that have an effect on, like, what is happening on the Earth? Like, where, like, I don't understand why, like, the things that are happening on the Earth aren't just happening on the Earth. Right, no, I don't understand why, like, because the Earth is in a different place in the universe,
Are
that
you saying
means that, like
the
the
idea
event,
that,
like,
are you saying that all time existing at the same time would somehow mean that related matter would intersect relationally through time?
I don't know what
And,
you just
and
said to me.
it would have to be stuck, like somehow synchronized with itself from the past and the future, in locale, in space. Stuff. I'm trying to.
Why would it not be? Why would it not be limited by location? And universe moves. Why would it not?
I think the problem is that there's no relation between, say, 1978 and 2025, right?
Right, and that's what I'm saying is, like, why is it dependent on?
Well,
Why would it
it
not be
also
dependent on
doesn't necessarily
location?
have to be.
Well, if
Like,
there's no
it's
relation,
just
then
like the way.
why should we assume that it's even plausible if there's not even a form of relation?
I didn't say that it was.
You said it was plausible.
No, I said it was more plausible than ghosts. That's what I said.
Is there anything more plausible than this?
Like, confirmation bias. Sure, yeah, there is.
So why not follow parsimony instead of holding to like that form of belief?
I also think I'm a brain in a vat. So, like, I mean, like, what do you want from me?
Retreating to solipsism. This is what they do.
I know. I'm just saying, like, I have
Now who's
I have
backpedaling?
plenty of ridiculous ideas about like the way things are or could be, and I admit I will always say that it's not very likely an interesting idea.
But like, why hold to things that are unjustifiable?
Well,
Did
hang on. Let me.
I literally said it's not plausible.
I know, but you still suggested the idea.
Yeah, because there's no believers to question, so we needed something to question.
It is fair. I kind of squeeze this out of her like a sponge.
I just want to say that we made a big deal about me quote unquote backpedaling, but here's Kat actually backpedaling, and we just kind of breeze right over it.
No, wait. No. None of you were here when this conversation.
Maybe not today.
No. Yeah, none of you were here when this conversation started hours ago.
There's the. It was to fill the space earlier between believers. But the question does remain, do you think that it is do you think that it is more plausible than hallucinations or
I think I already answered that, but no.
I think you might have.
Several times, actually.
You did. Do you think that this was the explanation or the best explanation for some of your ghost encounters?
This was the explanation that the DMT entity gave me that one time, and I thought it made sense.
An EMT gave you?
No, the DMT entity gave me that one time, like 5 years ago, and I thought it made sense.
Do shrugs?
Shrugs are bad and kind. We should
I think it
really
makes
be doing
more
them, okay?
sense than ghosts. That's all I'm saying.
At least more fun.
There's that.
Right. Right. I thought it was a fun topic to discuss. I didn't need to be like attacked for it.
You're not being attacked. You're being questioned about it.
Now you're gonna do the Christian.
No, I got what you think this is plausible. Why would you hold to this if you know that it's not justified? Like, that's what I got, even though I had said that I didn't.
Do you think
There's obviously the fringe science of paranormal investigation.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that those methods of measurement align with this theory of yours?
I don't think those methods of measurement align with anything.
Okay. At all? Like even like a mundane explanation?
I mean, maybe a mundane explanation, but I don't think there's like anything like spooky going on there for the most part.
I want to question your roadside ghost was where I wanted to go from the beginning.
That is like literally like the most boring thing you could have picked.
I know.
Like, why do you want to question that so bad?
He likes the story.
Not a fun one.
I think it's because you have the least explanation on it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, maybe.
I think
It used to freak me out.
Why?
Because I like the first probably like dozen times I was just like, it was like kind of spread out, and I kind of chalked it up to just like, I don't know, this is weird.
Do you think this is something that can eventually be explained?
Maybe. I mean, there's like, how would I know?
Question in the comments that I didn't ask.
You're cutting out there, cat.
The storm is eating the signal.
The Wi-Fi.
The Wi-Fi giveth and the Wi-Fi taketh away.
Good morning.
Good morning, Missy.
Good morning, Missy.
I had a question for Kat, but Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I got you, Hammy. Appreciate you being here as always. We do want to question believers, if there are any believers who have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. Do know that we are not here to debate or argue, attack, or corner you. We just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If of course, can question your belief. Is your Wi-Fi got you back, Kat?
I don't know.
It is. Yep, it is very spotty.
It's like you'd have to tell me.
I hear the cookie.
Where's though?
Are you open to Missy's question?
Oh, they some come up on did not.
I don't hear anybody pushing anything.
I didn't have no matter how many times I didn't
You're
have.
cutting out a lot, though.
Yeah, we're catching about every fifth word.
Did hear, why would you hold to, that instead of parsimony or something like that? And I found that to be, like, you know, a bit confrontational, but not really. I'm not sure it was an attack. It was just kind of a cornering question. It was also, while we were questioning this kind of playful idea of B theory explaining the potential of ghosts, or not potential, but it was also just a thought. While we wait for a believer who has a belief, but is that what your question was going to be in the vein of, Missy?
No, my question was, do you think that you examine your beliefs with the same fine-tooth comb that you do others?
I don't believe in this, and I don't really claim to have many beliefs. So yes, I do think I pick through actually way or is I've been recognized.
The Wi-Fi is eating it up again.
I
It's interesting. It is interesting that you bring up B theory. Do you hold to determinism? Because B theory supports determinism.
You know the answer to
do you
that.
see this? Do you see what's happening right now?
No, I'm not
This
trying
is
to corner her, but
really
she mentioned B theory. I'm not sure if she does.
We're not going to do this. This is clear. And I'm not playing your fucking game. It's not a debate space. Kat questions her beliefs all the time. She was presenting an idea to play with while we wait for a believer. You want to turn it into a corner somebody on something that you've been. It's weird. You knew the answer to that question.
You listen to me cry about it.
that any personal meta conversation happen off app.
That's a great suggestion.
I don't think here. I think that it could easily devolve into that.
Very quickly.
I think that
Well, I think there was something that is in the wrong.
if there's something that's in the wrong,
It should be addressed off
you're
app.
not gonna
I
like what
gotcha.
I have to say about it.
Yeah. Sure. So I would like, that's what I've been waiting for. Some people have some weird ways of approaching conversations that they'd like to have.
I think that might be a little assumptive.
I don't think so.
Hello, FO.
I don't think so. Talking, please. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
You asking me or?
Yeah, you're the new person on panel. I said your name right before it. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 32. Thank you for having me. Before I was a
Do
bit
you
wrong.
stop for a moment? Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not finished it. I'm still reading it. I can't finish the whole book.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Literally? Oh, well. That's a good question. I would say in faith, yes, I do, because I was not present in that time. So yeah, yes, I believe it be true.
Why do you believe the stories to be true?
Oh, so I read the New Testament before the Old Testament.
I see.
And
so
to
you
consider
believe
how Jesus is and the way he said it, and consider how the Old Testament
So you
came to
believe in
be.
Jesus, and because Jesus references the Old Testament, you believe that too?
Not just because he referenced the Old Testament, it's because how it was in the Old Testament than it is in the New Testament. Like in the Old Testament, it was just only the Hebrews and the Jews. Like they were the chosen.
So then why would you believe in the Jesus story being related to that?
Oh, it's who Jesus is and his principalities and
I'm sorry.
his teachings.
Because of who Jesus is, his principalities and teachings.
Yeah. And it makes me learn of myself as a person.
Have you read all of the New Testament?
I have.
Do you believe that Jesus died on the cross and rose 3 days later?
Well, considering all the other gods and goddesses out there, this one is the only miracle I can see happening, making him truly a god, or the God of the Bible.
What?
Came down and unalive for transgression,
What?
rose from the dead on the third day because he is God. Because death cannot put him down.
What miracles were performed that have not been performed by some other figure in another religion? Because as you're acknowledging that other gods and gods have at least been created or exist in some fashion, yes?
No, I'm only speaking about the resurrection, as Thrayle was asking.
That this is the only miracle you can see as having actually happened. That's where I guess I'm a little lost.
Yeah, when I say only, meaning the resurrection. Only, keyword, only. I wasn't specifying any other.
Right. So that's why I was asking you, because there are certainly other religions and stories that have a resurrection in them. So how is this one any different from those?
Because this one still lives. Greater is he who lives in us than he who lives in the world. You and me. He does not need no statue, no idols, no nothing for you to see to worship him. He's inside of you.
That doesn't really address the question I asked, but thank you.
No, he's not answering questions.
If that's how you feel.
FO, do you question your beliefs?
Before I became a believer, I did question the belief, but now I don't. There's no need for me to questioning it, because I fully believe it.
Is there no possibility that you have been deceived?
No. But I could say the same thing to you.
How did you conclude that there's no possibility that you have been deceived?
Well, like I said the first time, I learned of myself by learning Jesus.
You learned of yourself, like you learned about yourself by learning about Jesus?
Yeah. I learned that I'm not a good person. No matter how much I will sit, that would mean that I'm just being subjective. That I'm only auditing myself. But if you will put yourself in God's standards, then you will see a lot that I am not really good.
How do you know that you are not good if you don't do a self-audit?
That's the point.
What
if
do you
do
mean?
the self-audit, then you're only telling yourself that you're good without hearing from somebody else.
So you hear from somebody else that you are bad.
Yeah, when you hear from somebody else's perspective and somebody else's standards, now it will put you to where you may think, let me see where they're coming from.
Okay, FO, do you believe that you sin?
Yeah. To God's standards, yes, I have.
So you take God's standards and use God's standards to do a self-audit to determine that you sin?
It's not self-auditing.
How is it not? Can you help me understand?
Because you're auditing
You're
towards God's
auditing
standards
based
based on your own standards. You're
No.
auditing yourself based on somebody else's standards.
Right. So it is a self-audit, just adopting somebody else's standards?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. I'm intrigued to I'm intrigued to know that God's standards are accurate.
Accurate in what way?
Truthful, valid.
So you look at the believers.
Sorry?
You need to look and observe the believers.
And what are you observing?
There are true believers that walks with the word of God.
And
That's
how
why
did
God says, judge them by their fruits.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't,
So if somebody has the fruit of the Spirit, then you assume that they have an accurate understanding of God's
it's not the understanding.
standards. Sorry?
It's not the understanding.
Okay, what is it?
It's that they live fully with the word of God. Love, joy, forgiveness.
Mm-hmm. But how do you know that? I
That's
feel
why
like
you have to observe.
right. So I understand the observing part. I understand what you're observing so that you can assess. I don't understand how you make the connection from I like their fruit to God's standards are correct.
I just said it.
Right, and I'm not understanding.
Well, then I think you need to pray and
Okay. I think I'm done asking questions here. Thank you, FO.
I think FO was done answering a while ago.
yo, God bless.
If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Hello, Renee. How are you?
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I can set you back down.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. That was a lovely visit. W. Renee.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I should have had a poem ready, I'm sure, hours ago. How are you doing this morning, Philly?
I was gonna say hi, Philly. That's okay. We still enjoy lessons.
Well, I think we might actually. Is this another sleep request? Renee, did you mean to request backup?
I did this time just to say hi. I'm sorry that was so rude before.
No.
Oh my goodness. That was like the worst way to wake up.
I was gonna say, how many times have people sleep requested and been like, I'm so sorry, no, please put me back down?
How many times do we just hear them snoring?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm so glad
I'm
that
sure I've
wasn't
been guilty.
like, wait, hold on, what is that? I tried scrolling out and then you put me up. And so I was like, oh, okay, wait, hold on.
Panic. Oh no.
None of this is real. We could question that, I guess. Is any of this real? Am I still dreaming?
I was gonna say, if you have proof that this is real, I have so many more questions.
Oh, goodness. Well, thank you for letting me apologize politely.
Absolutely.
You guys have a good one.
Pleasure. You too. Take care.
You too.
Later.
Happy whatever holiday you celebrate, if you celebrate one.
1%, so I might drop off because it might die.
Understandable. Appreciate you, Kat. I'll go ahead and set you down. I may go ahead and set everyone down. I haven't read the poem yet, but I mean, can't be that bad, can it?
No, of course not. Why
It's
why
setting up
would
for
it be bad?
Terrible poem. I appreciate you, Hazelnut, saying the exact same thing as me at the same time. Morgan, thank you for being here, for asking great questions.
Of course.
Philly, thank you as always. I do appreciate you. More than likely stopping me from putting my foot all the way in my mouth, or someone else. I don't know if there's going to be any more questions tonight, no, this morning. I don't know if there's going to be any more believers who can question their beliefs. But for just a moment, I think I'm going to enjoy the loot
while I proofread this. It's been a great live. I do appreciate all of you who are here, who've been here, who will be here again. I owe every one of you I've ever called a friend my gratitude and grace, my apologies, and my compassion, and my best. I owe you that. Whether you think so or not. I appreciate all of you for being here, for being a part of this, for sharing the live, for helping with the gift goals, for commenting, for falling asleep, for asking great questions, for doing your best to give great answers. or any answers at all. And those of you who came up to be questioned, maybe we'll question you again, whether it went well this time or not. Thank you to Just What I Heard, to Shell, to Heretical Apothecary, to Morgan Le Fay, to Cat DeWitch, and to Tex for helping with that goal. I do appreciate you. Thank you to all the mods for helping keep this place one of the, well, best audiences on TikTok. Thank you all for just being the best audience on TikTok. I really do appreciate all of you for being here, and if you want to be part of this community, there is, of course, a link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. That first link goes to the Discord. You'll just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. Almost forgot the Cash App. Of course, you know there's a Cash App link and a Venmo in that link tree as well, and if you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. I really do thank all of you who help that way. Thank you so much to all of you. And I think there's really only one thing left. We gather beneath borrowed evergreens, hang halos made of glass and glue, retelling tales we half believe, because the season tells us to. We praise a birth wrapped tight in myth, stars rehearse a scripted grace, while forgetting why we're even here. The warmth, the human face. Old songs insist the world would plan, yet year by year, the same old ache outpaces every promised man. We bow to lists, to rules, to rights, to guilt disguised as cheer, while love is scheduled, boxed, and sold as if compassion needs a year. But watch the ones who really matter. The tired hands, the quiet laugh, the friends who stayed, the voice that called, when faith and fantasy collapsed. No edict taught them how to care, no ancient story made them stay. They showed up, uncommanded, real, without a god to clear the way. So let the myths retire in peace, their miracles politely rest. If anything deserves a feast, it's those who loved us best. No angels needed, no decree, no throne, no birth, no sacred part. Just flawed, brief lives, choosing each other in the cold by stubborn heart. If there's a light worth keeping, it is an ode to tales we're told. It's found wherever people choose each other, loving and bold. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.